enough, we actually had a new champion take the December Cup in comparison to the AOS play-in. So some pretty hefty upsets all around, but some very, very exciting matches. But after all, congratulations to Legends Reappear for taking the title for the December Cup.
I hope that they certainly reappear again. It was some excellent shows. Draku, we've got an excellent showing on the patch front at the very least. In that it was a big patch. It was something that certainly shuffled up the order.
What's up, guys?
Lots to talk about. Maybe controversy in the room. So how are we feeling? Some good, some bad?
Good morning to everyone in EU. Of course, it is still midnight here in California. I'm on the other side of the pond. But Relic, like you were saying, a pretty high quantity of changes in the next steps balance patch. We will see if it is of quality changes as well. There was a number of changes.
Was there a patch?
Are a little bit questionable, but whether
Jesus freaking Christ! Good morning. Good night. Did I sleep? Or how did I sleep? I slept well. I did sleep this time. I couldn't sleep much though. I slept from like 7:30 to like 2-ish.
The likes of Maridon, the likes of Mimikyu.
When did I wake up?
Some very high-profile plays. Not that
I can probably tell you when I woke up.
Gen 5 lost in a full.
No, I woke up at like 1. So like 6 hours, not like 5 to 6 hours. Not bad. Yeah, we're gonna start. It's gonna start with EU.
Talking a little bit, as you mentioned, about the AOS Cup play-ins. It was rough because for all of the play-ins that we had across the regions, it was a bracket reset, and EU wasn't different.
I feel like just opening up the game.
With Nouns Esports on
one sec. I'll bring the stream back.
1-to-1 fashion. So at the end of the day, we know that Nouns Esports has the juice on lower bracket runs, and I think they were put down onto the lower bracket around the second, third round of the beginning of the bracket. So it's no surprise to nobody that they actually made it through and got the crown. It was maybe a surprise to themselves because, if I'm not mistaken, Tunes them.
No matches. Yeah, you should be good for at least 5 to 10 minutes at the very least.
But they did, so that's pretty fun.
Hello, Samir.
Return to the dumpster for a second time. Explain filling in on support once again. Honestly, just one of those iconic interviews. You couldn't have asked for better. A little bit of housekeeping before we continue on with the conversation, though. Of course, Tinkerton. Hey, it's released. It's awesome. We're having a great time with it. It is also under moratorium for this particular event, so we will be seeing it, fingers crossed, in January, but we will not be seeing it in December. We're also not going to be seeing Darkrai unavailable for selection today, which might shift some things. We will certainly focus in on that conversation.
Well, apparently Intel is bugged again.
Of course, today is
which makes sense, because like the other day, that Intel snipe did more damage than it's supposed to, right? For me. But I was like, maybe I'm just under leveled or something. I literally can't see anything. I'm trying to look at the screen that you guys see and kind of set this up. Weakness good on side 3? Yeah, it's not bad. After the nerf though, I don't know if it's actually good.
Yeah, so there's no surprises here considering Nouns did win the AOS play-ins there. They do have the 300 CP. I believe, did they end up earning the CP over at LAIC as well? But there's a Gen 5 and a Panyan who are part of that.
Go and test this out.
As well. So
130k Dojiro game? Nice! Good job, bro.
Because it's still really earlier on in the season, whether we're actually going to see some shakeups after today. I mean, there's already the shakeups in.
The CP doesn't seem right though. Shouldn't Nouns have more?
Gen 5 overtake Nouns
because Nouns went to LAIC and they won the play-ins. Don't they have more?
As a commentator, I do love answering questions, and I love having my questions answered. Draku, again, a reminder of the road to worlds. How many
so I need someone to I need a scorekeeper.
At this early point in the season, perhaps.
The end of the season, we will see at least.
So someone remember how much damage this auto attack does.
Of course, we have that
862.
Potentially an EU team taking a spot at EUIC, but at the end of the regular season for UCS, there will be 3.
My normal attack is 862.
And so
you got it? Okay.
We have 3 pretty clear favorites
but now,
in the EU region. Of course, Nouns Esports, winner of the AOS Cup play-ins a few weeks ago. Gen 5 is
862 and we're level 9.
Of course, they were the runner-up of the AOS Cup play-ins here. for the EU region, and another team, of course, number 3 in championship points, that is Apanyan, is currently in the lower side of the loser side.
Yo, what is wrong with this Rayquaza? Why do you suck? Kill me.
Looking out for throughout this season. But of course, with these 3 positions for these teams, there are a number of teams that are still looking to make a name for themselves, and I think today's
best build for Feint Attack Zoro.
to make a splash.
Attack weight, weakness, focus is like the standard build. You can take focus off for charm, I think. Okay, so it was 862, right?
But for the purposes of today, they've signed up as Apanyan, and so we will be calling them Apanyan. But
Yeah, it's bugged. It's bugged. My autos do 1,000 damage now. As you can see, I'm doing 1035 divided by 862 more damage. This game is so stupid, man. How did they just... There's a bug that's been in the game, they fix it, and it's already back? Yeah, I'm doing like 20% more damage. Ah!
Well, so coming from LASE in the first international stage of 2025, EU only had Nouns as their solo representative, and they didn't even get to the grand finals. They went into quarters, and if I'm honestly going to semis, maybe even not that.
And to everyone that always says
They did knock them out of the competition on
it,
Saturday. So, first
the bug can stack, I'll prove that it doesn't stack. It's only a matter of time before Serena's bugged again. Oh, buddy, do I have something to show you right after this game? Oh, give me like 3 minutes. I'll show you. I'll show you that Serena probably deserves to be banned right now.
Spraggle's kicking Doob snacks at LAIC, but still continuing. We have this team in particular to me looking much stronger, but we also need to look
Yeah, the bug doesn't stack. Just once.
as Draco was mentioning.
Is Buzz good in the current meta? Probably not, no. Good, no. Playable, probably, yeah. Maybe Intel just good. Yeah, I also have room temperature IQ.
Super good force and very strong in the moment. Won LAIC and will be competing at ACL finals in March as well. And of course, we have the whole of ACL and the amount of teams that are such high quality in the East that they are going to be having to defend against.
Okay, Serena.
Does come to the event in London. So I think overall we are prepared as a region for Europe, but I still believe that internationally the forces are varied but also very strong.
And if you are interested in EUIC, by the way, whether that's as a spectator, whether that is as a participant potentially,
People are saying
all of the information that you require over at www.
Might be full heal related bug. I don't know. We'll see.
/UK/play-Pokemon. So that's play-Pokemon. Social media as well. A very good place to look at Unite Esports. So, moving on then, Kelosaurus, the next steps patch. We've briefly mentioned it. There was one, I feel, big winner, and then it is Serena. We have seen a couple of movements in the water that maybe we will see in this Queen Ascendant ascend into the meta in this December Cup.
100%. The winner of the...
This is why I always say that you should be very careful of banning things that are bugged.
Yes, it's received that recent bug.
Okay.
But one of the things is Zarina, and we can see here Trope Kick being highlighted there. It has great maneuverability and that chase we've seen from previous tournaments. When we do have those star players playing Zarina, just Trope Kicking into the flux zone, chasing.
So for reference,
and then also it's that lockdown unite that it has, the Queenly Ascendant. So
let my focus band be on cooldown. No more focus band ticks.
Really come. Could just be such a pivotal moment.
Why did I not ult?
You know, if you don't have a slow.
Oh, it's because I didn't charge the ult.
Maybe a Zarina is the best option. Yes, 2 different roles, but one of the biggest things as well is the high life steal that it does.
Who needs a mini map?
So, as it does scale, the triple axle, you are going to be able to get that HP regeneration as you attack wild Pokemon on the field, or also as you attack your opponents. Now, we did have the 3 items listed there, but I know there's so many different ways that you can also play Zarina.
This is the perfect spot. There we go.
To play that attack weight solely. Some people also like to do the double stack, so attack weight and cookie.
Okay.
I think I'm really excited
Hit me.
to see whether any of these teams do end up picking up.
I want you guys to look at my health.
What type of builds and magic they're gonna make happen with her?
There's a lot of
you see all that? Is that normal, guys? Is that how much Serena's supposed to heal off their ult, guys?
Perhaps, or whether you just want to be that 1v1 maestro. lots of different directions that you can take it. But Soph, with Darkrai unavailable,
It's just twice, and the second one is more for some reason.
Look at Miraidon now, as expected. Miraidon
But
with
why?
real influence, of course, not just at LAIC, but 2 weeks ago at the AOS Cup play-ins.
Boom, boom. What is that? It's not supposed to do that second tick.
Ban selection.
Well, I think my personal opinion here, considering Miraidon is the main attacker at the moment, is the star on the stage.
Let the focus ban tick so it doesn't confuse us. Boom, boom. That was not in the patch notes.
It would be, to me, interesting to see if teams overall, because Miraidon has been played so consistently, if they have learned how to play against it and feel like it warrants a ban, or if they are still going to be focusing on potentially having that extra slot with the...
Yeah, so I don't know. And I think the thing is, I think the heal is scaled on your attack stat. So if I get fully stacked,
yeah, possibly. I mean, Mimikyu, I think, something that we will touch upon later.
oh, oops.
Japan knows what's up, right? Japan knows what's up. Draku, we've seen plenty of bans for this Pokemon. Umbreon in a very similar category. Look, Umbreon, it's got a green background. It says Defender, but we're all sitting here thinking...
Use the wrong code for shielding and then healing? That may be.
Your Eldegoss are off the table. This is your go-to every day.
We have better commentators than Energetic.
This is a Pokemon that is quite literally... I mean, we talk about Mew as being a jack of all trades, master of none. Well, Umbreon is a jack of all trades, master of them all. Umbreon is a perfect example of a Pokemon that I would say is categorically fluid, kind of going off of your example. It is traditionally, categorically, a defender. It does the best things as a defender, has one of the most incredible multi-utility Unite moves, and it's also doing the job.
That's what's focus ban. I'm gonna go to like full HP, yeah.
Supportive class Pokemon.
Now focus ban's on cooldown.
Quite literally the best defender in the game. At one point, even in contention as the best all-rounder in the game. Maybe ask Overlord.
I didn't get the full heal that time, right?
In the top path as that
Am I wrong, or did we just not get healed that time for full?
Defender in its own class as well.
Like I don't. It's definitely bugged.
As not even as draft progresses, but
We only got one, right?
But we're going to go to a Pokemon now that I feel like we should love to see in January, Tinkaton. I know, Kello, you have been playing a lot with this Pokemon. I think it's one of the most requested Pokemon for Unite in general, and the hype was real after it appeared in that special game mode.
Of course. Like that second heal is not right.
What are we thinking in terms of influence, especially as it seems
what's up, Ira?
Into a bit of an all-rounder meta yet again.
I'm gonna say a little bit of bias towards Tinkaton, one of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon available. And yes, you did see it in the Panic Parade.
That time missed too.
To see it now as a playable Pokemon is so exciting. I myself ended up unlocking the trial license from one of the in-game events. That is,
that second heal is not legal.
Down into that casual mode and just go along and bulk. And I think, from what I can tell, Thief seems to
Again, I didn't get the second heal there.
Fun, and also just the little hop.
Is it like if you're getting damaged, you get it? No, that can't be right because I get it off this thing.
10 out of 10 is what I can say. But also, it's just that Gigaton Hammer and Smackdown. Smackdown having that range on it. I mean, you see all-rounders, they don't really.
What about Mimikyu? What about it?
Giving Tinkaton that one's given this all-rounder a little bit of spice and a little bit of chase down with that Smackdown. So, really, really fun.
It's very exciting. Cannot wait.
Is it because I killed it? Oh, you think maybe because I got the finishing blow on him? Maybe that's why? Not a bad theory.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, for your discussion. Enjoy yourself, sit around the fire, get cozy. Myself and Drake, who hopefully going to be bringing the heat on the mic as we take a look at our first series of the day. That series to be in the lower round 1, Draku, where Lelovers, who featured quite well, it must be said, in the AOS Cup play-ins, they're going to be going against first time and top 8 for this season.
So
It's absolute.
Boom, boom. Got the double heal that time.
It is an absolute movie for them to make their first appearance here in the top 8 for the December.
And then this time, boom.
Definitely not unfamiliar with.
You might be right.
Pokemon Unite is this team.
You might have actually cracked the code.
This is a team that performed extremely well at the regionals last year. I think they made it all the way through.
That time we didn't get the second heal, right?
For the finals of the EU region, of course, I think falling short towards the end there, but still.
Call me Sherlock.
Looking out for.
Sub Holmes.
Of course, performing very well in today's event.
Yeah, Lelova's.
Yeah, 2139 on that second heal.
But we are talking about the 4th place team in the AOS Cup play-ins, and when you look at the name value on this squad as well, there's so much to enjoy, right? Your Snow.
2139.
Talk about all-rounder meta. Potato absolutely loving life. Right now, you're like Kaizen, previously known as Nyat, of course. You know, this is a squad of really experienced UCS pros at this point. Maybe
boom, boom.
But they're surely expecting to make it down to 2 minutes, I should say.
Yeah, I think a couple of interesting questions that I want to propose to you. Of course, we know Potato, piggyback off what you were saying, one of the best all-rounder top carry players in the EU region.
Okay, so double heal here.
In the most recent
Let him hit me. Allegedly now,
for a lot of us, no Potato.
This isn't gonna double heal.
Ace. Buzzwole is probably one of the best
That's
Pokemon
it.
that I've seen.
I figured it out.
Pilot, and it was one of the characters or one of the Pokemon.
I figured it out. All me, by the way.
Damage was increased towards the tail end of it. I think
Are you testing the new Serena feature? We're testing the new Serena bug.
Buzzwole from this lineup.
Guys, I figured it out. So here's the thing, right? If you get the killing blow with your ult, it won't proc the bug. So watch. I'm gonna full heal here. Did we? Hold on. Bro, I'm getting dizzy. I don't know anymore.
Is close combat and only close combat. Maybe with lunges a more viable possibility.
I think
as part of that
killing Pokemon gives you like the 3% heal or something, right? In general.
Nevertheless, it still feels like a niche pick to me.
Like,
and I think undoubtedly Mimikyu. I mean, we've all been talking about it pre-show.
Maybe that was that. I think that's what it is.
Shadow Sneak effectively, a complete game changer.
Yeah, Mimikyu has just turned out to be, I think, the best all-rounder in the game. And it's gotten a number of tune-ups, and I would say the last 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, that definitely healed.
It's gotten any sort of nerfs or tune downs in its kit.
Healed based off of damage dealt. It's not supposed to, no. But it might be. That might be like a part of the bug.
This was the highlighted Pokemon that we had.
I healed to full.
And we wanted to highlight new Pokemon today, but I think
Jesse, come out and play.
Kind of our highlighted all-rounder. I think Mimikyu is still the best all-rounder in the game. It's doing really well in the Asian.
I was definitely full.
In its standard Shadow Sneak.
Okay.
Variant,
according to the theory, this isn't gonna heal us to full.
Well, could we be seeing some trick room today? Twisting
it didn't.
I don't know. We'll see.
But it seemed so bugged when I landed. No, like.
Not to great effect, it must be said. It's so situational, isn't it, Trick Free? Because yes, you've got those natural buffs in the zone.
The way the heal is supposed to work is it's supposed to be based off of your attack. Being a menace from it's healing for like quadruple the amount it's supposed to.
We'll get a better idea as to whether we're even going to see the Mimikyu in due time, of course, as our first draft is underway. Lelova's on the first pick. Absolute Cinema on the second, and well, I'm not going to see that. Psyduck, a popular ban at the moment, not going to see
Get in
that.
there.
Joined by Zacian, and no hover so far for Absolute Cinema. Well, what do you know? Mimikyu ain't going to see that either.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's surprising here is that Zacian heading up to the ban slot, which means that Miraidon could come out to play. I think those three, Umbreon, Psyduck, Mimikyu, are going to be
739, then 2139, 3x so much. Yeah, but the thing is this. I'm saying it's 4 times because the second proc isn't even supposed to happen.
To be played today, but Blissey and Miraidon will most likely be very high value picks.
We could see a little bit more Mewtwo as well, certainly with Blissey, that safeguard helping hand.
Yeah, it's plus 3x, or 4 times the total.
As well, coaching incredibly valuable early game, combining with a Trevenant for the front line. Trevenant seeing a lot of play, not the easiest level 5 Evo to get.
Like it's supposed to heal 700-ish, but it's healing like 2800, you know?
Woodhammer, super effective.
Sleepover.
Jack of all trades, Pokemon.
How many of you guys
coming out to play, and
woke up, and how many of you guys haven't slept?
Serena, I would say the biggest winner of the most recent Next Steps balance patch coming out to play. Snow is hovering over this Urshifu, and we were talking about it in our pre-show, but Serena and...
I'm gonna lower their audio a bit. It's kind of like I'm getting like...
They have a lot of lifesteal.
I'm going non-verbal. I can't focus. You haven't slept? Haven't slept?
Changing to a water Urshifu, but you know, because this Garchomp is on the field,
welcome to the show.
They kind of take up that same space as a Pokemon that stays in the front line.
Guys, I'm just warning you right now.
At least front to back, Lelover's team.
I didn't have a normal breakfast. Because I didn't eat dinner, so I woke up and I ate what I was supposed to have for dinner, and I had like chicken wings and a bunch of broccoli. Like, but I had a lot. So I'm just warning you, if it starts to get stinky, it's the broccoli, okay? It's not me. I'm just giving you a warning right now. It's the broccoli. Okay, can we break down the draft, someone? Okay, so Blissey. I don't know. I'm not awake yet. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna give them a mustache. Oh frick, he moved.
Not exactly a significant nerf, but sizable enough to be noticed. For me, it feels like comfort picks, which maybe for this first game, not a bad idea, since of course even if you lose, you've still got another chance in your pocket.
We are, of course, in the loser's side of the bracket, so whoever loses here is going to be watching the remainder of this event. Well, at home, I'm pretty sure they're all at home, but figuratively speaking, on the loser...
Should not have given me the pen. So true, actually. Okay.
Everybody, UCS EU region December finals begin here.
There's no game audio period. I'm just gonna mute the casters. If you want to watch the official cast, guys, obviously support the official stream. I kind of just want to give you my own audio. Snorlax went to go invade. He got the blue buff over the Mew. They were doing Mew jungle. Doing a Mew split to just get out of the jungle fast. They got the blue. Urshi's doing the, I like to call this the 1-2-3 plus lane farm strategy. Where basically the Urshi follow the pen, right? Urshi does 1, 2, 3, and then the 4, 5 here in the lane. And then that gets him level 5, and he doesn't have to do his blue buff. Right? So it's a way to get level 5 as the jungler without full clearing the jungle. Right? It's like, think about it like communism almost, right? Your teammates leave the bottom 2 bunnies for you, and you give them the blue buff. It's like a trade. It's like capitalism, actually. But there's a 4-player rotation topside. Garchomp's really good at holding these. It's like really hard to push into a level 5 Chomp, and looks like the Chomp is big. He's trying to find the combo, but he didn't get it. Who controls the means of production? The admins. The admins control everything. Leafeon picked off the Urshi and got away. It's not bad. Right, do we have game audio now? I really like game audio.
Leafeon and their Snorlax picking up another KO onto the Blissey. Nevertheless, Lelos were the only scores after the first 2 minutes. Another 20 goes in.
Why is the game audio so low, guys?
Over the central area, birds from both Leon and Niels as they rotate down to the bottom.
I want to hear like the ka-ching.
Early lead for Lelovers, both in points and in experience. Serena has found their boots, heading up to the top path. One of the best level 5 or level 6 evolution.
Ching ching ching. That's me making triple axle noises. By the way. Alright, another 4 people topside. Wicked blow off the mark. He has to eject back. Garchomp's trying to look for the kidnap, the reverse Dragon Rush combo with the eject, but they didn't give it to him. Meanwhile, Marino's holding down the bottom pad. Need sound cues to know what's going on. That's what I'm saying, but there's no sound.
Path. I think that Garchomp with that Urshifu in the top path is going to start that very
It's like really faint.
those auto attack speed. Auto
When Nouns plays, I'll get them in game.
Objectives off of the field is going to confirm that with the Wicked Blow, and they're going to move on forward. There's the Snorlax and the Serena to defend this top tier 1 goals.
Not like us, done by a Canadian. I'm not.
From the Kanto region is going to take that one away.
And that's a Regieleki walking in straight through the front door. Interestingly, waiting for the stacks to come through for that Blissey before dunking the 30 themselves. Snow keeping an eye on Niels, keeping an eye on Snow. That's going to be a 21-point overdunk. A heavy slam, somewhat just as a small element of retaliation. Avoids the Ebon Fist as well before Indigo comes in to support. And
Nouns is currently playing?
Also rotated up to this.
Wait, Nouns is playing.
More like a cursory look.
Wait, why is Nouns not on broadcast? I thought Nouns was going to be the first streamed match.
For absolute cinema, live it out.
Guys, anyone opposed to me ditching this match and going to watch Nouns instead? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Oh, we're going to Nouns. And then we can turn that she up. Nice. Okay, crisp game sound. All right, so we got Nouns on the left versus BH3, I think. We're playing Lax Trident in the bot lane. Oh, this is so much better. We're just watching Nouns, guys. Toon's playing Saraledge. Looks like Toon got invaded. But we're just gonna run down the tree. Try to get the XP to Toon. It's fine. Toon's gonna get the back farm for his 5. Toon's level 5. Intel went for the steal on that. Okay, these guys are set up top. XP share Mew. It's impossible to really get the steal versus them, but we got it. Blaine's the best. And we actually KO'd them bot. Toon's getting stacked. Urshi is rotating down so they don't get invaded in the jungle. I want to see Acl now, like, leave the ball lane. Like, I want to see the squirrel get out of the bot lane soon. Roam the map, find, you know, go on vacation. Find something to do. There we go. Acl's leaving. He baited them. Okay, I mean, he got good positioning for mid Bs. He should be pretty much a lone mid, right? Yeah. He's getting the solo mid. Rev should have no problem just defending this 1v2. Now our green's level 7. Huge. Is that our X speed? No, right? It was. We popped X speed there for nothing. Cricket. Alright, top Bs are about to spawn. One more belt, pretty much. Bot side, meanwhile, where she went down, Toon's level 9. Are we gonna deal with this snipe shot? Okay, we just rushed it down. The intel's definitely dead. Nice, we got a little bit extra overcap too. Oh! That Belch went a little backwards. Whoopsie. We can hold this though, right? Oh, did Bruv just go down? Maybe we can't. We cannot hold it. Bruv died. I don't really think we should have gone for the steal at the begin with. One of those, like, in hindsight, going for the steal is bad. Okay, we lost our focus man for that, but that's fine. Reinforced to ult. Urshi just tried to ult the Greedent. He's got to go play some more solo queue to know you can't do that. You haven't been able to do that for like 16 months at this point. What up, D-Pal? Oh, you. Little snipe shot. Little punch. Little Gatlu. Who do you think would have the best rapper name if you added Lil in front of it? On these teams. Lil Toon, Lil Gatlu, Little Odesu, Lil Blaine, or Lil Bruv HD? Lil Bruv? Lil Toon kind of goes hard though. Lil Blaine? What about on the other team? Lil Volto, Lil Greg 22, Little Mephil, Lil Japa, Lil Fizzy? Nah, it has to be Lil Fizzy, right? Lil Fizzy goes the hardest. Alright, Blissey ult on the tune. Can we finish this objective? We did. Demon on the secure. But we're doid. I feel like we're forcing too much here. Like, just go farm, right? We have this, we have this, we have all of this, we have this. Ult worked on objectives, yeah. Toon's using it well around objectives as well. Low Toon is what you'd call a 16th century bard. That's funny. Morning Hazard. We're saying who would have the best rapper name if you put Lil in front of it out of all the players in the game. I think it's Lil Fizzy. Lil Fizzy sounds the best. Low ball toy number 7. All right. Big engage. Oh my god. Oh my god. Absolute cinematically. Just Bruv Slam into Greedent Slam into Toon Slam. Toon Slim, more like Toon Slam. I mean, that was just all three of them press their ults. But it looked sick. They gotta go farm their unites, but they should be fine. More like Toon Slapped. Toon Slam, Toon Slam, Toon Slap. Lax stacks are up. Just everything else got nerfed. Lax gives you the flexibility. It's been a pretty well-known secret for a while. Not even a secret, well-known fact that if you have Snorlax, you can pretty much lane anything you want beside it, right? This game they did Greedent. We saw some teams run Gardevoir beside it. LG plays like Curious plays so many different things with the Lux in the lane. It gives your attacker player the freedom to play anything. Nice stall from Odesu. Oh, okay. Maybe it's a good Blissey ult. We buddy barriered Odesu as well. I'm scared about mid getting flipped here. Okay, we lost a lot of unites in that sequence though. Yeah, they're gonna flip it on us. We just need to get as many KOs as we can. Nice. Quality on as well. Nice. Simple game 1. Yeah, they handled it pretty well. Mimikization, Psyduck, Umbreon, pretty standard mans. No Umbreon pick. Yeah, I like that. Are we winning? We won game 1. We as in Nouns. We won. Nouns confirmed. Yep. All right, we got Talonflame. All right, we'll do a case study on Noun Toon. Noun Toon, formerly known as Noun Toon Slim, was this team's previous support player for a day, but before that, Toon was known as the attacker player for this team. Recently, being moved to the jungle role after Seryu's departure. Seryu was their former top lane / jungler. Toon's has had to fill multiple different roles, but make no mistake, he's not the only one on this team who's had to do a role swap. Adesu had to move from support to attacker, where he used to be attacker in the past, and Blaine moved from their sub to their support player. So this game, we've got our eyes on Toon, Noun Toon, that is, BTW. And we're going to see him probably piloting on the bird with the Brave Bird. A little bit of a jungle split, I think. Was there an invade? Where did our blue buff go? I don't know about that. But anyways, Toon's back on the top side. Trying to find a gank here. Bit of an annoying start. Usually you want to have a little bit more like early game pressure as Talonflame. Oh, the Umbreon got the blue. Okay, that's what it was. But all Toon's looking to do is get level 7. He wants his level 7. Level 7, you evolve into Talonflame, the fire. And you also get your Brave Bird unlocked. This won't give him level 7 quite yet. Toon's trying to delay it a bit, but it's not going to matter. He needs one more source of farm. Probably calling bot lane, hey, I need something down here. They're going to give that to him. Interestingly enough, the Umbreon's actually no XP share. And Espeon's got it on. Okay, he's just going to go for the Brave Bird double aerial ace. Oh, whoa. That Woodhammer looked so weird. I think Toon was hoping that some of his teammates would be there and he could Brave Bird eject onto the Greninja and just one burst him, but with no pressure on the Greninja and no double team being used, it's hard for Talonflame to get that solo kill. Right, like the moment Greninja's double team is out, the Talon can 100-0 him. But until double team is available, it's not. So he saw him use the double team, and okay, goes on the Glaceon, jumps out off the tree. That's fine as well. And we lost our Espeon in the mix there. Another rotation of the jungle is up. Problem is, his right side team has really good rip on the objective. So this isn't an opportunity where Toon can just jungle clear, get level 9, and then play for this objective. They're going to have to sack this objective now, get level 9, and then defend if the enemy team attempts to push. The enemy team's counterplay to this situation should be to recognize that, hey, the enemy jungler didn't show up. We can't push. We're going to be pipe push into a Talonflame, so they'll back up. Toon, even 2 steps ahead of that, is like, they shouldn't be able to push bottom because they should be afraid of me being bottom. So Toon, to counter the counter, went topside. Make sure you guys are taking notes because this is not easy to follow. All right, so top lane is crowded. Glaceon stuck soloing bottom, trying to bait out the Glaceon. There it is. There's the bait. We get the Brave Bird, and now this is fine. Like, even if we lose topside, we're about to get massive scores here, right? Good farm. Everyone's getting stacked. Toon's gonna get another stack. Okay, there it is. Send the Espeon away. Don't need the XP on him. Our Talonflame's level 11, close to full stacks with Unite move, right? And we trade a top objective for that. That's a worthwhile trade. Land hands. Thanks for the tier 1 hands.
Thank you for waking up early. Commentary and comp Unite lore.
I got you. Again, Glaceon, sight on Glaceon. Any amount of engage, that's set up. Brave Bird's still on cooldown. And nice catch. The tree honestly is on point. The tree is playing on point. It was an eject hammer, so the eject's going to be down. My concern this game is how are we killing this tree? Right? What on Nouns can take care of this tree? Because we're XP share Espeon, and Greedent is our other damage dealer. Okay, nice engage. Blissey ult on the back. Blissey ult allows us to comfortably tank the Greninja ult. And Greninja gets chased down. Maybe our solution is that we just pretend the tree doesn't exist. Which is what we were able to do there. Pimski with the tier 3 ski. Welcome back, Pimski. Appreciate it.
Inder Gold PLZ, Inder Gold PLZ, Inder Gold PLZ.
PLZ. Thank you for the gold. If a tree falls behind enemy lines, but the camera wasn't on it, do we really have to deal with Trevenant? All right, back to our Talonflame case study. We're brave, and we're bird. Let's see, where does the Brave Bird land here? Break the Mimikyu out. Mimikyu ult out. Aerial Ace, auto attack. Nice Unite. Oh, beautiful Unite from Adesu. Espeon and Talonflame also seem to have some nice synergy. That looked really strong, right? So this objective being cleared at this time is a bit awkward. Just because it's not really going to do much. There aren't even like bees that we can really play for. Blue buff is already gone. We get to play for these bees, I guess. But it's fine. At least we don't have to deal with it. Now, Nouns just make sure that they have their Unite moves up on everyone. And they're looking good. 2:30, 30 seconds before Ray. It's moments like this where if you're the winning team, right, you're thinking, okay, what kind of, can the enemy team flip Ray? A little bit. Okay. Raw Unite onto the Greninja, catches him out. We do lose our Focus Man there. Toon's running that Focus Man tech. Remember what I was showing you guys a couple days ago? Focus Man is OP. That exchange was not good for us though. We lost Brave Bird, we lost Focus Man and Talon Ult. Like, it's not bad, but it's not great. We traded a lot of resources for a lot of positioning, essentially. But we have to hold the line for a full 2 minutes, and it's not easy to hold the line, right? Like, eventually your line will be broken. The walls of Ba Sing Se are not impenetrable, as you saw in the anime. Eventually something will give, and that's where it could be scary. That's why Toon's farming his Unite back. Once Toon gets his Unite back, everything is kind of okay again. But we're holding it down. We have a very tanky core, which is nice. We have Umbreon, Greedent, Blissey. Gatlu Actually, Galu Tokyo drifting. My god, the covets were so beautiful. I think Tuna's probably like, what the heck happened there? Because he jumped on the Gren, but the Gren ulted away. Nope. No one saw that. It's fine. Literally, no one saw that. Intentional put me closer to the pad. I hope people saw that. Yep. Yep. I'm sure he did. Good brave birding. All right. Clean 2-0. Wasn't no problem at all, pretty much. Man, these players want me to not play MOBA. What does that mean? 70% of talent will hit a wall, no problem. True. Yeah, it's a little tune. They just don't have teamwork. I'm so confused. We just watched Nouns put on a cinema. That doesn't want you to play. You don't want to play? Guys, who are they talking to or about? Okay, let's tune back into the official stream. Temporarily.
To see that, not a whole lot of crowd control on their side of the
If I understand how Pokemon Unite tournaments work, Nouns' next match will probably be in about 17 hours.
It's going to be very close to being felled here, but a KO streak of 2 for the Mew player.
Slowly but surely wins the race for Absolute Cinema after reacting to the Infinite Cyburn with the Hydro Typhoon. This response has been really strong. Good kiting here from Toast on the Glaceon. Again, those Icicle Spears really starting to ramp up. We've got Indigo falling in. Kaizen trying to save anyone that they can see. The Mewtwo taking down the Blastoise in the end, but that
Nouns' next match is going to be in 2026.
Again, ensuring that Lelovers are not able to respond. Lelovers with a lead still, Draku, but Absolute Cinema showing signs of life.
Yeah, they are looking really, really, really strong here. I think the Pokemon to watch as we head into the later stages of this game is this Pokemon right here. That Talonflame is going to be clearing some wild Pokemon in the central area. Bright Future Meteor Storm might be a bright future they need here because they definitely need the win here to stay in the tournament. Regirock brought down to 25% already. Electro Ball for the Sakir. And another Southern Reggie Relic going over to Absolute Cinema. And this time they're going to push the tempo. Tier 1 goal zone at 21 points. It's going to be a smaller overcap, but nonetheless, really good positioning here for Absolute Cinema.
Whoa. Guys,
Southern part of the map.
was that me?
19, but
Did I finally lose it, or did you guys hear that too?
Maximize as much value out of that as possible. Talonflame, of course, scoring a little bit counter on the top path, but that also means that Lelovers there rotate to this top path. Oh, that's a flame sweep! There we go, catches 3! A strike! And here's the fly to fall into Indigo as the Eldegoss is sent back to the
I need to check the Twitch shot.
As the turtle, it's become clam chowder out there, eating up the
Am I the only one that heard that?
Did someone call in the janitor? Flame sweep catching 2 with a KO streak of 3. And again, Talonflame.
You didn't hear anything. Okay.
Recently got buffed. Not
I mean,
any of the kit
I did just wake up,
now,
so.
Especially in this team composition, does really
I might be
well
losing it.
generally as a speedster into attackers. Also with Icicle Spear, it can nullify or at least avoid all.
By the time Nouns plays again, I'll have a family and be sending my children to college.
A little bit of breath. Here,
Can I get a scholarship?
1 minute before the Rayquaza spawns onto the field. Teams are really close. Level 13 highest on the field. Zacian is actually caught on their own. Patati is going to retreat back over to the right side with the help of that Talonflame in that tall grass. Win conditions here, Relic. What are some of the things that you're thinking about for both of these teams?
Well, I'm looking at that Talonflame again. Are you able to
Pognon is out, Sag.
Negate your squishy health bar? Well, level 13, aiming for 14, and to steal away
Unlucky,
the orange
Sag.
buff. Lelo's feeling confident enough to stray into Absolute Cinema territory, and all 5 of them forcing Niels back, going for the dive too as well. But those icicles yet again so
it's
much
Fly
damage done.
Talon.
The Snowcloak eating that initial fly
Is
attempt,
Fly good this
Snow
game?
will pay for it. Toast with a
Seems
KO
okay.
and a quick rotate down to this bottom Reggie. That
Brightbird just seems like it'd be OP though.
Overextending their reach.
Brightbird's always OP.
Steel, we all know how polarizing.
What do I think
this
Uniting
objective
20
can
XX
be.
looks like?
We mentioned it earlier that attack and special attack.
I think
buff
you
can
get to the
be
late game
devastating.
and
Lovers
Professor
position
Oak is there and he
themselves
just
in the
says heads or
area,
tails.
actually kind of aggressively on the side of Absolute Cinema's central area. Solar Beam is going to find that Zacian in the pixel bush in that central area, and this might be the final stretch for Absolute
What is the
Cinema
Blastoise
if they
doing in
are
there?
able to hang on, but the first to fall is the Blastoise.
And the Phantom Forest catches 3, looking real good. And the Flames
Blissey.
catching 3 as well.
Imagine the
Infinite
Blissey
Cyber
ult was
catching 3
sooner,
as
but
well.
it's fine.
It's 3s. It's a triple, baby.
Alright, Zacian's just gonna finish right now.
Does so much damage, and then the Electro Drift as well.
Drift doll, but it put him in the pit. Oh god, the Zacian ult was so early. He doesn't have Zacian ult now.
As both teams sort of settle down. Lelova's going for the rip, and they're not able to steal it this time. Absolute Cinema. That Talonflame's been on fire.
Metaclaws broken for the last 4 months or so, but no one played it.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, the thing is like with a lot of new stuff, people don't have much of an incentive to
I think there's still a lot of questions for me for this Blastoise.
like figure stuff out because the stakes aren't that high.
They are going to cement their lead here. 1 minute remaining, but it is becoming quite a disastrous hill to climb here. Patati is going
Yeah, the
to
audio
fall
had something weird that went
now a
bad though.
500-point lead or a 400-point lead with 1 minute remaining. They are able to KO 2 Pokemon, 2 legendary Pokemon heading back to the Pokemon Center. They might be felling this tree all alone. Does it make a sound? We will find out.
Okay, this
People lack the vision.
Score their back at base.
Realistically, like
with the full send, it's turning from thriller.
80% of the innovations that happen in most games come from like 20% of the community, right? It's the 80-20-ish.
Sweep into the flux zone. Absolutely huge.
Like most people aren't coming up with new stuff to play outside of the very obvious stuff that gets buffed or nerfed.
Rapid spin into Potato. They're going to be getting scraps of AOS points at best.
Like Brightbird has probably been OP for a very long time.
Potato has to fall back.
The most recent buffs I think have just sent it into the stratosphere.
Just enough for Lelovers. Was there even a hope? Maybe not. Absolutely.
But realistically, Brightbird's probably just been OP this whole time.
But you go no further. Lelovers into the second losers round 2.
I guess the new buff though makes it so that
Cinema, this is Finn.
it can play the Ray fights a lot better, so that's good.
Throw away our popcorn, or at least they're going to be popping.
Yeah, it's like Rocky on Tinkaton.
The remainder of this event,
He might be cooking with that one.
Figuratively from their own homes, but 610 to 273 is your final for our first match of the day. And now that we're going into the end game here, we have 3 attackers on the side of
no longer a kamikaze moveset.
Kind of a
the thing is like
the rapid spin
you always had even with the buffs, like
all the mobility tools on
you can't afford to stay in the fight for too long anyways. Like a lot of times you're just ulting out right after anyway.
Would most likely be a lot more advantageous. Not a whole lot of crowd control, especially with a team or going up against a team with so much mobility as Lelovers has.
I think it just feels like the mix of movesets just didn't play into it well. I think Water Spout for a little bit more.
What's your favorite Pokemon, Inder?
I think that Surf would have done well,
I really like Mew.
What moveset you choose, Draku, as we'll get to it eventually, we see Niels way out of position compared to the rest of his team. They were finding a lot of joy with those snowball techniques.
Indigo? I think he's been in the chat before, right?
Same zone, leaving Lelovers isolated in certain areas, and we saw those. I mean, what was it? Kaizen and this Trevenant's health bars, they were both so low. They went to, I want to say, below 30%. That's dangerous. That's a moment where
very nonchalant
could spin the entire game on its head. But
what do you mean?
Because Niels wasn't there,
I don't know a lot of the EU players, guys. Like,
and they made Absolute Cinema pay for it dearly.
I've played on EU ladder a little bit, but I still don't like recognize the names.
Like I was saying, that is the
I've seen Chris
you can see
shot.
right there. The Blastoise
Might be. I have no idea.
With no value, they weren't able even to get anything on their side of the field. They're literally being bullied outside of the central area. I believe there was an ensuing team fight that went down here. The Miraidon actually does end up going
Stream
down
at 3 a.m.
here.
Oops.
This is kind of the end of the tale. There is one more value push here, but huge shout out to Snow, by the way. We did see one flame sweep kind of miss the
Snow's a very good player.
Other flame sweep after that.
I'm a fan of Snow. I will say that. Anytime I've watched the EU qualifiers with Snow on any of the teams, I always feel like Snow plays really well. Snow has my stamp of approval.
And what they did was really intelligent. They split apart.
Are there French players? Oh, there's plenty of French players. French, I think French players might have the highest share of EU in top in a lot of these tournaments. In top 8 maybe.
That's what's ultimately pulled through for them.
The team that Nouns just played, those are French players too, right? And then there's like the Utah Magu Lunder French team as well.
They do run into one of those top teams.
I think there's like 2 really solid like top 8 French teams.
So your Gen 5s or your Panion, are they good enough?
Snow's Blaze, yeah, I think Snow's a really solid player.
This is a top 4.
Gen 5 is, yeah, that's like Utah Magu Lunder and them.
That you referenced Lelovers maybe going into a top team, because I got an update for you, those in the chat. Gen 5 from the winner side of the bracket ended up losing their winner semifinals round to Drill Peckers. So in that winner's
Drill Peckers
later on today, Nouns Esports winning out over BH3.
Wait, Drill Peckers, are they like the EU Brave Birders?
Overs in that lower side of the bracket. That is what we're going to be seeing later on in today's event. But today's event, I think, is turning out to be a lot of surprises. One big surprise, again, Gen 5 going down relatively early in today's event. Apanyan is actually eliminated from the December finals for the EU region. Church of Michael, or at least Michael Merchants, is going to be moving on forward. And
who did Apanyan lose to, by the way?
Lots of surprises. Definitely a movie. Of course, not for Absolute Cinema, a movie for us here watching these December finals.
Time to leave the cinema, but not for too long. We will be back after a very short break, folks. The Unite
Bye,
Championship Series continues after this.
Calvin's team? Oh. Michael Merchants. I mean, I've seen these guys before. They're good, right? They look good. And Apanyan is like, yeah, it's this team. Wait, wasn't Klaus on this team? Oh, wait, Klaus is done or something, right? I don't remember names, guys. Like, I don't remember who's on what team. Like this. He's a sub? Well, he's not listed as a sub. Who's on Drill Peckers? I don't know anyone on Drill Peckers. These guys just demons? Who knows, man? Bro is 24/7 streaming. I'm chilling. Uninstalled Unite due to team problems. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to and about? They're a top 6 EU team. I mean, as you can see, they are top 6. I see the top 6. Really hard to get someone to the sub. True. What do you guys think about the way that they do the broadcast scheduling? So they decided to watch
as well.
This match.
There are going to be some twists in the tail.
They didn't watch this one. They didn't watch this one. They didn't watch this one.
Catch us before the break. Apanyan.
And now everything's going to be on broadcast?
out, and we are going to be following the Michael Merchants, the folks who disposed of them as they head up against BH3, a team who lost to Nouns Esports Draku 2-0 in those
I don't know. I feel like
play-ins. A lot to talk about and just digest it.
I feel like they're supposed to watch both the first round lower bracket matches.
We were talking about in the pre-show. Opinion is a team that
because they just didn't watch an Opinion match now.
Favorites, of course, Nouns Esports.
Basically, one team will never get a match on broadcast the way that they did it.
Being knocked down by Drill Packers is.
You started already? Yeah, we watched Nouns because we had the inside information.
But you know,
but Opinion just never gets a game on broadcast this tourney. That's kind of sad.
Over Opinion 2-0, quite dominating fashion.
I feel like something went wrong for that to happen. The only team you know is Nouns. You probably know more than that. It's just kind of hard to follow because they change their names a lot. Nouns is Nouns. Gen 5 is
Evolutions on the band.
Utah, Megu, Lunder, Sazuro,
picking up that side up for the first man.
Qatar. These guys, they're the French people. So you're probably familiar with some of these players. Apangnan,
of course, Blissey.
As Saryu, who was on Nouns. As Gek. You probably recognize these players.
Table, you know, I think Zacian has still cemented itself as one of the top 2, maybe even like top 3.
Your team won't be on broadcast either. That's sad.
Two Pokemon that I just mentioned, Blissey and Maridon.
Isn't Qatar in the Middle East? No, he moved to France.
Inteleon is the Pokemon, like many other attackers, have been increased specifically in that defense.
Oh, and then Nachos, yeah, and then
I believe some cooldowns were also adjusted for some of its mobility tools. But what do you think about Inteleon? We haven't seen a whole lot
of Nachos.
Pokemon, but with Maridon kind of taking the spotlight of the attackers, there's not really a whole lot.
Did Nouns break up with Saryu?
Maybe.
I think Nouns. I think Saryu just left.
We saw it a bit, didn't we? Funnily enough,
I don't know, like, I don't know the full details, but pretty sure he left because I saw a chat message that he put in someone's stream saying, "I'm finally liberated from Nouns."
Frontline in combination.
But I think he left.
Pretty good, and it feels like we're going to be locking in potentially the support Mew. I mean, we've got that EXP share on there. We're boosting the stats with the Slick Spoon. And with
did I watch the YT matches? Some of them, yeah.
SVM then with this final selection for Michael Merchants could go for an all-rounder. This is a squad which has already got a very strong front line. No, we're going to be going
so you became an adjective.
Another throw of the dice as a Zoroark without a Comfey.
Okay, so Zacian, Blissey, Maridon.
Two speedsters on Michael Merchants. There's
a lot of tree picks in EU today. We didn't see much tree in NA or ACL yesterday at all, but a lot, like tree in almost every EU game.
Recent balance patch. Dodrio got a couple of tune-ups, kind of minor tune-ups. I think the damage for Drill Peck has been increased, but
there were stream snipers really in the YouTube game.
Pokemon with a bounded Unite move. I'm
Tell me more.
At this Dark Urshifu.
But is this the Mew build?
On the side of BH3 Esports, it's gonna be very difficult.
Stacking specs XP share.
Dodrio player has to be very cognizant of is when.
Shouldn't we just be anti-heal?
That Unite move because you can cleanse it. They have a full heal that
or
can
choice
potentially
specs.
Cleanse any sort of hindrance for a short period of time, but more importantly, that Unite move.
That Dodrio, I don't mind. I think that is primarily a comfort pick. I think that it is a pick.
Watching that
joy
on Phil's stream, what was the sniper situation?
It's the
can someone fill me in? I have no idea.
When there is a Lucario on the table, which is relatively, it's on sort of like the outer periphery of the meta right now, and you're looking for that backline, I'm sorry, but the Lucario is going to have a better chance of getting there than
I gave them ears.
The only thing that I can think of with the Zoroark is through Thief.
Japan doesn't run Spoon on XP Share Mew. Yeah, I think after the Spoon nerfs, it kind of makes sense. Otter doesn't play it either. I think people play Choice Specs anti-heal, which makes sense.
Got to make the trip backwards as well.
We don't have the at least the analytics for this.
They banned Slowbro when Phil wanted to pick it up.
Of the win rate of a Zoroark Comfey and without.
Do you guys think that's stream sniping?
One of the best supporters in the
or
game.
weren't they picking Slowbro like a big part of the tourney? When I was watching them, they were picking Slowbro.
As they're doing their thing, but there's also a on the field.
I don't know if that's like. I don't know if that's like definitive.
Especially to chase down these two
proof
very
of stream
highly
sniping.
mobile Pokemon.
I'm not
This is doing
look.
a very good job here. Burns
They-
the eject button.
It's NA players. NA players have no integrity.
Pops the X speed.
They were probably stream
He's gonna be
sniping.
calling for this, or
I'm just
rather,
saying
they
that's
open
not
it
like
up,
good.
snap around
I don't know if
the
that's
face of the
conclusive
back
evidence.
leads to our K opener, and look at not Dodo with such an early flank onto this bottom path. The Sobble forced back onto base and Kree getting early stacks.
Urshifu heading out of the central area to that top path, a traditional rotation for both junglers heading up there. The Zoroark just a little
didn't
bit
ban it
late
the
because
first
they
two
were
games.
distracted by this Phantom, especially beating Kang
I mean,
there in the central area. But a kind of a quieter
maybe.
team fight engagement.
It's hard to
here
say
in
is
the
all I'm
bottom
saying.
path. Dodrio
Because
still
Phil
yet
plays
to
a
get
lot of
that
bro, and he
first
was
hit.
during the
Really good
tournament,
last hitting
right?
On the side of BH3, I think they don't have their water gun ready to go. I think that was a KO. The Zoroark
Talk about the
going
integrity
down.
of sending a
High
dono
value
during
KO,
rape.
especially
He's
early
streaming,
on.
and I'm watching.
Disjointed from both sides.
There's something I
To
didn't
be
say.
honest,
All I said
finding
was
that evolution for Dodo.
drop some likes and we get Rayquaza.
Has to get out of there due to the
They muted drafts after that? I see.
Oh, here goes the Zacian starting to
I agree with you guys. There's probably stream sniping happening, right? But I'm saying, like,
Auto eats the berry, but
is it enough proof to go to the admins and be like, look at what they did? Like, it's not like court admissible proof is what I'm trying to get at. It's like strong circumstantial kind of evidence. But there's also reasonable.
Typically see a Dodrio.
It's not like beyond a reasonable doubt type beat.
Range on the side of Michael Merchants. I didn't see what this.
Was the guy chatting in Phil's stream? Is that really what happened?
It should be going a charge beam Miraidon with the team composition that they have. But like I've been talking about in other games throughout this broadcast and throughout these UCS broadcasts, that Michael Merchants.
Okay, well that's
bad.
bad.
You want to expect this Miraidon.
The enemy team is chatting in your chat during the game. Like,
are going to be running riot.
does anyone know who it was? That's kind of funny in like a toxic way.
Down on any of these speedsters, I think in a
you guys should have led with that.
Can't really lock down on either a Zoroark or a Dodrio. So just
that's what you should have said.
It's got to be very careful walking into these tall grass, and this Trevenant has its work cut out for it to try to latch into one of these speedsters.
I see. I don't know what that is.
Should have looked at the map. Absolutely chose the wrong direction.
Ooh, nice snipe.
Shot. Wow, great shot as well from me, Phil. Man, if that was later in the game, that Dodrio is a goner. But check out.
I don't think the intel's died yet, has he?
Leaving that Miraidon on
I haven't been paying attention.
Going for the rip immediately as Fizzy goes in. There's an egg bomb in there too. Kree looking for the double slap, and look at that. The Inteleon moves in.
He actually almost got that.
To take that Regice away from Michael Merchants, not Dodo with the steal, but the KO streaks mounting up now for me, Phil. Pops the Azure Spy Vision. 2 KO streak for the Zoroark, but plenty of points to be scored here for BH3 Esports.
GG and someone's shut out for UCS? Yeah, I mean, people, like I said, NA players have no...
got the better half of that, or better part
they have
of
no
that
honor.
getting a couple of knockouts in that bottom path, but also...
Intel no longer needs to die because they fixed the bug? No, they didn't fix the bug.
In the central area,
they rebugged it. I tested it this morning to confirm. If you want to go to the start of the VOD to see, the bug is back.
Alone going for team fights rather than going for the objectives, because sometimes you don't want to give up that tier 1 goal zone, especially when you have a Miraidon.
I need the most toxic region.
6 minutes.
It's also the biggest region. So.
And Michael Merchants slowly but surely making their way to the top path. BH3 still watching over that bottom path with Fizzy.
Hard to say.
A rude awakening as BH3 will claim the majority of these clouds, or at least I would think they would. Deep backline poke from Volto, Metal Claw, but SVM, sorry, has taken
the healthy
down
chatter's got the calc still.
Have to continue
the bug, when Intel dies, its crit modifier increases, making it do more damage, basically.
Really starting to cook, looking for the scores now. Bright future.
Like once Intel's had a death in the game.
Cover to the scores as they go in. Still no goal zone broken. Wow, half the health bar of that Miraidon evaporated from the water of that big old snipe shot, and returning with a vengeance. Japer with the 2 KO streak. Michael Merchants might have left this a bit too late, Draku.
Yeah, I think it increases the crit modifier by 25%, which results in roughly 20% damage increase, I think.
One of them we saw
just know it's about 20% more damage.
You have to make a decision whether to use it on the Dodrio or use it on the Zoroark.
JP, the biggest region? I was talking of the Western teams in UCS.
It was kind of a luck of the draw that the Zoroark.
The JP teams are like, they're like the ACL stuff. But yeah, Japan's the biggest like region worldwide.
Really nice defense on the side of Michael Merchants, but with this Trevenant being elsewhere on the field,
but you guys don't you guys don't know all the drama that happens in Japan. Like, if you guys knew all the Japan lore, you would think Japan is the most toxic region.
But in going for the drill peck to
Like,
finish off that Reggie
Japan has some of the most crazy stuff.
On the bottom path, BH3 will take that Reggie steal.
Unimaginably
well.
crazy.
Michael Merchants hanging strong, but
It's like maybe I'll tell you guys one day kind of crazy.
Starting to exude more control.
Because I only have like hearsay information. I don't have like firsthand. I don't want to say the wrong stuff and, you know, mischaracterize someone. Otherwise, I would share it. We just don't notice it, yeah. Yeah, when you're, I'll tell you when you're older. I mean, I'll tell you guys some of the drama, but I won't name names. How about we do that? There's a player, pretty popular player in Japan, allegedly, who, Pokemon Unite player,
going on their own,
who
really nice wicked blow to make some space with a triple trap.
Let's just say he's like a womanizer, right? Multiple girls he chats up, and he convinces them to give him money for him to buy Pokemon cards and other stuff. And but then all the girls don't know about the other girls, and he just, you know, he just takes money from them. But then, like, when they stop giving him money, he starts like acting
into the lead once again on a knife edge this game.
Like he wants to off himself and just manipulates them for money. And it got so bad, right? It got so bad, like he had taken so much money from so many girls that he had asked the tournament admins to not broadcast his game because he didn't want them to know what he was doing or where he was. He wanted them to just think that he had disappeared. And this is a player that is like pretty popular, so allegedly.
Yeah, taking a look downstairs, that ain't
and this is just one player. I mean, there's so much interpersonal drama that happens, as it does in every region. But I'm just saying, like, it might feel like NA's the worst. It's just you guys are more exposed to it, that's all. Yeah, it's a Unite player. It's a Unite player. He's a pimp. No comment.
275 to 210 as the orange squad lines up. Watch out for that backline poke, maybe from J-Poke.
In Japan.
Considering the TP back to base, no, they're going to stay there as the triple trap.
Nice. Nice show pack.
Illusion dive completely whiffs. That's a huge Unite move wasted for the Michael Merchants.
Yeah, not only
was that wasted?
Assistance is gonna find its way.
That didn't seem wasted.
First knockout going over to Michael
I mean, it resulted in the Mew dying, and maybe the Bussy ult was a waste, but the Doji ult was fine. Did he mean to click? He probably meant to click the Dodrio, but the Dodrio had full heal, so.
But Chelvin is gonna soak up all of that damage from the Ebon Fist.
Hadron engine down, potential buffs. We got the
they might want to just finish Ray while Urshi's dead here.
And now maybe looking for the rip here, Michael Merchants.
Oh, nice Horn Leech.
Hey,
he has the final hit of Feint Attack.
With a chance to steal the Sovereign Sword.
But there's Zacian ult.
275 to 210. This score
and a Cypher in the back.
For BH3.
Yeah, but they already see Zacian already in the Pokemon Center. I think the Snorlax is trying to make a valiant effort to stop that tree from scoring. They actually don't have any points, but
the thing is right side team comp is fine, but they have to win the fight really hard, right? Because they have no secure, really. Their best secure is like final hit from Zoroark Feint Attack, which you saw how much damage it did. It was not enough to secure. They have like a fight comp, but they need to win the fight pretty hard.
Ultimately, a scary moment for BH3. There were a lot of misplays in this central area, but time and again, it's the story of Michael Merchant's game number one here. They had the opportunity to take team fights by the scruff of
Yo, hold on, wait, I just thought of something. If you know how you lose money when you die? Do you still lose money when you die as Zacian if you're charging your ult, but then you don't finish it? Because you know how the money depletes, but then you get the money back if you don't finish your ult?
Very scary moment there for BH3. Their Urshifu kind of
Can you use that to like save your money?
Central area, that Rayquaza
You can charge alt to save your money? Look at that. I didn't know that.
Michael Merchants definitely had a really
I'm a dummy.
good look. They had a Reggie.
Did you guys know? You guys knew? Everyone knew that?
Right before the final stretch. I think that'd be very favorable for these two speedsters who generally lack some defenses. But I mean, take a look at this scoreline. I need to take out my magnifying glass because before the final stretch.
Explain it again. It's 5 a.m.
Incredibly close game. 9
KOs. I can just. We can try to still in game and show you.
But take a look at this. Mephil, 110,000 damage. Basically, if you round up a couple of those digits at the end there, it's a pretty big number in competitive Pokemon Unite.
Huge, and I have to say, the confidence to go with Snipe Shot into a Zoroark and Dodo, partly because I feel like Snipe Shot is still the preferred move anyway, just in terms of pure damage output.
It obviously works like that. Lol, who doesn't know? Sorry.
The fact that they were landing so many of the shots, I feel like as casters we are continually impressed with it time and again. Maybe we should just say, oh, this is the normal for me, but genuinely, a breakout game from them, looking really impressive. But you're absolutely spot on with Michael Merchants as well. They didn't have a bad game themselves. There were so many individual moments of brilliance. SVM, not familiar with.
I knew the alt spreads. I knew that. No one else knew that, but I knew that.
The element with so many of these team fights from me, Draku, is but. Every single one of the major team fights had a but, and that included SVM. As impressive a game as he did have, wasting the illusion dive on the side.
Do I get a cookie now for knowing something you didn't? You get one Inder coin.
I think a couple of the Unite moves in the final
Don't sell it.
kind of went to no value. I think there was a really nice triple trample followed by a drill peck combo that landed on a couple of members of BH3. But like you were saying, the Nightfall Haze and also that blissful assistance kind of going to no value here. I mean, right here you can see the Urshifu.
Yeah, the blissful ult I guess didn't do well.
Tool on the side of BH3, down at least most consistent with that snipe shot being body blocked there by Chelvin.
Okay, so really the tech for those of you guys that were wondering is when you're playing Zacian, your Unite move charges based on your Aeos energy, right? You see this? But if you don't actually resolve your Unite, oops, you have to press B to cancel it, right? If you just cancel your Unite, you get your money back. And you get, I think you get like 75% or 70% of your ult, right? Yeah, you get 70% of your ult. So if you do this as you're dying, right, you should be able to preserve your money. Oh, whoa, I don't have my ult charge. Kill me. I kept my ult charge and I kept my money. I only lost the money I would lose on death. But I didn't lose all of it. Whereas, like, let's just go and die. And it's kind of hard to really prove it. Because we don't know perfectly the formula of how much money you keep on death. But if we just raw die here, what happens? I mean, it's hard. Okay, maybe it'll be easier to tell if we don't have 50, right? Actually, that'll be easier to tell. Hold on. It'll be easier to tell if we don't have 50. But 30, it should be a lot easier to tell. Right, because I should keep all my money in theory. Bro, why does this guy suck at killing me, man? There we go. You see how I basically didn't lose any money? Like, I was 30 before I died, I'm gonna respawn with 30. Whereas, like, if you die with 30 money, you're definitely not gonna keep 30 when you die. So it's like a way to, like, bank your money, I guess. I mean, the interaction makes sense. It just never occurred to me, and I've never really seen it happen or think about it. It's probably pretty important to know if you play Zacian. See, like, I lost money. It's not a 2-coin difference. But cool. Good to know. Good to know.
We're talking about a completely different game. We're talking about Michael Merchants really dominating the game. But here's the thing, is BH3 now have that 1-game lead, so could we see changes from them, actually, to try and secure down the macro?
Regarding the draft strategy specifically for Michael Merchants, their draft strategy was pretty clear early on. Of course, Mimikyu was just a
One thing that
good Pokemon
people don't do
out,
enough on Zacian, and it's just hard to do, obviously, right? But like, if I'm hitting this ball toy, right, you might think you should just Metal Claw forward and hit it. But if I'm in front of this ball toy, I can also just hit it this way.
Another Pokemon with a bounded type Unite move that is that Urshifu with the Ebon Fist Unite move. But here we go, going into game number 2.
No, yeah.
This time on
His ult didn't resolve for sure. But like, look, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, like if you're close enough, you don't need to just Metal Claw forward to hit something, right? I'm close enough. I can Metal Claw this way. And the damage will happen a lot sooner this way. You know what I mean? Also, it puts you behind them so you can keep autoing. Platoon do that? Yeah, it's like... It's for sure, like, really important to do. I mean, what the Japanese players do a lot of times is they just, like, prep their auto. But maybe it's just, like that. Good stop and not getting as far with Metal Claw. You're not trying to get far with it. I'm just saying, like, if you're already on top of someone fighting, like, the way you can do it. Also, like, you could do this, right? Like, I have no cooldowns on, so it's hard to see, but like, you can use your first Metal Claw to gap close, and then your second one to go backwards. Or you can use agility to gap close. I mean, there's just so many different ways to approach the character, right?
I'm not sure if this Buzzwole pick is gonna do super well, especially with the side. I think the big
I just think a lot of times you see players like go for the max range Metal Claw, and it just gets like sidestepped. Or like not even the max range ones, but like if you're right in front of them and you do this, you have to cock back so far. Whereas like if you're right in front of them, I feel like your damage comes out sooner if you do it backwards. Zacian's a cool character for sure. It just, the reputation is obviously ruined. It's also not intuitive, right? It's just not intuitive to walk up to something and then cast your move backwards. But I promise you, like, it can't be bad. Like, isn't that way better than like doing this? Like
some level of trouble, alas. We always see how these things play out. Levels and player performances.
Yeah, I don't know why Japan has to have like. You know, also the regionals for TCG, VGC, and Go. Toronto Regionals is also happening right now, or like in a couple hours. Like everything, it just happens at the same time. We should just probably be watching ACL instead of these low tier here. I'm kidding. That's a joke, by the way.
Again, Maridon in this bottom path going against Cobble. Really good last team from both of those actors. Zacian might be the first to fall here. Boosted auto Electro Ball, the tool of choice.
And look at Volto there, the speed up, the passive, forcing Crean to the X speed up.
Buzz XP share Mew top. That lane can't be bad, right?
As
You know what lane feels really good? Is the Zacian Mew. That has to be OP, right?
The support Mew and the evolution of
Zacian Mew top.
Pre-season 4 and now into season 4, Draku, so impressive to see some of these more attacking styles.
But I guess like
pick up this attacker and utilize it in such
the Mew would still just be OP bottom.
Giving the holiday gift of a shield, mind you.
How do you beat the lane combo? It depends. A lot of ways to win lanes is to understand that you're not meant to win the lane. And you're supposed to just get as much as you can out of it and just concede the rest of the lane. The worst thing you can do is like go to a very losing lane matchup, pretend like you're gonna win it, and I mean, it's not pretending like you win it if you just play it wrong, but like conventionally try to play like you would win it by walking up and contesting the farm and then losing it.
SBM really impressing me, but they need to do more with their team. And well,
what are we doing?
Round 1 to Volto, round 2 to not Dodo, and a big rotate onto bottom path. The foul play stuns 3, but 27 points down here for SVM. They can break the goal zone with Solon.
Just go and run it down, Intel. That was your chance, little frog boy. Unless he already did it. LG bringing it out in ACL. It's not going to be for like another month or a couple months. Free XP share Mew bot? I mean, it's probably okay.
Or a character or a player that's not been doing so well is Zacian in that top path. Been rather quiet, especially with the presence that we've been talking about Zacian has in this early game.
Volto eats a big thief and into the ground. I'm going to plant me a tree, says Volto. Kree's going to pick up the berry. Or are they? Oh, well, look, you can see Volto was going.
What to do versus Mew in lane?
Saying to Draku,
going to the side that the Mew is on, like the way you can play into Mew in lane, for example, is if you recognize that your lane, oh nice, if your lane is better at trading with the Mew. Because what Mew isn't good at is dealing player damage in the early game, right? For the Mew to damage you in lane, it needs to use its cooldowns because its basic attacks do nothing. And if Mew uses its cooldowns on you to outtrade your auto attacks, then you can play for the farm because the Mew's on cooldown now. Right? So like, you just need to play around Mew's cooldowns. Problem is like, it all depends on what the other character in the lane is too. And what your characters are. And then, right, like, then the implications start to come in and it depends on what the junglers are. Like, if you stall out the lane against a Mew, but their jungler is like an Absol and your jungle's like a T-Tar, right? You trying to trade the Mew and stalling out the farm isn't going to do much for you. The Absol's just going to come and take you down. So like a lot of the easy solutions is to just play really safe. To be honest, is just play really safe. Okay, we should pay attention to the game. I don't know what's going on. Oh! I thought the Mew was gonna get it. Yeah. Usually the best solution is to just not die. That's a good superpower. I mean, it doesn't do much, but it's a good superpower.
Especially with the snowball that BH3 is starting to form up here. I believe it is that time of the year, Relic, where snowballs tend to fall from the sky, sometimes at least. But as we go into the middle point of the game,
actually, snowball doesn't fall from the sky. Snow fall from the sky on the ground, make snow, and then human make ball. But snowflake come from the sky. Can we get a fact check?
Over here we've got rain. Always disappointing in the United Kingdom. We've got
actually
it's just not cold enough. 74
nerd.
116. Speaking of the stuff, both of these teams are
no problem, healthy chatter.
Merchants. they had a much stronger early game this time around, but sadly that's also fallen off a lot sharper than what we saw as the decline across game number 1 occurred. BH3 with a level 11, 2 level 11s now, sorry, and that level 10.
Buzz in the boosh.
Merchants have the level lead as Volto and Dodo again going at
What was the plan, by the way? What was the Buzz's plan on the Zation? He didn't even have ult.
Here's the solar beam from Greg. Oh, SBM caught a little bit too deep in the source, and now looking for the retreat.
We ulted a guy who has full heal up. What is going on?
Now going after their teammate Kree, they're not so lucky.
Yeah, really.
And I guess he got the ult. It worked out.
Maybe trying to push forward. They got maybe a little too
Grab, then hope for the best. Yeah, but
maybe too comfortable seeing
when you're in the bush like that, you have like a lot more time to think, no?
They lost a lot of EXP pushing on forward. I think it was more so that the offense was a little lackluster than the defense being.
Oh, nice eject combo. That was sick.
Grabs this Reggie like he's gonna send that over to
that
the tier 2
was
goals.
legitness.
Here for the defense, and Kree is gonna have to let go of their tier 2. A Reggie steal going over to Michael Merchants. Let's see what they decide to do here. They can push on forward, but it's a.
I mean, that was just a really nice combo.
That tier 2 or to that tier 1 in the top path.
But it's the long road ahead that Michael Merchants were clearly prioritizing there, choosing the Reggie steal instead of the defensive.
Good try to grab the Zoro out of his combo, but you're playing against Zoroark.
Run rampant on this top path. This is where we start to see a bit of value, maybe.
Snarl, big defense.
It's Fizzy versus the world, but here's the cavalry, and Fizzy's defense leads to Michael Merchants being forced off zone. 168.
Still think it's freaking stupid how eject backwards SmackDown works.
A beautiful defense by
really? I mean, it's like some of the only tech that Buzzwell has left, right? I like it. I like stuff like that. At least they fixed, or at least they changed how eject worked with superpower. Remember how how that used to work? Where you could grab someone with superpower and then eject them towards your team?
Both teams were level 13. Scratch that. Michael Merchants with a Zoroark.
That was worse.
On level 14. And check out that Maridon on level 12 too. That's not too shabby. Rayquaza.
You used to be able to eject mid superpower, and anyone you had grabbed, you would take them with you.
Set up shop looking for more wild Pokemon. Check out Japer, bottom
So like, once they were on you, they were on you.
Merchants surely gonna suss that out eventually as Volto stations on the top path.
On test server? No. It was on live. I played it a lot. Most of my Buzz games were when that used to exist in the game, and then they changed it.
Capture the big black dragon in the sky. Michael Merchants with 4 members down, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, and an ace for BH3 is going to be moving on.
It's a 4 KO streak for the Buzzwole.
Oh my god.
Winning the battles, Draku, it's about winning the war. And Buzzwole can stick their flag in the Michael Merchants home base now because the job is done. There's a minute left, and we can't say for sure at the moment. Michael Merchants are completely out of it. Big 34-second timer now for Volto to eat up. This Shifu as well going to go down, but Michael Merchants have to leg it, and they're going to have to hope that they pick up enough Eos energy on the way.
Guys, when is Nouns playing?
Going to be on a duo mission next to this Umbreon, who's done a.
Oh wait, they're trying for it.
Holding on to
but no.
Zones. They are going to lose their shield, but
oh, Zoro combo.
They're going to go ahead and retreat back to their tier.
Ray, how broken is Ray shield?
A little bit more healing onto that tier 2.
I think mathematically this is indubitably.
Continue scoring only 10 points.
Like right side team, it's a situation where right side team can go AFK.
First of all, here in this push on forward, this game might not be over as the.
No, it's over.
But we can take a look on the left side of your screen. Michael Merchants has bought a one-way ticket to the Pokemon Center, and BH3.
Join the Nouns VC and ask. No, I'm not in there. I ain't in there.
Aces for BH3. 1 in the Ray Pit. 1.
Allegedly.
Embers of this game, of this series. BH3, well, they ran the risk, didn't they, against Michael Merchants, who decided to flip the coin. Came up tails on this occasion.
little bit different of a game going into the final stretch. I think a Pokemon, or at least a player that was rather disappointing on my end was SVM. I feel like I kind of maybe had a little bit of a grimace every time they missed one of their Unite moves, but you know, Zoroark is one of those Pokemon that can be devastating in
the caster's flaming the Zoroark.
Unfortunately, this player fell a little bit too short, but a couple of standout performances for me.
Damn, toxic.
Big highlighted moment for them, but Inteleon.
What did they say? He said,
we've seen them on broadcast.
what a player that was really disappointing for me was Zoroark. I would grimace every time I saw them miss a combo.
Health bar just disappeared. Why? Because Mephil hit them.
He just flamed the Zoroark.
As simple as
he just hit him with the corporate flame.
This time around, but certainly
Blood just got flamed in the nicest way possible.
Pokemon still has value, but Michael Merchants, I think that as much as they will surely be happy with getting into the top 8, with making top 6 even this time around, first and foremost missing out on the money and the bigger CP amounts, which is a shame, but I feel like they'll look back at the VOD reviews of this series and wonder what if. There were so many opportunities. Of course, they got the Rayquaza again, of course. There are so many opportunities for them to really just show BH3 a little more of what they could offer on the Thea Sky Ruins, and they just kind of backed off at the wrong moments time and time again.
Might I highlight a moment there? Inteleon secured the Rayquaza with a boosted auto.
Second time in a row, right? That's insane. Crazy.
I was able to see it a little bit more clear this time because they were all by themselves above the Rayquaza on the other side of the wall. But it's an incredible showing of experience and composure.
I have something I want to show you that I saw on Twitter today.
Pokemon right on top of that Rayquaza. It is quite literally a Hail Mary. Finger points a shot into the Rayquaza, but nonetheless.
I'm trying to find footage of the game because apparently no one has it saved. But read this with me. 1 second, let's mute this. I can dominate a game for 9 minutes straight, be level 14 and 15 to level 12 and 13, have every advantage possible going into Ray, but still lose to a flip or some tiny mistake, making the whole 9 minutes of play rendered completely pointless. There's no ego. I am the best jungler this region has produced, or likely will ever produce. I can consistently get my team ahead in every angle of the game, or get my team back into the game at any state. But none of it matters when there's one single monumental objective and alone renders every play prior pointless. I don't even know if I want to keep playing without Smite, and having an objective so monumental to the deciding factor of a game sucks the fun and skill out of a game, leaving it entirely up to luck, semicolon. In any other game, when I kill the opposing jungler and I have full rip control, I should get the objective 10 out of 10 times with Smite. But instead, everything is rendered to luck. Who posted this? The team that lost the 3rd/4th match in OCE. I thought this was after the OCE finals, but they got... they went 4th in OCE. Like, I don't want to be toxic, man, but why is there a whole anime manifesto here? Honestly, kind of based. I want to get the footage of the game. Maybe he's right, dude. Maybe he's the best jungler this region has produced or will likely ever produce. You like the wording? I mean, I give it a 7 out of 10, right? I think repeating the word monumental, right? Like you really want to be able to change up your language here, right? Also, I feel like the phrasing here is a bit confusing. Like level 14 and 15 to 12 and 13, I would maybe go with something a little bit less obtrusive. This part was good. There is no ego. I think I would go, instead of a contraction here, I would go, there is no ego, period. I am the best jungler this region has produced, period. Or maybe comma, or likely will ever produce, period. I can consistently get my team ahead in every angle of the game, or get my team back in the game at any state. This is just such a long sentence. I think I would period here and then cut the butt and say none of it matters when there's one single monumental objective, which, right, I'd go with which renders every play prior pointless. I don't know if I want to keep playing without smite, and having it like, I wouldn't repeat the word monumental here, okay? Right? Like the double on the monumental, you got to use a different, like, this is where you go like Thesaurus monumental. But otherwise, like I give it like a 7 out of 10. We'll give it like a 7.3. 7.3. One bite. Everyone knows the rules. A copy pasta every time we lose in solo queue. I only have a picture of it, so someone would have to type it out, but sure. Plenty of teams win games with or without having Lester. I don't think they understand the game that well. I didn't watch this particular game, so I have nothing much to say about it. Having to draft your comp to have a secure is good for Unite, and some mons having their secure on their Unite's also cool. Yeah, there's just a lot of things, right? Like, Darkrai is probably the best example of this phenomenon, right? Like, we can all agree that Darkrai feels like an overtuned Pokemon in a lot of situations. Really good at assassinating enemy Pokemon, but its pivotal flaw, not that good at dealing damage to objectives. Better now with the Nasty Plot build, for sure. A lot better with Nasty Plot. But its secure suffers a little bit, especially if you go Dark Pulse, right? Dark Pulse makes you like really elusive and you can get a lot of poke. But when it comes down to objectives, you might struggle a little more. Right? Miraidon, a lot of your damage is gated behind your passive. If you need to rip Ray after winning a fight and your passive isn't up, you're going to do a lot less damage to Ray. My jungler is my Chris Heroes and he's muscle, attack weight, stacking specs. Yeah, but what Pokemon is he?
Whoa! So, you're over there with Doob, and now you're over here with me for teleportation. Your secret skrill. But, folks, everybody, welcome back to the December Cup for the Europe region. I'm Kellosaurus, and of course, we have Soph-Chan, the magician here, joining us today. What a fire 2 sets we have had so far, Soph.
Oh, yes, we did, and I know there
Jokes on you, I have 2 junglers in my solo queue games.
Of the games and all of these too.
My teammate's tweet made it to the end. Wait, was that your teammate? I have no context of it.
Was just so up there.
All I know is that it wasn't even the finals.
Absolutely insane. So really,
that's the only thing I know, that it wasn't even the finals. I thought maybe like he lost in the finals.
Where we have Gen
and he was like pouring his heart out.
On there. But I mean, so far, we've had some pretty big upsets there. I mean, Drill Peckers defeating Gen 5 and knocking.
I like it. It made for good content.
Bracket, that is absolutely wild.
It really is, because we had been talking and we talked about it in a pre-show, Kello. Gen 5 Opinion
lost in lower bracket to an Umbreon foul play secure 1-1.
The one team who won in AOS Cup play-ins last 2
I mean,
weeks. And well,
do you have the VOD? Can we watch the VOD? Is the question.
For the winners finals, we have.
Is there ever a case of like self-reflection where it's like maybe the game shouldn't come down to maybe the game shouldn't come down to an Umbreon being able to steal it? I mean, I haven't seen it.
Shaken up, I guess you could say.
DC share for me?
It is still
I gotta watch this, but if you have it uploaded somewhere, maybe I could watch it another time.
Month, or I mean, 2 weeks ago, really. I keep on saying last month, even though it was beginning of December.
I get my team ahead in every angle of the game.
Cup in
He's gonna get clowned for it for sure. I think it's funny. It's definitely just funny to meme on it.
In that winners final, but drill peckers, you know, that must be.
We can all agree we'd all be the best juggler in OC. You guys are toxic.
From last month, and it's just going
monumentous.
You know, the
guys,
strength and the difference.
It's not. I'm a nice guy. You guys are not nice guys.
I guess you could say so.
I'm a nice guy.
As you mentioned, last event.
You guys are not nice guys.
2 weeks ago, we had drill peckers making into the quarterfinals.
2 teams competing. Guys are toxic.
So this time around, they come in through the.
I'm healthy chatter. What do you mean? True.
Are still gonna be
I'm just a chill guy.
Winner finals that we're going to be covering in just a next.
There was some miscomms, and after watching Rayfight, you were seeing a lot of inting, which is usually how it goes, right?
This one, and on top of that, although Michael Merchants also are already knocked out of the tournament, which is what we just saw with Draco and Relic. They also.
Do I know what Pika Diff wanted to do, and what do you mean?
Out of what we had been looking at as Opinion in being such a strong opponent.
You know, Candy Cane, you DM'd it again? Oh yeah, Ender Kane, right?
Cinema there, so it has been absolute cinema here today, and I don't think the action is going to stop.
I think I still have it saved.
That aren't familiar with Gen 5, as these teams are getting readied up in lobby.
I don't.
We do have over on Gen 5 some pretty well-known names: Utah, Megu, Suzuro, Lundaru, and Qatar. Representing them, and over on Lelover side we have Umi, Nayat, Potato, Snow, and Marv. So I guess from these names, Soph, any of them ring a bell? Anything that comes to mind when you hear them?
I will say, we mentioned during pre-show, and I think.
Hold on, let me do this on my other monitor.
Throughout the tournament. That's what I think about when I think of Utah, and I feel like this is not going to be any exception to the rule. It's going to get banned once again against Gen 5. And on the side of Lelovers, when they played against Absolute Cinema, Potato to me was just so good on the Garchomp. It's definitely one of their specialties, but also when they played on the Zacian, it was crazy good. So we know that these are Pokemon, for example, the Mimikyu and the Zacian, there's sometimes that they are either picked or they are banned.
It's funny how you've mentioned all of these 3 Pokemon, Mimikyu, Zacian, and Garchomp, all falling into that all-rounder category. So, I mean, we know in terms of all-rounder picks, there is a lot to choose from. I'm hoping we get to see some Serena, but you
couldn't sleep your doom. That was me yesterday.
So we are going to head on into this draft pick phase. Well, there you go. You picked it. Mimikyu, Zacian on the chopping block.
Lost that
for this match, along with 2
flip, lost the foul play, then lost an Eldegoss. I mean, yeah, it happens. It's annoying.
Especially for the orange side, right, Kello?
Garchomp nerfs even worth writing about in the update? I mean, a little bit, but it's still a solid Pokemon.
Pokemon in particular, with Blissey out, Hooper is going to come in, definitely using that Trick Hooper build, which is something that we know can sometimes mean the likes of a Garchomp or the likes of a Mewtwo Y.
Gamma, I have a question if you want to answer it. According to Start.gg, the team currently known as Requiem, formerly known as Nebula, had an admin adjusted point total on them after the AOS Cup play-ins. Are we allowed to know what happened? Why was there an admin point adjusted manual? No. Okay.
So well with those allies, but
carry on.
Talking about Garchomp a little bit
earlier, you, Sergeant.
As well. Megu has locked that down for Gen 5. So whether they're the ones that are going to end up playing it, we'll have to wait and see. And along with a Slowbro, Slowbro in terms of its Unite move, the lockdown potential, but also just because it is such a tanky kit, it's just so hard to take down.
It really is, and I think overall, this squad here, this composition for Gen 5 feels very solid. The Glaceon is going to guarantee some of their early game pressure, and when you have the level 5 for the Urshifu available as well, it's going to be...
Is Miraidon honor band? It's a good question. Guys, why won't Utah play the broken range characters? He's so good at them.
compared to
I hate him.
respect for them getting the Garchomp.
I have such a vivid memory of watching Utah play Candle last year and literally smurfing the whole game. And like the most broken character, range character to ever exist in the game is available, and he wants to play Urshifu. He's so good at range Pokemon. Did someone tell him to play them?
Or the bottom path, we'll just have to wait and see.
He was good on Delphox too.
Of time for Megu to get online, and depending on whether Utah ends up taking that central area or whether they end up going into pathing.
Wait. Did anyone see that Mew's item? The Mew's running Energy Amp.
We know as well that when you have a Pokemon,
What kind of sneaky Sneal looking at build is that on Mew? Why is he Energy Amp?
As the Chansey going into their own central area to help.
What?
To deny any possible invades is something that has been happening very constantly as well.
Does Energy Amp even proc the
they're gonna have a good
on the Mew ult damage?
With that Buzzwole plus Mew, because the Garchomp, well, still has to evolve 3 times. So when you have, of course, twice to get the 3rd tier evolution.
I don't think it does, right?
Is going to allow Lelovers to have some of that
Energy Amp is
as we get into our game
for
the last quarterfinals.
4 seconds.
Gen 5 on your purple side versus Lelovers.
Mew's ult.
And we can see Sending Snow, who is that Eevee, going to evolve into that Leafeon, into that central area, along with the Cubfu.
Is 5 seconds.
Side, but we can see the Snorlax creep on over across the other side.
So it doesn't. It literally doesn't even proc on Mew's ult.
Over on Gen 5 side.
Yeah, that's Snorlax going invading deep as the bot side also seeing some success with that push. Marv is going to
the Mage Mewtwo. I don't know. Masha was playing it. It looked good. I haven't personally tried it, but it looked good. This triple AP item Mewtwo.
Outside, Lelovers don't seem to find that much. Oh, actually, they got some success taking down that Eevee, but that's all that we have seen so far across the map. Shifu is online on the level 5.
Yeah, and it has gone for the Dark Bear. Wicked Blow moveset as well. So it's just that trusty secure that we were talking about. But it all comes down to that charge up. You don't want to be in a tall grass, but those birds are going to get soaked up there. So no KOs for either side, as Azura is going to get locked down in a mean look here.
Still trying to push, but it's a 3v2 as the Shifu has taken one of those Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center, and Utah decides to go and pivot to the central area as they are going to have that extra bit of time before the 8-minute mark to fight for the Altaria Swablues. Top side still continue to try as much pressure because Kaizen is now an Umbreon. Potato can move forward.
I guess that's the thing. Mega isn't actually running attack weight, so they can play a bit passively, where Potato is running their attack weight, so, you know, has to try and risk it, empty out those AOS energy. But when they have 28 points on hand, it is going to be difficult unless you get some KOs. But, oh my gosh, Mega with the pushback there, so are they going to get out?
Oh, no, the answer is no, unfortunately, Yellow. And when you have such a big push from a Leafeon early game, you know that there's trouble coming around. A huge rotation from Lelovers altogether, as 4 members or even 5 members were on the top side as they are now transitioning to the central area. I believe that before the Leafeon went to the top side, they also guaranteed the central Swablues.
The one thing I do
No, not muted. What's up, guys?
Is at level 7. It does
Hello, Indy. Please teach me to be good at this game. Thank you. Was that you that just DM'd me? I opened my Discord DMs.
So we do have those birds spawning up shortly, but they're not going to delay and look at soaking those up.
But I have streamer mode on, so I can't see what your name is. You just DM'd me. Please teach me to be a good support. Smile Doge.
So Reggie and Lecky is going to be very necessary for them. They have quite a lot of points to potentially take this down. They have the 30, so that would be
Smile Doge
enough to guarantee that fine prime spot to start that Reggie and Lecky as he can.
Yeah, we're friends from last OC regionals. We're friends.
Will also guarantee Reg Ice and not going to get contested. So overall, trading of
Smile Doge.
Yeah, one objective each side. The benefit for Gen 5
just
is
press the heal buttons, you know.
Experience across the side. Plus, they have that hasty regen. Oh my gosh, Marv with the heavy slam onto Utah, preventing him from going back home.
Is Top gonna walk?
Getting punched in the backside for that one.
Yeah, sometimes you can at least try to get.
Did I coach the best jungler? I did not coach the best jungler.
Speaking of, this zone is also going down as Utal is very deep into the enemy defense.
I did a little bit of OC coaching.
As this fight started with Lelovers on top.
Yeah, not this time.
Low in HP. The hyper beam is huge. The solar beam.
Uh-oh.
As they have a 4.
I guess my
streak for Umi. Make it a 5 KO streak.
Penta Mew energy amp.
Just for the Mew.
I'm just a dog.
That is massive. Picking up all of that experience, you can see they have climbed to the highest level on the map so far, a level 11. So that is absolutely wild. And I guess the benefit is it isn't that supporting Mew this time round. So those solar beams, lights.
Maybe I need to coach the best jungler.
Pack a punch.
They definitely.
I don't know. Has Celestial been in the rings already? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can do anything. It might be too late already.
As they know that Gen 5 is also interested in taking out.
Gen 5 needs the best jungler.
Have been taken, and a difference in points that goes 8 for Gen 5.
Celestial coach you last year? Yeah, I don't know. I might not be able to fix that.
I think one of the biggest risks here, for Gen 5, is the fact that their home base is wide open, and it's demonstrated perfectly here.
How are they getting home
we
caps?
Just had to Snow go and dunk in Eos energy into that home base. So, you know, I know. People say when there's a way, there's a way, but if you are able to just get enough points, and oh my gosh, they're going in with a smackdown, quick KO there.
Very quick indeed. And 5 seconds for this rotation here to the bot side makes it for Gen 5 to be very much behind the rotation. Well, no, actually.
All right, guys, let's actually try to watch some games instead of just sitting here like
not going to be participating, so
dinguses, okay?
Not going to be able to help in the contest, but it's fine. Once again, both objectives traded with no fighting whatsoever.
Okay, so top side, Regieleki being cleared fast means that the next Regieleki can walk towards home. Also, this Regieleki walking towards the home is kind of scary.
It's really interesting that they decided to pivot away, even though the Snorlax.
The Levion has ult. Okay, they back.
Their tier 1 pad from that.
Just ult him.
Umbreon from that side, but Soph going.
Why did we wait so long? He's gonna get away. Why didn't we just instantly Dragon Rush ult them?
They do. That is insane.
Ay caramba.
On the bot side, Lelovers is pushing out pretty strong with a super swole slam. But
oh, we're zoomed in.
And look at our camera going in. We are fancy. But Gen 5 is going to take this opportunity to get
fine.
scraps.
Megu pops off here.
Another one will be the Snorlax. A 2 KO streak for Megu, who's going to feel very
Guys,
much better for this bot side push.
Do we have all 7 teams of OC in the chat right now?
Here's the experience. They've managed to spike up to level 13, so have both of those plus movements on hand, which is going to reduce that move cooldown. But once again, we're going in for another fight here.
Yeah, super strong from the side of Lelovers.
Maybe Energy Amp's OP on Mew.
Back to base, and another one that is going to be doing quite a big help. 3 KO streak in the bush, and they managed to survive.
They're playing well on Mew.
Sneaky reset from Utah.
Oh my gosh, Umi is on an absolute roll on this Mew. They've managed to catch up, also hitting that level 13 benchmark as well. But I mean, yeah, we look at the points with 1 minute left to go until the final stretch. Gen 5, they are the ones behind at 21 to 287. So I guess the benefit is they do have all of that comeback experience in terms of the Indeedis over on their side. Well, Lelovers, I guess thing is they have the map control. So that's why they're going in, being aggressive, pushing on forward. That way they can just starve Gen 5 of this. But this is going to be a really risky Regieleki here, Soph.
I totally agree, Kello, with Gen 5 trying to get some space in.
Am I the clown for clowning on the energy at Mew? I feel confused.
Down there, but they are still going to be blocking them out of the objective for the moment, as there's still 30 seconds for Rayquaza to spawn, and this could be
I mean, level 14 Mew at Ray, it's got to be OP no matter what items you are, right?
Going for the objective, and I'm more interested in not causing any.
What are your thoughts on Gen 5 being so behind? If I was Gen 5, I would not want to be behind.
You don't want to get caught out. Instead, you want to try to get this prime as Megu ends up getting caught out here. So if we're beginning the final stretch.
Yeah, the live it outrageous.
I mean,
huge, and they're gonna have
he's fine-ish. Bro ult on the buzz was really solid there. The buzz is doid. Did he Urshi ult the buzz as well?
Only to have Umi follow back one of those players coaching over the wall as they're still pushing back, but the Yashifu is so huge. And look at you.
Mew went down. Mew has a 30-second death timer. Hey, Gen 5 has to finish Ray. Where's the Chomp? The Chomp is here. Urshi did the trick reset, okay. Channel Wicked Blow, it's easy. It's easy.
Trying to time it perfectly, quickly, but they don't. And Gen 5 will guarantee the Rayquaza.
I mean, Gen 5 coming back from having their home pad scored on.
Absolutely wild, just falling behind in points for that whole game, only to secure the
They're gonna get 3
100
caps.
points does end up going in. However, Suzuro
Nice.
has been broken here. Slowbro marching on forth, getting a 90 points onto that goal, and now
Wouldn't
Gen
you just
5
play
do
Shell
have
Bell
the
on Mew
lead.
though if you
Thing
wanted to
is,
CDR?
Leftovers, there's still a minute left here, so do they have the momentum? Do they have enough?
Otter used to really like
stamina
Shell Bell on
to
Mew.
fight on back and get some dunks of their own?
It's a very tricky question because Megu still has their Ray Shield. And
Are they lose so bad?
Utah defending here. Had as 5 members of La Lovers are committing to this push.
Mew had energy up, that's why.
That was an interesting animation, but they managed to get it. 304.
Wait a second.
Goddamn close. As we're still
Wait a
trying to push
second.
this, and they have just
I mean,
enough of the
it should be
points
impossible,
to
right?
Delphion.
For
They need
Lullovers to
something
push
more,
this?
but it's still going to be super tricky if those points can't really connect. The slow beam is huge. Kaizen is going to get taken. More points to be scored, and the small gubbins, the better. But Gen 5 managed to defend.
I think
this
they
one.
think
It is
they
a
might be
4
behind, but
ace,
they're ahead.
And the Lovers are out for such little points.
We need to score! Utah!
You gotta say,
Quick!
a valiant
Utah!
effort over to Lelovers for not
Quick!
giving up, pushing that pad, but unfortunately with the
Oh my God, we won.
healing and the shielding that home base provides, Gen 5, and then
Energy
they also
and
have
Mew
the
and Muscle
Rayquaza
Band
shields on
mine.
hand.
Oh.
They're the ones that are going to win that final fight and take that first match for the
This game is about winning the last 2 minutes. That's it. Yeah, I read the OCE manifesto, and I agree.
Advantage all throughout that game, but the way the Gen 5 played around the
JL.
was just so huge. With Utah going into the backline and having the best.
Are they right for running special attack items on Mewtwo? It looked good. I don't know. Machi is like the only one that plays it that way. But the way he was playing it made sense. I don't know.
As well, heavy damage that could be output there, especially in the damage per second category.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the thing. Gen 5, things looked a little bit dicey for them, but the fact that they were able to just keep their cool during that final stretch, be able to take 3 of those members down, which will likely surely see in this highlights package.
Playing outside of Japan?
This was, there was some great
I only saw
moments
Machio
from
play it,
Mooney.
but
I know
it
they
looks
had pulled
fine.
the 5 KO streak, the huge solar beam.
Am I
light
friends
streak
with these
combo.
EU teams? I'm friendly with them. I wouldn't say like they're my friends. Like, I'm pretty friendly with Utah. I would like to assume so. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some of the players that hate me, and I don't know.
Those Regielekis pushed into all of the pads. You had one going and racing into the home base, and this fight here.
Utah's low, bro. Yeah,
like it was a very bad
I'm cool with Utah. I like Utah.
As the Garchomp, there were plenty of resources that were used to try to stop them.
One thing I have to point out during that Suzuro with the clutch trick placement over onto Megu, who was at such low HP, giving them that movement speed buff, but also just the shielding so they can get out, was absolutely clutch. And I mean, yeah, you look at this, who's left? 2 shredders.
Toon hates me. Yeah, but Toon hates everyone, so it doesn't really matter.
Blow. Things just ended up fitting into place like a puzzle for Gen 5. I mean,
have any teams made a gentleman's agreement to just not use Psyduck without banning it? No, no one's gonna do that.
Completing that picture. It was just all Gen
Psyduck
5,
gives the team with first pick an advantage in draft. Because the second pick team is essentially forced to ban it.
But the question is,
foregoing that advantage is something no one would do.
Last month, can they do what
hates me the least?
Last month,
he might hate me the most.
Losers bracket run themselves.
Which means that he likes me the most.
We'll see if that's the case, because
Darkrai's opened this game. Darkrai's banned from the tournament.
Right here in this quarterfinals,
Darkrai's auto banned for game-breaking bugs.
Which is the opponents waiting for them in the losers semi-finals. And I gotta say, this game in particular, I felt like it was in Lelova's hands. I thought they had the early lead, but maybe a couple of times I would have preferred to see some more contention, because most of the objectives they were traded.
Thought some NA players would not like you because I exposed the shadies more than I didn't expose anything.
You want to look for those
I pretty much have barely said anything that isn't already publicly available. But I don't think there's any like major beef, at least from my end, with anyone. I'm chill.
In terms of,
I heard some teams don't practice Psyduck. Sometimes that happens.
Yes, it pushes on forward.
Sometimes it happens where the most broken character in the patch doesn't get practiced a whole lot because it gets banned every game in scrims.
And also weaken those goals. That way they do get that insta scoring. But
Portal bug really that bad? I don't know if it's that bad, to be honest. I haven't experienced it more than once. I've only ever seen it happen once.
A Reggie Steele giving them that attack and special attack buff, but it's also that global experience that those basement Reggies provide. That
ACL did the same exact ban, so
I guess
there's probably more to it than the admins just coin flipping Pokemon. Because in the past, the admins would just coin flip, kind of what they felt like banning. But now I think there might be more at play. I don't know though. I have no idea.
All of the extra wild Pokemon that they have on their side. So I guess when
the Hoopa bug is that sometimes the portal doesn't get interrupted by knockups.
A little bit more aggressively into that later game to try and steal away all of that comeback experience.
I feel like when we
anyway, wouldn't allowing Darkrai make things more balanced because it would force both first and second pick to ban something specific? Darkrai isn't as high of a priority to take away in draft as Psyduck is. And Darkrai is auto-banned from the tournament because it literally breaks the game. It will send your character permanently above the map sometimes. Into parts you literally can't access for the rest of the game. You can also just remove your mini-map. Like, it's just literally, it breaks the game.
So if they get the extra EXP, as you mentioned,
or yeah, under the map, not above, but yeah.
Maybe that rotation
yeah, the ACL bans are the exact same as UCS. Which is why it makes me think that there might be like more to it. You sent me something on Discord?
Have the comeback and the potential just growing power much quicker. That our ahead is going to force you to go so deep into the enemy bases.
Yeah, exactly. I guess, yeah, maybe. No, that's the thing. I'm glad we're not pro players here. So for me, we only provide the analysis of what potentially, in those moments.
Okay, we got the portal.
Pick yourselves up.
Wait.
And go on to the next game, which we
rate this Hoopa last hit and I reset the Mammo. Bro, why are you trying to flex on me on you getting a last hit? I thought this is like a bug you're about to show me.
Gen 5, they go for the with an Umbreon, which has been off and on for the drafts so far that we've seen on broadcast. First pick for
guys, what's wrong with OCE?
Is Zacian.
Good steal, buddy.
Yes, Zacian has really come to that rise. I guess we've been seeing a lot of Zacian and Miraidon.
What was my role when I played? Support.
The potential that it has, I guess, being one of those former EX Pokemon to charge up your moves with that AOS.
Let me update the bracket.
Kaizen, I guess, considering that their Umbreon ended up getting banned by Gen 5, they're going to lock in the Hoopa this time round and take that away from Suzuro.
I really like what Lalovis is going for here because Umi did so well on this Mew that
they're not OC.
At the same time,
well, good steal, buddy. Good job.
To be provided to the Garchomp by the Hoopa trick build was also so important for Gen 5 that taking it away by Lalovis was a great choice. Potato now takes the Garchomp.
Okay, so does Lelovers just not play Miraidon, by the way?
And comfy combo for
does this team just not play Miraidon?
Oh, I mean, we've seen this a fair bit.
Right, they 1P'd Zacian, 1-2 Mew, Hoopa.
Plus, Miraidon and Zacian. There's just so much potential for the Comfey on who they choose to latch onto. But, ooh, Snow. Pivoting away from that speedster role and
he took off the energy amp.
So in our pre-show, we did talk a fair bit about Zarina. It is
Zoro Comfy
of the next steps patch.
Zoro Comfy, Miraidon, Zacian into Lax Hoopa.
So
I mean, right side team comp has the potential to blow out this game.
Much later scaler,
but
in comparison, so it doesn't end up getting.
If they int, then right side comp.
Evolution at level.
Then Serena's like Thanos. Right? That's my take. Left side team should full dominate this game. But if they int, then all these characters are OP when the enemy team ints. Mew, Garchomp, and Serena. They're literally like some of the best characters in their role for when the people you're playing against int.
Into the Zoroark, I feel like with the Comfey being in the lane and helping them, especially on the top side for the early Swablues, it's just gonna be make or break for the rest of the rhythm that we're gonna have in the game.
We ran the calcs this morning on the Serena bug, by the way, guys.
You know, rather than
Serena's ult is healing for 4 times more than it's supposed to.
Zarina, you know, does have.
So if you want to talk about characters that are bugged, I think Serena might have a bigger issue.
Going to be enough, but so here we go.
Here we go, game 2, Callow. Potential final game for Gen 5 to advance into the losers semis, as we are seeing the expected with the Gibble and the Hooper on the top side, but Bliss, of course.
Yet it's available, yeah. I think maybe they weren't made aware of the bug, or maybe they treat bugs in different classifications. I don't know.
Is quite unusual. You don't really see it.
All right, coaching Hoopa, Mew on the top side. Hoopa got the red buff, popped out early.
Plus, they are going to go and help.
Mew got the last hit. This Mew player looks pretty solid, to be honest.
I find it very fascinating how they went for a 3.
And then Maride on bot. He doesn't have his passive. They lost that last hit. Yeah, he has his passive now. Fuck our passive.
That they're gonna have to try to get an advantage for themselves.
Okay, we got that.
Go for the go zone. You have the
Mew's rotated down. Got his coaching. We lost our focus man on Zoro.
They're gonna be here pretty fast for it.
And the Hoopa's down here as well.
It's gonna get mostly guaranteed by the side of Lalovas and stacking there by Snow. They really need to get that Serena online.
1v1 Garchomp versus Zacian topside. But the Zacian's struggling because the Hoopa had the red buff and the Mew is helping top as well.
Electro Ball is going to shoot.
I mean, Lelovers played this early game pretty decently.
Not chip away much from that Zoroark, considering it does have that Comfey pocket. But you know what, Gen 5, this is what we usually see from them. It's that aggression of the Comfey Zoroark.
And Serena's level 6 now.
Waiting for the perfect time, but unfortunately they didn't end up.
I think Utah's dead.
Serena there.
Well,
yeah, and I think now the game is extremely hard for Gen 5. It's Stomp? I mean, Stomp is fine this game. It's into Zoroark.
But a huge backup that comes from Dalovas, especially with coaching and the shields that it comes through with. You have not just the coaching, but the Trick Hooper in this composition. I am very excited to see how the later team fights are going to go through. The top side still being pushed as the Zoroark is looking to go into the back lanes. Help that comes through on the Maridon.
Did I expect them to still play Hoopa despite the portal ban? Yeah, for sure. Trick is still solid.
Playing it safe for now as they make their way through, looking for the perfect pick, and Potato might be this perfect
Potato's
pick
caught out topside
as they manage to knock them down.
He's just, he had full vision of everyone being their top. They're kind of just inting, right? Like a lot of these deaths seem so unforced, with like good information as well.
Very competitive and intense game.
Yeah, and look, Utah and Sazura aren't going to give on up, but it is a tricky Hooper there, so they're not going to get KO'd. But we do have these basement Reggies spawning.
No, the thing that's really good about Trick, I mean, the shield is solid, it's the movement speed, though. Like, the movement speed plus the shield.
Unfortunately.
And then, yeah, the rest of Hoopa's kit is just OP. Hoopa's ult is insane, its laning is insane, it's tanky. What does int mean? Int is like intentional feeding, like when someone does like a really bad play, basically, or when they die in a moment where they shouldn't be dying. Basically means making like a mistake. They made a mistake.
They're not going to be able to get any AOS energy up into that top side, so tier 1 is still left standing for Lelovers. But we do have these birds here.
Yeah.
Highly contested, but I mean with a 4v1 now the tables have turned, Soph, and Kaizen getting the revenge on the Maridon.
Yeah, Lunda, unfortunately, not going to be surviving that one.
I feel like Gen 5's early game is so weak. Even last game, they lost their tier 2 top so fast. Like their laning seems really weak. Which is weird because all their players are like good.
Deep Pride as now Qatar is going out to the back line. Doesn't really get.
Oh, I think Qatar is like a cursed tree one trick, right?
But they still have to be careful considering the grass not on the comfy, but Utah will disengage.
Yeah, they're not going to look at engaging here. They want
solid on it, though.
to use their resources potentially for a better
Oopsie.
time. As
We should have probably got that cap. Oh well.
But Utah ends up getting denied those dunks by Potato, and we're going in. A huge electric terrain is being laid on out on the floor. So.
Nope.
And very necessary to guarantee the
Kind of full healed for nothing. It was a good bait, but
again,
full healed nothing. Oh, he's Sacred Sword. You guys were asking if people still play Sacred Sword. There you go. Megu's playing it. Is it good this game? Seems fine, right? I guess it seems fine. Isn't Metal Claw kind of nice into Mew though? It feels like you should be able to avoid a lot of Mew damage.
Especially when you have the Hooper to get even more of that buddy barrier shielding as they're still going to push him forward. Plenty of HP bars, still huge with the Queen Ascendance.
Nice eject combo.
Another heavy slam, pushing them with the block into their own squad and denying the damage as well. Qatar is left standing, but funnily enough, Lalova's
One trick's common in other pro player MOBAs. Yeah, I would say so.
End up getting many KOs, so that is good. They were also
a lot of players get their break by being a one trick, you know?
Last game from
like,
having both of
becoming a professional player isn't like, it's kind of like a subjective, self-defined kind of role or title, right?
I mean, points are quite close here, so
it kind of just happens.
Going towards T2, but this could be huge for Gen 5 here.
Oh, you have the slow smoke as well, and it's gonna get guaranteed by Gen 5 with the Zacian.
When the Garchomp's on 1 HP with full stacks, it's so annoying to take him down. Because your instinct is to want to just auto him, but you're never winning that trade, right? He has the Phantom Force take, but he's just getting perma-stunned. Well done by Utah to perma-stun him with only level 12 Shadow Claw. A good combo.
They are very much healthy.
And now they're going bot instead. The Chomp jump bot though, he anticipated it. Good Mew ult to not get full comboed.
Second Reggie Alecki only to come to no fruition, but waste some time. So that tier 1 is still left standing. Snow with full pockets, wandering around. They are only at that level 11, so likely trying to reach that level 12, level 13 benchmark. I mean,
equivalent signups from OC population EU means EU should have had 192 teams this tournament.
But considering everybody else's levels, there's
that's
still
impressive.
Level 10s on the side of Lelovers here.
It could make a huge difference on this.
You probably have to divide it by like 3 though, right? Because the size of the regions are accounted by the world's invites that they get.
Funnily enough, that was the case considering they are behind on levels themselves. Snow gonna go very low as Utah is getting a back cap of a 50. Now still with the healing and the focus man procs. They're gonna maintain themselves healthy. Bottom side of Reggie Steele on 50%. Oh, and the Horn Leech will take them back. Lunda just waiting for the charge beam to guarantee the final hits. And it's gonna be the Garchomp who does it. So Potato will continue on pushing forward.
That too, not every country's allowed in EU. Okay, so Lelovers, Garchomp, and Serena are already down.
I don't know if
left side team
about that, considering
I think Gen 5 should hit Ray right now.
Yes, they do end up coming up for this final stretch, but the thing is Gen 5
and see how the fight plays out.
To go and shred this as the rings have come
okay, hoop ult.
Yeah, looking very interesting here, especially with the backup with the rings and badge you mentioned. Oh,
Sacred Sword.
Well,
Snorlax is doid. Serena's 1 HP with ult though. Serena's 1 HP with ult. Watch the Serena HP. Watch the Serena HP. Wait, did the heal proc? I can't even tell. I think it did. He healed through the damage.
And the flowery fields might not be forever, but Gen 5 will.
That was just a good setup.
And are looking to push with Lunda with 22.
He got the KO. Oh, true.
A 50 onto Mega.
Did he? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, and they're rushing away from Marv. I mean, even
did the ult get the kill?
Be able to stop this one. Zarina also jumps from the pad, but Megu able to agility their way across the wall and back to safety. And they still have their shield here. So there is a lot of AOS energy on the floor, but Lelovers are going to make sure to pick that one up. I mean, this is like we saw last round, right? Rayquaza going over to Gen 5. Lelovers caught in this position where they have to try and make up a difference. This time around, I mean, it's still not a lot, but whether they're going to have that momentum, that power to actually take down these Titans that Gen 5 just demonstrating.
45 seconds to go with a massive bullish push, plenty of Unite moves, and Gen 5 is still coming out on top. The Flowery Fields Forever help up massively. Umi has to use, oh, they don't even have, they were trying to do their Unite move there, but it got cancelled just at the end of it because they got taken down themselves. And Gen 5 with another almost team wipe, as we saw the Hooper on the top side, Kaizen trying to score that 50. That wasn't even going to be enough anyway, while Gen 5
how's Hoopa without Hole? I mean, Trick Phantom Force is still a solid set.
Into the loser semifinals.
Yes, they are going to be going up against a BH3, but that does mean Lelover's run is over for the December Cup.
Honestly, Lelovers played both games.
Gen 5,
first 8 minutes better than Gen 5. Like, categorically, they played much better in the first like 6 to 8 minutes.
To 201, you have
but then
both picking
they just choked both games at Ray.
Well. We'll have a
like not even on like a flip, but just leading into the last endgame fight.
Put up one good fight. It was neck and neck looking at this graph.
It was, and funnily enough, when we look at the knockouts and the assists, Lelovers didn't really get much at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Lelovers are a good team though. I like their team. Like I think Snow is a player I've been impressed with for a while. And their Mew player was looking solid too. And Potato's obviously been good for a bit now.
Yeah, we are going to look at some highlights here. This is what you're talking about, yes, the objectives that Gen 5 were able to lock on down for themselves. And they were...
Their support player looks like he's playing well. Marv seems like, you know, Marv's been around. He plays well.
Whether it's that
they seem like a solid team. It just seems like they're so unfamiliar with how to play these end games.
You gotta give it to Qatar.
Like they just have to press their ults here.
Pocket as well. Like that seems
why does the Chomp wait till it's 1 HP to ult?
If you think about it, especially with
this is like a concept. I'm not saying that Potato doesn't know it, but for you guys to learn is when your character has damage reduction, you don't want to wait till your base HP gets really low, or your current HP gets too low, right? Like so, Garchomp, how much of that damage reduction does it get in ult? Like 25 or 35? 30%, right in the middle of that. Right, so Garchomp takes 30% less damage in his ult, right? Which means that if he's at like 1000 HP, more or less his effective HP is kind of like 1300, aka he's gaining like 300 extra HP. Versus if he's at 3k, his effective HP is at 3900 HP, or he's gaining 900 extra HP effectively, right? Which is make or break in terms of being able to survive in the late game situations. What happened in that fight is it's 2:15, it's the final Ray fight, the final fight going into Rayquaza, and our Garchomp is just taking damage outside of his ult. So that by the time he ults, he's already so low that the damage reduction isn't going to do much without your HP. And it just, I feel like a lot of like teams that are like doing well in games, they lose the game because they're like not forward thinking what their consequences are going to look like going into Rayquaza. Like, Lelovers had such a good control of that game, but then they just lose 2 people right before Ray, and now they lose all positioning mid, and their endgame is so sloppy. To be fair, though, like, with Hoopa, I don't know. There's probably a world where you're meant to just die without ulting if you know your death timers are going to line up perfectly to just come off the Hoopa ult. But it's hard to make that call in-game, I guess. Well, it is. It's just hard to make that call. But the concept of damage reduction on your HP bar is like a universal game knowledge type of thing. Like if you play games a lot, that kind of knowledge will always help you in games. That damage reduction and damage mitigation is only as good as how much HP you have. It's all a balancing act, you know? Like, especially with defenses, if you keep increasing your defenses without increasing your HP, you're not going to get a lot of effective damage reduction. What's the point of a steel spoon if you use a wooden one instead? I think wooden utensils, they do something to the food. I forget.
Felt competitive, but also a little slow.
Yeah, in terms of the team fights, I guess, yes, you did have them there.
When is Nouns playing?
2 pads, you had the objectives and everything like that, but I feel like in comparison to, I guess, the previous sets that we've seen, I guess it's more just being a little bit more cautious, a little bit more careful, knowing how much is on the line. For those folks today, this is the first monthly cup that we have for the 2025 season, which has a prize pool. So, you know, that pressure to make it on into the top 4, that way you get a share of that $3,500 prize pool, it might be weighing down a little bit there.
It's very possible, especially when there are teams who have been put into the losers bracket because of their placements coming from yesterday open qualifiers. Some teams that got already knocked down into losers bracket. It just always makes it feel much more difficult. But if you don't know, we have best of 3s all throughout the day. So even for the people that were in the lower bracket,
Wooden utensils are better. They won't damage pans. That's the one thing, right? The coating on like stainless steel pans can get eroded if it's like metal on metal contact. Whereas if you use like a wooden utensil or a silicone one,
I mean, I guess
it won't do that, right? Am I right on that? I'm kind of just spitting right now, but I think I'm right.
Considering their run from last month, a much different look. I mean, even from Nouns as well, making that losers bracket run. So to see both of these teams here in that winners final must feel pretty good. I mean, yes, you just got to make sure, you know, you don't buckle.
I'm right. There we go. I'm spitting.
These 2 teams.
Straight fire flames facts.
Below.
Yeah, it's something that, as you were mentioning on the nerves, is going to make you feel just a little bit better. But we also know that being the first one to be confirmed to grand finals feels incredibly good and definitely worth it aiming for. As you were mentioning, drill pack.
I'm going on Unite TV. I'm doing some reading. You guys, this is something you need to be doing. You need to be doing your reading all the time, you know? You might learn something.
Are we questioning our whole existences now? What happened to our power rankings? Do we have to call Zoinks and ask for power ranking advice? Because
Yeah, I mean, the heal isn't that much.
Got into the lower 7, and then we're like, okay.
Serena leaps towards an enemy player, kicks it high into the air before showering it with a series of kicks while airborne. Yo, who wrote this? Who wrote this?
Which was Nouns. And
How can you describe what Serena's doing to you as showering you with kicks?
Can Nouns keep
Nah.
the 10th spot, right? By winning the December Cup.
Whoever wrote that was feeling themselves.
I guess, is there going to be a new...
The moment Serena lands on the ground, recover HP while airborne. The enemy that is kicked, Serena is not affected by other moves.
We've seen them play at LAIC. We've seen them, you know, make that losers bracket run, come that AS play-in. So they will be representing EU at EUIC as well. So I guess in terms of the regions, they are considered at the top. Majority of these players, they've participated at Worlds. Not once, not twice.
Yo, I didn't know. I forgot this happened, actually. Wait, I actually forgot this is how this is... Okay, I mean, there you go. This is why you do your reading. I forgot Serena's boosted auto also lowers enemy defense by 20%.
Over in the EU region, whereas, you know...
I literally did not remember this.
I feel like, you know, in terms of...
How many of you guys remembered, could have told me this without reading it right now? Be honest. That Serena's boosted auto lowers defense by 20%.
Those names come up in the draft soon. but we have Jean-Mi, Revenge, Frigo, B.
I knew the crit rate on Razor Leaf was higher.
So these names that we have.
I know that Serena's Axel gives you attack speed per hit of Axel up to a cap.
Jean-Mi, Frigo, and B&J, they were Sucre last year, so they do have some experience.
I knew that the damage also stacks up.
Yeah, and I think we covered them a couple of times when we were doing.
I knew that the passive buff was also heal on these sets. Put it in the Kahoot, true.
Getting that experience in.
Serena jumps high and attacks enemies with their feet.
But that's part of the progress you need.
I'm probably the weird one.
Style. Now, upper bracket, this is Nouns versus Drill Pack.
Oh, Nouns is playing.
Finals, guaranteeing who will
Nouns is up, Nouns is up.
To be on grand finals pretty soon.
Well, look, we have our first bands here. Blissey still locked up. Although Zarshan has decided
Blissy's Asian bands.
Along with Psyduck and
Leafeon, Miraidon's up.
You know, we're seeing very similar
speaking of feet
across these sets, but also some shakeups here and there. But Adesu isn't going to let go of that Miraidon.
Yeah, Leafeon ban. Interesting.
Well, no.
Umbreon's. They can go Umbreon Mimikyu. And then Nouns can go Hoopalax.
So far, has not been the Miraidon. It has been played constantly. It has been usually the side.
Could also go Eld, I guess. Don't want to play Hoopa into the Mimikyu.
Has been up there with Hoopas. And speaking of the Hoopa, we might see it being confirmed as a supporter for the side of Drill Packers alongside that.
Drill Packers are the duo trio spammers of EU. Disgusting.
For the 2012 season so far.
Yeah, well, considering that Mimikyu's pretty much been banned across the board for the previous sets.
Indy's boyfriend is playing. You mean my boyfriends? I have more than one here.
But yeah, Umbreon, Mimikyu, Zarina, along with a Comfey for Drill Packers here.
Alright, so it's Galu and Toonspec. I mean, they can go Greedent +1, Blaze +1.
Really interesting. So Nouns gonna have to be a bit more cautious on what they select up because they don't want to get caught off guard.
Maybe it's Toon playing Miraidon. Or maybe it's Jungle Pikachu. Whoa. Armarouge? Wait, does Fire Spin cook here? Wait, does Fire Spin Comfy actually cook here? No. I don't think so. It looks like it'll be okay. But I think he's going Armor Cannon anyway.
One of the Paldean Knights is going
Double attacker back on the rise. To be fair, double attacker
in terms of you have
is mostly because it's Miraidon, and Miraidon's like not really
I think
an attacker. Miraidon's in everything.
All-rounder build that you can have with that charge, the AoE that it provides, or you can go more that psychic build, which is more the range damage. So
right, it looks like it's Drift Miraidon. He's full heal with Shell Bell.
Are going to opt for, but they do have the special. They have the
Miraidon's Miraidon tier.
The Slick Spoon here, so I'm thinking this is going to be that ranged build there instead, because we were talking. Drill Packers, they don't really have much range over on their side.
Yeah, Callow's right. It's probably going to be an Armor Cannon, Armarouge. Yeah, I would Drift is like hardly an attacker, right? It's like very much speedster like. Like a speedster attacker.
Expected, but Comfey is also without the Zoroark as just an option of supporter. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Let's just get this one going, and we can talk a little bit about it. Nouns Esports and Drill Packers for your first game of Winter Finals.
I guess, Comfey does provide that healing. Mind you, it is a one-on-one in comparison to...
So Bruv's gonna go for the invade. They sent the Pika top. Toon soloing bot with Miraidon.
So I guess that's the
Toon got the mid Audino.
So definitely going to need to choose its host carefully. But
and Bruv's just gonna dominate the Armarouge in the jungle.
Yeah, it's well, the Snorlax is gonna feel definitely big compared to the Charcadet, and maybe the Mimikyu as well. Gonna go for a
Mimikyu came to help, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Bruv might just kill him.
Still gonna get confirmed
Yeah,
there.
1
Well,
HP.
actually, no. Bruv does steal it. Wait, do they? No, they.
No,
they
Bruv
steal
did not
it.
get the blue buff.
They got the red one, and I'm guessing because their tackle was on cooldown, they weren't able to finish the job. But you know what? They may not finish the job earlier. They're able to finish the job with that tall grass and allow both.
Okay, guys, we're gonna rewatch the first minute of the game. I'll try to skip through it.
Gatlu, who's currently the Combuskin, is stacking that attack wave.
Only because I want to watch it with my camera. I feel much more comfortable when I have the camera. I don't know why. Also, like, someone needs to tell the official stream to put the game sounds up a little bit. I can't focus without game sound. Like, the game sound's so quiet. Maybe we don't. Maybe it's like a difference in opinion. Okay, we can watch Bruv go for the invade again, which is cool. Okay, let's see how Toon gets this mid Dino. Rocks is passive. He actually got it with an auto attack. What a demon. So Bruv doesn't actually get the red buff, right? He just gets the kill. Because this guy's hitting from over the wall for some reason. And he just doesn't press his eject button. Is he nervous? Why did the armorers just not eject? I actually think Bruv could have killed the Mimikyu as well. Yeah, I think the Bruv's supposed to actually kill them both. Looking back at it again. Nice blaze kick. Wait, can allies go to... Oh wait, Bruv couldn't go to sleep. Wait, did you see that? He couldn't rest because he was in the Miraidon passive. I was like, wait, what is Bruv doing? He's 1 HP, but he literally, you can't rest in the Miraidon passive. It's so funny, actually. I was so confused, actually. What the hell? Okay, top side of the map, Serena's almost level 6. All they have to do is make sure the Serena doesn't score. Gallo had a really nice eject blaze kick right there as well. Alright, mid Bs are spawning off of that KO. We can look for them. The overheat damage pushed out of Toon's drift. Gallo griefed. Bruv kind of inted to go for a secure. But maybe he sets up a kill for Toon. No, Toon missed the drift. We do a little bit of inting. Mean Look stops our drift from resolving. But Bruv is back. Okay, it's fine. Bruv actually pre-planned that death so that he would come back and kill them, and then they'd get the bees. He's so smart. Toon's level 9. Level 9, and his tank invaded at the start of the game, by the way. Miraidon totally balanced. Alright, drift 1. Oh, that was his final drift, actually. Drift. He has to ult for the shield mostly. Armor cannon's gonna get blocked for sure. And they can use drift to last hit it, or E-ball on Pika. He's E-ball this Volt Tackle this game. Is E-ball good here? I feel like Thunder is better, no? I guess E-ball gives them better secure, but they have overheat and drift. I don't know. Who put invade lax on the map? I don't think anyone put it on the map. It's just a very intuitive thing to want to do, right? It's just, you have to think of it this way. Snorlax is good on the invade, but he's also really good in the lane. So where do you want to invest your Snorlax's time? To help you win the lane or help you win the enemy jungle? And that depends on what characters you have in the lane and how they'll fare in a 1v2 situation. Yeah, I would have liked Thunder here to spread more anti-heal. Oh, that's another funny Serena bug, right? Where you can full heal after the Serena ult to just cleanse yourself out of it, like how it is with Dark Bear. You suppress full heal mid Serena ult, and then it would just proc and it wouldn't do anything. But that's not how it works anymore. Oh, we're mean look. We have Mariah on ult? Okay, we do. It's simple. People sleep on Voltaic with Thunder. Yeah, I mean, Adesu plays it. I'm not sure why he chose E-Ball this game. Maybe he wanted it for the top lane secures as well. Because he was laning alone for a little bit. I can try to catch up to the official stream a little. There's no way we ever get this with Mariah on ult, but maybe it forces out the drift. Yeah, Umbreon and Miraidon are definitely annoying Pokemon to have to deal with, but when you get other really good stuff in exchange, it's fine. Like or Umbreon and Mimikyu rather is annoying to deal with, but you have Miraidon, which is also OP in its own way. Block to make sure that the Umbreon passive is taken out. Miraidon is just so OP. Toon's playing it really well too. He's playing around his cooldowns to get out. Full heal was definitely the pick over Doll, right? Like, the Doll Miraidon stuff is definitely really, really strong, but into Serena, you can just... Full heal is just so much better. This mean look onto the Umbreon is actually griefing the Umbreon. Because you're able to get the third hit of Electro Drift without worrying about flying across the screen. Yeah, I don't know about that Mimikyu engage, but nice Miraidon Unite. Huge Miraidon Unite. And now we just hit Ray. We just hit our tank zone. We have overheat to secure. We have damage from our teammates. Simple. Yeah, the Umbreon's trying to auto attack too much in the mean looks, but I don't think it's actually that effective into Umbreon is the thing. Oh, it looked like he tried to full heal that. The problem is like, it's the way Electro Drift works, right? Like, Electro Drift isn't like an instant dash. It's a dash that gets like buffered out of your hindrance resistance. So like, you can click it while you're still mean looked, And by the time the dash resolves, if the mean look expires, you'll dash out of it. So it's like hard to layer the stuns to actually keep the Miraidon trapped. Like Miraidon's like, it's just so slippery with how it works. Yeah, I think the Mimikyu meant to ult the Miraidon, but it misclicked. I think he just misclicked. Damn, bro did 46k damage as heavy slam lax. Bro was slamming. How do you do so much damage as slam lax this game? All right, we wait for game number 2. Sit on your enemies. True, actually.
Some switch ups here and there, but you know the core Gatlu, Adesu,
did 4k in the jungle at the start. That's true.
I mean, Toon joining on him has really slipped on nicely into their team there. But yeah, just an insane team fight. The power nap, regenning Bruv there. Once again, it's just I love watching Nouns. It's hard because it's just like, you know, drill peckers. You know, what is the play going on forward into this Titan of the EU region?
This play flail? I'm a flail believer, but not in these games. The slime is putting in work.
But do you think, yeah, B&J, they had that 90k damage. Do you think they need a little bit more long range in their composition?
Sounds kind of stuck. Yeah, I mean, they're all good players. I mean, they also had a good roster at the last 2 events too.
Unfortunately,
just coming up a little short.
Serena didn't really connect to that composition overall, because it made it so that Comfy, I forgot the name of the player at this point. It was Galaxy Eagle. So it was Jean-Mi with Galaxy Eagle on this arena. It felt like Comfy was almost exclusively always on this arena, and it felt like
I mean, Nouns also did win the play-ins in EU. It's true.
Power that they could have with being on the Armor Rouge, being on other Pokemon in the team, and unfortunately, because they were taken down multiple times by Godlu 1v2. It just felt like that power was lacking on other sides of the map. Maybe if you're already getting taken down that easily by Godlu, get Jean.
They won regionals though, right, in EU?
That becomes 1 knockout and not 2 for Godlu.
I mean, they're good.
It's a 2-for-1.
Oh, we lost audio.
I know. You know, Bruv recognized that. Going and isolating Jean-Mi multiple times. Same with the Adesu. Just a vault tackle on the Comfey when it has nobody to attach to. Like, you really got to feel for them. But so we're going to head on into our second match for the winners final here.
Okay, so Nouns is forced
Nouns with that one up. It'll be interesting to see
ban the duck.
which Pokemon they're going to ban on up.
And they recognize the Miraidon's really OP, so they're going to ban Miraidon as well. Now the picks that are available are Umbreon, Mimikyu, Zacian. These will probably be picked in the first 3 picks here.
Alongside that will be the side duck that has been a constant.
Snorlax,
the first pick of Umbreon, one of the Pokemon with the highest
Hoopa,
win rate so far in 2025.
Serena are probably some of the other ones. Oh yeah, and Blissey. There's the Umbreon. There's a Zacian, or there's a Mimikyu, not the Zacian. Zacian's already banned, so yeah.
We are carrying on.
Zacian's already banned.
We have some technical issues here that basically internet makes everybody feel a little bit confused, but
so they're going Garchomp this game.
Garchomp plus Eldegoss for the side.
Interesting.
We know Garchomp has been.
I mean, A9 honestly looks so solid already.
Serena, not them together.
But support-wise, they only really have a couple options. They could go a Comfy line.
And Now,
Hoopa, I think, is good with Trick. They could go Clef, but I think his Clef is kind of weaker. They went Hoopa. And then Espeon's fine too. Espeon works. I think A9 would have cooked if this was A9, but it's fine.
And you know what? I absolutely love seeing Adesu rock the evolutions.
Blissey gets a little less value into Umbreon. Like, it's still fine.
They're the evolution
but the Umbreon ult completely countering the Blissey ult. It's definitely annoying.
Answer back here. Alolan Ninetales. They're gonna
Okay, so they went for the A9 on their own.
I mean, it's summer for us.
Yo, look at this.
Hot, but I know
He's playing the...
It's been getting a little bit chilly.
He's playing the Mashio build. The triple special attack build.
I find it
and then Gallo and Greedent. This looks like a tough game for Greedent, no? I mean, I guess if he's mean look, then that's better for the rest of our Pokemon. But mean look against Greedent is so annoying. Mewtwo can be kind of frustrating. Yo, it's A-Veil A9.
Is gonna have this one for the game too. What I want to talk about though is Toon.
Greedent's never good? No, Greedent is a solid Pokemon.
Huge threat.
Greedent's really good. The thing about Greedent
Toon in general
is that
the versatility that player has is like absolutely insane.
It's like Psyduck, but a lot less OP, obviously. Like, it occupies so much space. It sits on top of the enemy, constantly getting vision. And then Greedent ult actually, you'll see the way Galu does it. Galu uses the Greedent, Greedent ult with eject to basically almost like work like a Blastoise ult, right? Where it does a bunch of damage and it does a big knockup.
Very intrigued to see Toon on this Mimikyu like yourself.
And you mentioned Gadlu as well.
With the Belch getting you some decent secures around the map, of it being able to just have consistent knockups. It's good, it's good. Trust, it's good. Alright, so he's just gonna run across to score. He wants to get his stacks. Running the long side. The Hoopa's getting vision for us. The Eldegoss probably was helping in the jungle. Also there to anticipate the enemy Hoopa from maybe invading. Greedent should be able to outlast hit the Eld, so he gets the topside farm. And stun to peel. And summon a fruit for ourselves. Maybe we tried to and we took a Greedent berry by accident. You don't really get to choose. Alright, so Galu's level 5 for the bees. This is all you need as Greedent. I like the rotation from Adesu. The Mewtwo actually followed the rotation up as well. Big Greedent thing. He has his focus band. He's gonna make it out. Are we Psyshock this game? We are Psyshock. Dude, how do we feel about Psyshock this game? It seems okay. I think Sword Power might have been better, but I'm not sure. Psyshock's good. It gives us a last hit, right? Actually, no. Psyshock's better. Psyshock's better. We don't have a good last hit on this team. Like, it's just Belch.
Demonstrated there a great combination with Bruv, but I guess Frigo being the Umbreon, they are able to take those hits and make it back without getting knocked out.
And I personally love Psyshock as one of my favorite builds for Espeon, so I like that a lot. Now going here to the central area, Joe Beckers did really well into getting the EXP. Now a nice heavy slam.
Green's good against Darkrai? Yeah, it's decent to Darkrai with Covet.
So we're getting some lessons from
Oh, Toon's Trick Room. That was a nice Trick Room. It closed the gap pretty nicely. He's playing the JP build. Well.
Oh yeah. It's the double trick, Soph. We have the trick hoop.
Oh, trick room.
Yeah, the trick hooper. So you thought that Mimikyu would have enough maneuverability within that square. You pair it up with another trick shield. That Mimikyu is going to be so hard to catch onto. But we do have Adesu being able to pick off one of those members, trying to lay down a Psy Shock just to ward him off, I guess, considering we do have those objectives spawning up now, and they're going on in.
Yeah, they are. Bruv's taking so massive damage. The Mewtwo will continue and finish them as well. Adesu is going to get taken by the Eldegoss. And Jami will be feeling very much happy about that chase down. Although you can dodge the slow
The comp,
onto
I don't, the thing is Drillpecker's comp has a lot of damage. A lot of frontline damage. And our comp is kind of bad without our front lines. Right, like they actually have a lot of damage to hit this Greedent and Laxwhip, and Mimikyu for that matter. The Trick Room really kind of, like, it feels like it's a really good pick actually this game. Like, Trick Room in the Flux Zone is such a meme too. Because you actually get speed bonus when you Trick Room in the Flux Zone. It makes you faster.
Holy macaroni, what a team fight between these two teams. Nouns really wanted that tier 1 pad, and they got it. Being able to land those KOs, however...
The damage reduction looks insane here. Yeah, it's solid for sure.
I mean, we do have Galaxy E-Girl now hitting that level 9 on the Garchomp, so has a Unite move of their own. And you know what? As if Gatlu wasn't speedy enough, like, Trick on Hooper just works so well with this combo. Being able to just slip and slide around with that covet, that extra protection. I mean, that's going to be one tricky Greedent to try and catch up to. I mean, it's going to be tricky to catch up this Mimikyu as well.
All of them, plenty of trick into this composition as Nounsy.
Is it mean look Umbreon? I didn't see actually. It is. I mean, if the mean look goes on the Greedent, there's not the end of the world. You get a big Espeon Altaria. There it is. They're doing a good job holding. They just needed to stall until Bruv was here, and now Bruv's here. This is after Nouns already pushed bottom.
That is confirmed by Drillpeckers, and now Revenge is going to get taken in a trade, and now Esports can potentially take down this pad by themselves, but no, Drillpeckers, they are there fast enough, as now Esports have started to do the Reggie and Lecky. They have it on 30%, a potential steal that could come.
Avil is kind of awkward this game, though. I think Blizzard would have been really good.
Take the objective.
Where there's heavy damage, there's also a heavy slam and a block coming out from Bruv there as Reggie Alecki walks in through Soph, and now that is going.
Oh, I think Bruv wanted to cap, but he had too much money.
The fight isn't gonna stop here.
Nice side shock out of the Mimikyu ult. Really nice job, Adesu.
It can dodge some of the slows, but it cannot dodge the stuns.
Oh, his back got interrupted. Fine. Just full heal off the bees now. Mimikyu's not a balanced Pokemon. Let's be real.
Toon is already at a level 14. I think this trick
The Chom Snapback I didn't see.
out in their favor. I guess for those folks that don't know what Trick Room does, Mimikyu, when it's within the area, it receives a movement speed when it ends up getting slow. So it's the complete opposite going on into, you know, the Umbreon or even this Lola Ninetales.
Did he not have eject?
Have that potential to just go and slow Toon down. It's really working out in their favor, as we can see just during these team fights. Bruv, once again,
We kind of just missed everything on Espeon, and Bruv is doid.
That is one piece of the pie for Drillpeckers. The thing is,
We should.
can they get any more
I think we should hoop ult for this. But maybe they're calling not to ult. I would have hoop ulted to defend that though. I feel like the bottom pad is really nice to have. In 14, I mean, he's the jungler and got a lot of kills.
We do have another Reggie Alecki that does spawn before the final.
Have we hoop ulted once this game, Blaine? Let's go, Blaine. I mean, it's too late now, but
just going to let Toon do Gatlu's job this time round instead. So switching up those roles along with Adesu. This is going to
I actually really like the side shock here.
For drill peckers, they do have that tier 2 buffer, but the thing is with a Greedent over on the side of Nouns, you don't want to have that potential of a double cap coming in, and Galaxy E-Girl has recognized that, beginning to shred up that.
They're trying to just get this Umbreon passive out of the way.
They're going to back on away, considering none of their team are really in sight in this Ray pit here. Adesu! That was such a great side shock from them, but Soph, look at Galu down bottom.
Yeah, once again, as we know, Gadlu on the green and just positioning themselves to create as much advantage with rotation as possible. In coming from the back line with the covet as well as the
Toon's getting chased out. But it's fine, he has the hoop ball to make it back.
The Hooper Unbound has been set in motion to gather Nouns Esports teammates into the fight. Now still, Gadlu is maintaining 4 members.
Garchomp went down. Garchomp didn't ult.
And now with Toon coming back in for the damage as this Mimikyu is on the trick room, is going to take damage themselves, but also going to be trading it back with Adesu nailing those side shocks.
Nice.
Now Esports take down 4 members of Drill Packers, and the only one standing is the Umbreon. They can go straight for the Rayquaza. There's nobody that can try to do anything about it. Frigo, you don't have even the...
Oh my god, bruv, with the last hit.
Now Esports, and it could just be them confirming their entrance into Grand Finals.
Oh, I mean, there's 45 seconds.
Nouns is in the finals.
Noon and Galaxy E-Girl hacking and slashing at each other, but it ends up being the Mimikyu that comes out on top. You pair up the Rayquaza shield plus a trick shield from that Hooper. Both of them are going to be able to rush on through. So, I mean, 130 to 553 points. We have Galaxy E-Girl, and more points are going to rain on through. I think it's pretty much safe to say here.
46 damage doesn't come on its own, true.
Grand finalist team.
Rough rug moment. True.
Well, now Esports doesn't really need the lower bracket run to maintain a grand final presence, Geller. And that is a 2-0 sweep for Nouns.
Nouns too clean. Nouns looking good.
Of December Cup. And I will say, pretty impressive at that, especially with how Gadlu was zoning people and gathering attention. It was like that Greedent had a taunt.
Take a look at the bracket real quick.
Don't think we actually have any Pokemon that do have that move, but yeah.
So
the stats.
we're gonna see it's Gen 5 versus BH3. Winner of this plays against Nouns.
Those side shocks in that final stretch. We do have Drill Peckers who managed to secure themselves.
Gen 5 was in the finals last tourney as well, right?
2 Regielekis for the sides of Nouns plus the Ray and the Registeel as well as we look. Oh my gosh, so 119k damage on Adesu. I did call them.
Yeah, Adesu is actually smurfing at this game. He's actually smurfing it.
It is. Did not disappoint Adesu with that build. So exciting to see that some things on the side of Nouns.
Gen 5 lost to these guys.
Same style, like bruv.
Didn't Gen 5 just start in the lower bracket? Oh no, they did. They did actually. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch. But we didn't watch. It wasn't on broadcast, and we weren't watch. We didn't watch it in the game because we watched the Nouns game instead.
Every single one of those side shocks.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Drill Peckers are not bad. Gen 5 also, they feel kind of shaky right now.
That are always so impressive to see it land down, but you've got to give it to Drill Peckers, right? I mean, this fight was so intense and went on for so long. Blaine and Toon, the trickster duo in that flux zone, just trying to shred it down, and then you pair it up with a Desu sidekick Solaire. Like, you know, I know we've the team isn't here, but like Nouns Esports, they just demonstrated absolute cinema there.
They did. They really did. They're making it justice. And Nouns Esports.
It's too early in the morning right now.
Only get to the grand finals once again.
I'm gonna go make a coffee. I'll be right back. Let people know I'm making a coffee if anyone's like, where do you go? I'll be right back.
Well put. The strategy overall
No
was also so well thought
APG? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean ACL?
Considering that you
Oh no, Apongnan, they lost, yeah.
The way that Toon was playing as well, dodging abilities with the trick room, repositioning, dashing around. Even if you don't have that explosive damage that you have with the shadow sneak, I feel like the composition was overall so well executed.
It really was. And you know what? Well executed, which means they do end up getting rewarded. So as we said, they are going to be your first grand finalists here for Europe. But folks, while there is so much action happening, it isn't going to stop. We need to take ourselves a quick breather before we do end up bringing Draku and a Relic back for the lower half of this. To see who's gonna make it on through. I mean, we still have a Gen 5 and BH3 esports to go. So make sure to hydrate, take a breath, and we'll be back real shortly.
All right, I'm back. I made some tea instead. I didn't feel like drinking coffee. I think I might think I might take a nap during the day, so I was like, if I drink coffee, it might completely bazinga me.
Hello friends and welcome back
But
to the
some tea would be nice.
Series. Relic and Draco.
Yeah, guys, I doyed, but then I was undoyed.
The losers side of
Who shreds more SP defense, guard or armorish? Guard.
BH3. Interesting stories.
It used to be.
So far, Draco, Gen 5 with that uncharacteristic loss.
It used to be armorish.
And BH3 taking.
But then armorish got nerfed and guard got buffed.
Themselves took down Apanyan, so one team theoretically on the rise, and one team looking to bounce back in style.
Yeah,
of course, Gen 5 is.
I just have some green tea.
We're all looking at to be one of the top runners of
not a whole lot of caffeine
league and throughout the UCS season. Still maybe underperforming in my opinion. This is a team that has recently been put together, an all-French squad for Gen 5. Still got to prove themselves. They got a really huge name.
Yeah, these casters are so.
Prove themselves on the Thea Sky.
They're so
yeah, 100%. Look, Gen 5
critical of the players.
That first game against Lelovers, they literally turned up for the last 2 minutes, and they managed to get a win. So they've still got that captain clutch factor.
Guard still viable?
Really
viable, yeah.
Stepping up big time on that Sheaf. A bit of a close game number 2, but even still, you felt like Lelovers had a chance to push it to a game number 3.
Yeah, right now I'm like
really, I think, more a test of BH3.
Yeah, I'm Indersip 3 right now.
We've got these supposed big 3. I mean, Apanyan. Shout out.
There's Indersip 1, 2, and 3.
Who's recovering from a visit to the hospital. Well done for making it.
I'm Indersip 3.
But we've got that potential big 3. Can we?
This should be a fun match. This should actually be a fun match.
Run into Gen 5 on this particular day for BH3. This is a chance to mix it with the big boys.
Wow, take a look at that, Relic. There's a Mew ban on the side of Gen 5.
Are these both French teams right now?
Potentially a target ban on someone on our right side team here. Zacian's going to be the first selection for Gen 5. Pokemon that we've seen do really well for Gen 5, that we might see later on in their selection is Urshifu. Yutao has been incredible on that Pokemon.
I'm 100% certain that Inteleon ban is directed exclusively at me, Phil.
Every losers game 2-1, that's insane.
Has to be.
Okay, Qatar locking in the Slowbro. Are they afraid of a comfy comp?
Seen utilized today. Combine that with Qatar on the Slowbro. That's an incredibly strong.
Because otherwise, wouldn't you just pick Snorlax? Isn't Slowbro like really bad here actually?
I think Miraidon
because
a fine replacement.
The Miraidon just goes Charge Beam and goes Infinite here.
And they're gonna lock in that Blissey, which.
Or maybe they wanted to go Zoro for themselves.
Double stacking for a Mewtwo. Why auto Rain of Destruction? I don't even want to think about it, Draco. Disgusting.
I guess they wanted to go Absol?
That we haven't seen today
I'm confused.
Absol. They're going to switch on over to Blaziken, who has seen some play today. Lunder has been exceptional on Espeon. If you were watching the last series for Gen 5, has been so pivotal working around.
Okay, so BH3 is doing the comp that they did before with Buzzershi.
Lunder still a fantastic attack player for their team.
Lodestone Urshi, interesting. It's fine. And it is Charge Beam. He should be anti-heal though. I think he should be anti-heal.
As we see a lot of early game threat with Gen 5.
Neither. Okay, no. There's anti-heal on the Espeon.
Come out on top, especially with those objective secures on overheat. There was some concern.
3.5 tanks versus 5 tanks.
But as we saw with Gatlu in game number 1 against
I might not be as good at counting.
Blaziken is absolutely fine. Any news of it?
No anti-heal for BH3 at all into.
So I think both sides really
into Blaziken.
Good drafts, Draco. Good drafts.
Koopa.
Just comes down to those
Water Bear. No, generally speaking,
you'd probably say
you're gonna expect Water Bears to be full heal.
Yeah, both teams very similar.
And red bears to be eject button. So you can kind of just tell from the battle item alone.
Outish thing that I'm going to point out here, Lunder on that Espeon going against Mifil on that Miraidon. Miraidon just itching out in the range just a little bit. And of course, Lunder has to be on point with those side shocks, which most likely this player is going to be selecting. Whereas Miraidon can, as long as they have that enhanced version of the argument, can be dishing out very consistent high amounts of damage for this Pokemon to watch.
You know, that Espeon still has a lot of value. Just rewind to a Desu just 10 minutes ago. But it's another 10 minutes on the clock here, as in our losers side semi-finals. Gen 5 will take the purple, and
the left side is just full conceding, contesting anything. Hoopa's invading, but it's going to get run down by a Blissey.
Meeting in the middle, not exactly handshakes. This is the Hoopa is going to take
the invade here makes it still annoying for the Urshi.
To cause as much of a nuisance as possible, and doing a great job, even stealing a berry in there as well.
The Hoopa's stuck now, though. Okay, it wasn't enough time for the Espeon.
Oh,
and Lunder is gonna take a whiff.
Yeah, and this is what the invade is for, right?
And the Kung Fu is also gonna bite the dust as well. KO streak of 2 for their opener for Gen 5.
Oh wow! Again, great shot calling from Gen 5. Interestingly, stored power, so going for that sure hit catch-up mechanic, which I think honestly not a terrible call when you're looking to chase down a kiting Miraidon. Speaking of, unable to deny the evolution for Qatar. And again, Lunder chasing down this Blissey, unable to find, or so not even Blissey, Chansey unable to evolve in this first 1.5 minutes. Gen 5 looking super strong.
Yeah, same.
Make any coffee? I made tea.
Able to get to level 5, but
I'm having green tea.
The neutral birds is it's come and gone.
Just plain green tea.
Something that has not gone away is Lunder and Sazero heading into the central area of Fizzy.
I have my own house. Yeah, I have many houses.
Evolution into the Umbreon. I haven't seen what this Miraidon is so far, but BH3 kind of struggling in this early game.
Absolutely. I mean, to have no Blissey, to have no Umbreon within the first 90 seconds, that's one way you just got to grit your teeth and try and ride the storm out. So we do eventually see that Umbreon online just about, but level 7s for Lunder, level 7 for Megu already, gapping BH3 with the exception of that Miraidon by 2. And on this pad, now the purple side, we're having a look, but maybe thinking otherwise.
Yeah, also level 8 for Utah on that Blaziken. They have access to their quote-unquote Unite move. The stance change to go from that fist to kick variant of the Blaziken. They're going to rotate up top once again. Pretty good early game lead for Gen 5, especially for this Blaziken. Does tend to struggle in that early game. There's that overheat. Most recently nerfed in one of the balance patches, and it's a full 4v3 situation here in the top path. Of course, not a Hoopa hyperspace hole to send some members to that top path, but Trick, always a very consistent tool to heal your team.
Okay, Gen 5, you've not scored so much, but you're certainly on top of the level game. Meeting in the middle, we got 3v4 for this Regieleki, who takes an interest in Fizzy. In we go with a Metal Claw, and then into the Fist style as Blaziken switches it up, planting into the ground.
Blaziken has a secure, nice.
Because Gen 5's already got the Regieleki. Umbreon down, Volto down on that Buzzwole. Beautiful eject button into the Psychic Solaire, and that forces Blissey off pad. Should be destroyed momentarily.
We've seen the strategy once again. One team really devoting a lot of resources to
no honey in my green tea. It's just plain green tea.
Is going to balloon their lead to 138 to, like we've said before, a donut for breakfast for BH3. They do have a Reggie Ice buff in tow, so a little bit more passive healing for the next minute or so since that objective was taken. They got to make some moves here. They need some on the board. You know,
the level lead for Gen 5 is good, but it's not like insurmountable. BH3 has XP as well.
That top path broken, those Regielekis are going to become more and
there's an Urshi ult, there's a Buzz ult, there's some gameplay that they can make.
BH3, but it's a catch-up mechanic at this moment in time.
He was a little late on the Urshi ult, but
are they going to get out?
Buzz ult gets to secure anyway.
Megu ensures that Volto popping the Super Swole Slam. And
Superpower.
Megu into the ground.
SmackDown got full healed.
But the rebuke
Stations A
is
pressing.
merciless. 2 KO streak for Megu, who says, hey, these clouds are mine. Stay away, sir.
We head to the halfway point of the game, 138 to once again 0 for BH3. Let's take a look at the field state other than the score. 2 level 10s.
Honestly though, if BH3 just full farms right now, they're in a fine spot. I don't think Gen 5 can actually break this bot pad ever. Unless BH3 like super outsteps their boundary.
So we head to the halfway point of the game. Do you want to
like the early break on the top side? Their comp doesn't have like enough tools to I think play on the enemy side. Maybe they're fine though. Maybe Gen 5 could just play top Bs every time. But it's kind of scary, right? Into Umbreon, Buzz, Urshi. I guess this is where they get their window. They use this objective and then they go bot with Hoop Ult.
I started my sentence in the past tense because it was that quick.
There it is.
Gen 5 have rotated as quick onto this bottom path through the rings unbound.
But if BH3 just walks away, I mean, this is how they lose the game, right? All they had to do was sit on their pad.
To this pad, the charge beam.
Oh, they actually resolved the shield on the Blaze. There we go.
Both popped at the same time. Blaziken is down. BH3 to defense strong enough.
No right on ult. They're fighting into Regibuff though. Regibuff on pad.
Doesn't get as much shielding as they would have liked. Backline poke for Japa.
Big punches.
Down Lunda, but is not going to find much.
Japa on the Lunda. Yeah, I don't know. Fighting into Regibuff on the pad after you already had a win.
Back and forth. 10 goes down.
This seemed like this was just incoming.
Egg bombs from Greg 22, throwing them down the Hail Mary.
But I guess they held.
Again, BH3 with such strong defense.
Was it worth it for BH3 to do that exchange though? Like after they got the kill with the Urshi, they just go back top and farm again. And they're fine, I think.
Coming in as the hero, getting a couple of knockouts to push BH3 off of their goal zone. Gen 5 pushing on forward. Some beautiful.
It was more fun though. Oh, true.
Timing and quite literally in placements for Greg on their Blissey. Just incredible showing of marksmanship for both of the teams, for their individual players. Really close game. Of course, the scoreline does not reflect it. It's more than a 1 point or 1 score game in double time as we head there in 1 minute or so. And again,
because if BH3, like, this Miraidon's level 11 now. If they just didn't for fun that, the Miraidon could be level 13 here. If it just full farmed and they sat behind their pad, send them right on top, farm like a rotation of Dinos, get the blue buff.
On the bottom path, and Japa dives into the deep end. Watch out, Megu's ready to run that metal claw right through you, and they've got the passive burst, a little poke onto Volto, charge beam, egg bomb,
that was
and
kind of
this
close.
time around, BH3
Or she doesn't have stacks.
Now Gen 5.
This is the Ray fight though. Blazes one, he died to the smackdown damage.
But no, really strong
Miraidon ult.
And onto
The hoop ult gets him out.
Refill will eventually look to TP back to base.
There's no hoop ult, there's no Miraidon. Urshi kept its Unite move up though.
BH3 scoring here, and why not?
A lot of important ults are still up.
Has just landed.
BH3 using a few Unite moves in that last engagement. More importantly, that Bright Future Meteor Storm not available for their team. We did see the Hoopa go into that unbound state to pull Megu back to the central area. And those Unite moves quite pivotal, especially that Hoopa Unite move, not only for repositioning your team.
They lost Miraidon of passive though.
Space Fury Fist can do so well at crowd controlling the enemy team. Urshifu maybe going for a late score here without that Regieleki to make that goal line vulnerable. Megu waiting in that tall grass to prevent any.
And is the Urshi allowed to do this? Like nothing has happened mid. Just be patient.
I really think that BH3 are just gonna have to full send it here. Japa has utilized their Unite move. That's another one wasted.
All right, they're just gonna go full flip now, but they're flipping into Bro ult.
Assistance and Midnight Prance, but Fizzy ideally waiting for Qatar to utilize that slow beam. Unless, of course, the slow beam lands on them. Time running out. Gen 5 know they have the lead. BH3 know that they most certainly do not. Charge beam goes down, trying to again poke
Oh,
away
the
Guitar.
smackdown combo.
Volto's caught them, plants them in
Guitar's
the ground,
caught.
slow beam unleashed, and they've taken down Fizzy. The worst has
Throws
happened.
down.
Sovereign Sword
Rhydon just
slices
died for
through
free,
one,
though.
Gets through a second, no, not quite.
Never mind.
But Volto does eventually fall despite the
Yeah, I don't know. This game was so
yes, they
confusing.
lost Guitar on that, ultimately BH3, but it's just Jafer at the gate. Big overheat, doesn't matter. Gen 5 clutch up yet again.
A beautiful ace by Gen 5, and I gotta say, they were able to pull out the slow beam from the slow bro, but they just did not have enough damage to take down this titan of a defender. And as soon as they allocated a lot of their resources into that fight, we saw them come out the end falling at a full ace to Gen 5. And I think it was a lot of those Unite moves, again, that Miraidon Unite move was not used to the best utility right before the final stretch. Same thing with the Urshifu Unite move. Could not use that in full utility in that top path engagement. Left them at a deficit in terms of the Unite move economy. Allowed Gen 5 to sweep them in that final stretch fight.
Was it as simple as just the slow
Parabolic charge the play? No, I mean, his build was fine. He just charge beamed under, it was fine. He just needed to go and farm more, a little bit more this game.
Overall, it could have been a lot
I mean,
worse.
literally their comp is so good at just turtling after one pad is down.
The level side of
right?
things, but they
The
never
problem
let
with
the
like
storm
turtling is sometimes the
get
enemy
out of
team just
sight.
comes
By
and
the
takes your
time they
farm from
did
you,
hit Rayquaza, of course,
right? But we have good pad defense on the right side, and we have good jungle defense, right? Enemy team wants to come into our jungle. We have Urshield, we have Buzz, we have Blissey, we have Miraidon, like a lot of good, very good defensive-oriented tools.
Regieleki, I believe, did crash.
It's the kind of comp that you don't want to push with unless you have like a lead. You never really just want to raw push unless you have some kind of advantage. And they just went to go push the enemy pad after losing the Reggie buff. Like, just think of how much, like, you're down XP, and then you're down a Reggie buff, and you're playing on the enemy pad. You're giving the enemy team, like, basically 3 multipliers on 5 Pokemon that you're playing into, right? Imagine each one of those bonuses is a bonus item, basically, right? Having the benefit of your pad, that's like worth like 3 items almost. A Reggie buff, that's like an item and a half.
BH3 didn't have the bright future meteor storm.
Levels, those are items. Right? They're playing against at such a disadvantage.
We can see it used to great effect, a fantastic area of effect that can break up a team like Gen 5.
Look how they're just far. I mean, their XP is not the end of the world, but it's a level 12 Miraidon.
Shielding your own team as you look to back off. But Japer in that top path, of course, having to utilize.
And yeah, I mean they should just
to try and get
them
out of a sticky situation with Megu, who had that top path well covered.
Gen 5 played really well early on, though. They had like the good invade into Espeon play.
In favor of Gen 5, that slow bro, although not the only factor that contributes towards that win, a linchpin in why we see the win going towards Gen 5, who are now, of course, 1 win away from a date with Drill Peckers potentially in the losers final.
Yeah, BH3, in my opinion, had a lot of tempo going into the final stretch fight. They got the Regieleki.
Oh wait, the winner of this still has to play Drillpecker, and the winner of that's gonna play Nouns.
Back to safety. It was actually used in kind of a late.
When do I fly out to India? In a couple days.
For the Regieleki, I think both teams were maybe.
I'm taking my laptop with me though, and I'm gonna stream from there. So
that ensued about,
it's not like I'm just gonna be gone the whole time.
But yeah,
taking my laptop and my Switch. I'll play some solo queue in India.
That was really.
It'll be some fun content. It'll be a little different.
The eject tech on the slow bro, Smackdown pulling them back towards the team.
Some Indian solo queue.
Just didn't have enough damage to take out the slow bro. I think the slow bro was probably the biggest maybe issue with dealing with that front line. I don't think the Blaziken did all too well in those bigger team fights. But as long as they were able to take out the slow bro, I think the dominoes were to start to fall. But unfortunately, they weren't. They didn't have enough damage to take down this Pokemon specifically.
It's all about the mental.
Visiting my family, yeah.
Your health bar is very quickly disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
You've got
visiting my family for Christmas.
Influential Unite move that can prolong the inevitable.
Like the Christmas break.
But in an ideal scenario, sets up for at least one of your opposition to go down along with you. And I said it before it happened. If they hit that Umbreon
On swing bang on T-Tars, they just really like it.
That's exactly what they managed to hit in.
I don't know.
So to have,
I mean, it's probably okay-ish. I don't know. It procs a little bit.
Despite everything going against them,
it just doesn't make sense though. Like, you're gonna run into fights where you're literally unable to proc it.
In the Ray Pit, this team just doesn't miss. Strange to think how
they also could have changed it. Maybe it works now.
It feels like
I haven't tested it in like
truly abysmal
a long time. I doubt it. I doubt they changed it though.
Gen 5 is a second half team, but more like a final quarter team.
Right? Yeah.
Doesn't have you guys checked? Okay.
Our 10 minutes up into quarter specifically.
Yeah, I don't understand then. I don't get it.
You and I were watching in the green room for Gen 5's set against Lelovers. Lelovers definitely had Gen 5 on the ropes for the first 8 minutes of the game for both of those games, and this wasn't the same story for this game, but BH3, like I was saying, had the tempo going into the final stretch fight, really good composure, getting a couple of the high value Unite moves out. Gen 5 is just another team post 2 minutes.
Certainly BH3, it was, considering where they came from, very impressive to find themselves at parity, I think, with Gen 5, because let's consider that they didn't have a Blissey until 1.5 minutes in. They didn't have an Umbreon until 2 minutes in. Gen 5 locked down those early Evos really, really effectively. And so as much as we can talk about BH3 and their ability to bounce back, there are still question marks over this Gen 5 roster and how they let such a dominant first 2 minutes slip away, actually.
Yeah, I mean, looking across their lineup, I think both teams have some disparities, or at least some things they need to make up for in that early game. Blaziken obviously doesn't.
I wonder if the ACL format is just better.
Umbreon have.
I feel like the ACL top 8 format might be better, guys. I don't know.
3 has Miraidon, Blissey, or Chansey has Pound in the early game.
Is double elimination really the way? These tournaments take so long.
For Buzzwole,
just go single elimination and then third place tiebreaker match.
Either the teams, Gen 5, on paper shouldn't do very well in the early game, whereas BH5 should.
A lot easier to say that when you're not playing. Single elim is so scary. It just feels like these tournaments take so long.
Early game discrepancies where you should be excelling, unfortunately, they just didn't. That's BH3 specifically.
Gotta say,
maybe a league format is just better.
Rolling it all the way back to draft,
where you just have like 1 or 2 matches per weekend.
BH3 can't help but feel
every
like,
weekend,
especially when you're going into a slow bro,
instead of like a tournament every weekend.
Range advantage that hits like a truck against one of the tankiest Pokemon. I mean, maybe especially.
That's how it used to be in HOTS.
Maybe it wouldn't have made that.
Every weekend, you would just have like 1 or 2 matches, and then at the end of the season, or like in the middle of the season, depending on how well you place, you would play in a tournament to go to LAN, and then you'd have LAN events. And it made it so that it was like exciting to watch the weekends, and the matches were more competitive. But it's like, how do you decide the teams that are in the league, right? That's like the hard part.
Force, as we've seen them on broadcast. Mimikyu is going to be the first.
ACL and Western tournaments managed by different people. Yeah, I know, but they can still, they can borrow different formats from each other, right?
For the remainder of today's events, but I've said this in the past. I don't think Mimikyu is a very strong first pick Pokemon. It has a number of.
Right, Draku says Mimikyu's not good first pick.
If you just bulk up your team, Mimikyu can't get those resets.
What about Miraidon though? Any Miraidon enjoyers? Is BH3 really?
Well with that in the most recent
are we all Espeon believers all of a sudden?
Mimikyu, I would love to see if we
also, why did they high pick the Mew? What is going on?
If it's picked earlier on in the draft versus picked later on in the draft.
Why did they 1-2 Mew?
Attributes like a speedster does a
is Lunder just saying give me the Mew?
When it's using Shadow Sneak plus one of its other abilities. I'd really like the direction that Gen 5 is going here. It has a lot of different tools to damage this Mimikyu from really long range, but J-Bud is going to be pulling out that Zoroark.
J-Bud wants to play Zoro?
We've seen some Zoroark play today. I don't think Zoroark has been done particularly well without a Comfey. They're going to be pulling out the Eldegoss as the supportive choice.
I have to say, a few eyebrow-raising moments for BH3. Psyduck ban on the purple side. I don't know. I feel like you force Gen 5 into that ban and you take control of the draft.
Maybe they're scared of BHMU that they didn't play a single time.
Maridon,
Yeah.
bold. And Gen 5 is going to round out.
Do neither of these teams play Serena as well?
As far as I'm concerned, I
don't know. I'm a noob drafter. I can't tell you guys what happened this game.
That they've put together. They've got that support Mew. They've got that amazing backline poke with Megu. They've got really strong rotate tools. They've got the Trick Hooper, which admittedly doesn't synergize as well with this roster on paper, but as we've seen with Nouns Esports, you can still do some funky...
Volto plays Serena, but he's their only Mimikyu player.
Of course, the Unite move, which we've gone over.
What about on Gen 5, though?
BH3 does have secure, but they've prioritized...
Do Utah or Megu play Serena? I don't know if I've seen them play it before.
Opted to counter this Mimikyu directly, though. Confidence in themselves and their
Chris post kind of funny.
That they'll win anyway.
Wait, what post? Can you link it?
With Mimikyu on the micro level, they don't need a Pokemon to help.
Utah plays it.
Yeah, looking at the held items for this Maridon, it's most
Nouns versus 3 French teams.
It has a Shedinja doll. I think that's the big telltale, but it's also a stacking spect Maridon as well. So really trying to get those micro scoring in. We were talking about EX Pokemon having a stacking item. We were talking really briefly about Zacian with an attack weight. Maridon this time with a stacking item as well. These are Pokemon that traditionally don't do a whole lot of micro scoring.
Nouns is like
their essence as a Pokemon.
Two UK, 2 German, 1 Spain. They're like
energy they have in their pocket with
more international.
The duration they have the Hadron engine put out on the field. And we'll see.
Serena never played in EU. Snow was playing it.
Invasion going on here. Both the Phantom heading into the central area, but look at all the defense from the supportive class Pokemon for both teams.
Koopa gets this every time.
That eventually helps. Oh,
told you.
Would you believe it? They missed out with the Phantom Force. Don't matter because the auto is going to put it out anyway. X speed popped on the chase. Oh, and they got the Citrus Berry as well. Sazuru, you are a very cheeky boy indeed. It's
a very cheeky boy.
Now, but here comes Lunda with the coaching and Electro Ball. K-opener.
Is that like a UK thing?
Right now,
a very cheeky boy?
To face or cheek to cheek, quite literally, and pulling out a
guys, please don't call me a cheeky boy ever, okay?
Auto attack, or
cheeky in it.
From the Hoopa, and not only that, specifically that red buff.
This is kind of GG, not gonna lie. No, it's fine.
That slow is gonna be so devastating in this early game.
I know they say cheeky, but they call people cheeky boys. I don't want to be a cheeky boy.
Which, quite frankly, is better than what could have been said for the first 5 minutes or so.
Cheeky boy.
And look at this again, Gen 5. Harrying and harassing, but BH3 have got plenty of players rotating central, but that just means that Gen 5 get free.
Don't call me a cheeky boy, guys.
Look already at the damage generated with this Electro Drift, which just runs over the Gossifleur. No mercy.
Gosh, Micro turning
used to get yelled at for being cheeky. Oh no.
Pokemon in the central area are just demanding so much attention, pulling even that Mimikyu from the top path, allowing that Maridon to get a micro score.
Oh god.
Boosting up.
I feel like BH3's tilted now.
And man, Mew also gonna pull away with that blue buff.
Mew getting the blue buff with the boosted auto from
the macro game. Pulling
France.
the attention of Pokemon to that central
cheeky
area.
Girls.
Literally Relic demanding attention in this early game.
And Lunda,
yeah, it's a fully stacked Maridon now, huh?
Moment immediately closes the distance, providing that support.
Cheeky little madam. That would piss me off.
Also, Electro Ball, guess what? A lot closer to you. Solar Beam, guess what? It can reach a lot further than you. And as we head towards our first set of Reggies, although the score lead might be minimal, Draku, Gen 5 is dominating.
Man, I can't tell who's the support Pokemon for Gen 5. Is it the Hoopa or is it this Mew? Because the Mew, of course, with that coaching is boosting up the auto attack speed for the Hoopa autos. The Hoopa obviously is getting a couple of secures here. That Mew has the
coaching
rerun right underneath
coaching Mew with
that
Trick
aura.
Hoopa is definitely really strong.
Gen 5 right now is going
It's
for a
like
split push, but I don't think it even
it's like what
matters.
Japan
They're
used to do
demanding
with
attention both in the bottom
Eldegoss
path,
and Mew,
in the top path, and also the central area.
where you
Reggie
just
Aleki
have the
going
support
down
and the
on
Mew run around the
a
map,
win
and
for
they just
P3, able to send
boost
that
each
Reggie
other.
Aleki over to the tier 1 goal zone on the side of Gen 5, but now Gen 5 is going to use that Unite move, sending that Espeon back to the Pokemon Center, and
maybe it might be
stacking up
GG.
on that attack wave.
That's perfect, and they've got plenty on this top path to defend away the Regieleki. Look at how BH3, as soon as they took that Regieleki, 180. We need to work on these wild Pokemon again. Stat 9 to 105 in favor of Gen 5, and going after the central areas, guess what? That Umbreon's just going to steal away all of the Swablu, and now the Gen 5 brigade has arrived. Mimikyu takes out the Miraidon elsewhere on the map, and that means that Volto's going to get
That's a big KO from the Mimikyu.
Scoring ain't the problem right now, Draku. It's everything else.
The problem is this.
Oh,
duo
GG,
right
it's a ton
here,
GG.
hand in hand. These two Pokemon are like a magician and their assistant, quite literally. Trick Hoopa has been, you know, I had some reservations about it going into today's event. It has been an absolute splendid thing to see. I mean, you can see this. The auto attack speed for Mew, probably not the best, but boosted by that Trick, the boosted autos are definitely hitting in this game.
As we head towards halftime, yes, your eyes do not need correcting. Oh, what a fight with the Shadow Sneak!
Look at
Shush,
Shadow
Mr.
Sneak.
Relic. Volto's working. That's an incredible play. They get scores
I mean,
down on the
BH3
zone.
is
They
back.
crash
They're
the zone.
back.
Megu's Electro Drift eaten up by the invulnerability, and here comes the come play with me. Got ourselves a Midnight Prance in there as well. Shedinja Doll.
Ooh, nice Espeon ult too.
Oh, another find. Oh, Volto's popping off in a big way. 3 KO streak on
Trick
this top
helping Mew
path
get more
now.
boost
But
autos?
here
They
comes the
did,
hero
yeah.
fifth.
It's
Volto.
I don't think they
Oh,
meant to say that, but that's what they said, yeah.
Zero's got them covered. Utown now doesn't want to get too deep, pulls themselves out of the rough water.
An incredibly close game, Relic, as we head into the halfway point of the game.
Player of
Now,
Mimikyu
an
works
8-point lead
into
here
Drift
in the
Miraidon.
Right before,
Because you
teams
can
start to navigate to either
you can
objective.
invulnerable,
Looks
like
BH3
go
really
invulnerable
devoted
before the
again a lot
Miraidon
of
drift
resources
lands,
to this top path. Let's see how fast they
and
can take this bottom objective. That is Gen
do
5,
damage to the
because they
Miraidon,
need to take the
and the
trap to
Miraidon
top
can't
path
really
because the
escape.
fight is ensuing.
It can't drift away because you're sticky on it, and it doesn't get drift stacks because it can't hit you. And I mean, he almost 100-0'd him there. He just has no stacks.
I know we got a Zoro.
He has like one or two
but
stacks.
Volto has been the one who's really been speaking up loud and proud. Qatar backline foul play. Eldegoss falls as well. Electro drift through the Regieleki.
At least that's the idea for it.
Here as Gen 5 have got that Aleki moving towards the zone.
And the game is very back and forth.
BH3.
Mimikyu is getting some stacks at least.
Quite an electric game from start to finish. Another 50 banger in that top half. The breakout was wide open.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
To lead here into the central area. Mew getting a KO with that boosted auto Electro Ball combo. Move swapping to the Solar Beam. Getting a KO streak of 2 from a boosted auto all the way from the Kanto
Feels
region.
lag, man.
Gen 5 is going to take the Regieleki,
The official stream had some cheeky lag.
Too.
British accent Inder? I can't do a British accent. I think Tinkaton would be played if it was allowed. I don't know if it would look good.
136
Probably not, no.
Is a scoreline that you can work with, but you do not want to feed the machine. 2 level 13s as Shifu and Miraidon, 2 level 12s.
But it might be too early to tell still.
The Mimikyu and the Zoroark. Now the Espeon joins them on that level 12, but Gen 5 with a minute.
Like, I haven't seen it in a competitive game yet, or even in a 5s game, so it's hard to judge. My instincts say no, but I could be wrong.
It's the calm before the storm, Relic, and I feel like we've been in a storm for the last
Tuesday, and voila, you are a Brit.
Right now, Gen 5 has the comfort of their tier 1 goal zone.
I don't want to be a Brit.
Around one more objective in this bottom path. Gen 5
Proper cheeky in it.
Pivot on down there. Now 30 seconds before the final stretch. A couple of Pokemon to watch here.
Tinkaton saw ratio scores? Yeah.
Megu kind of on their own.
It does bonus damage that gets converted into
Here comes the cavalry.
damage onto HP when it hits shields.
Finally able to defend that goal zone. Zorak does go down here. There is an objective in that bottom path, and it is that Reggie ice buff is going to be really handy for these Pokemon that can stay on the field for a very long period of time. That passive healing is going to be pivotal.
Level 14's BH3 electing for the reset, and that means that they have given up.
What if you pick Wigglytuff into Umbreon, Wiggly ult, force the Umbreon to take your ult,
backline going after Fizzy,
and then you Mold Breaker, GG.
And then Gen 5 call off. Damage done. They've got the points lead as far as they're aware, but check out the big damage onto Japer.
Wait,
as
where'd the tree go?
Once again, proving havoc. Moving in, Fizzy, no hesitation whatsoever. Catches out that Espeon, foul play, Psychic Solaire, Future Meteor Storm, and that's 3 removed in the blink of an eye. Now the ring's unbound as Rayquaza going down.
Eldegoss ults.
Potentially from Eldegoss, up with the Congo crash, doesn't land it. Gen 5, clinical.
The knockup? No, so Tinkaton's passive is Mold Breaker, and when Tinkaton, like, it has 2 passives. It has like the Stacking Hammer, but it also has Mold Breaker, where when it hits a target that has a shield, it does some bonus damage that guaranteed hits the HP bar. So it's kind of like Urshifu's passive, where some of the damage you do goes to a shield, but it's like, it's bonus damage. So you actually hit targets harder that have shields. It's like a better Urshi passive, actually.
This is much more like it. This is a team that looks like they are capable of doing what Nouns Esports did just 2 weeks ago and running the gauntlet, running the loser side of the bracket, and ultimately upsetting
I think tanks to drop Res Guard when they're fighting Tinkaton.
Sprinkle in the Gatlu
it could be a consideration,
Fun
but
fact, everyone, Gatlu has never won the second online event of any season he has competed in. That is all 3 seasons.
Don't say that.
More on
Do
that
not,
later, I guess.
Relics, don't say that.
We'll be heading on to the losers final, but let's go ahead and take a look at how we got here. Again, Gen 5.
Gatlu's never won a second event of the year. What is that?
Losing out in dominant fashion to their.
That's such a caster curse.
Drill Peckers losing out to them 0-2.
So toxic. He said Gatlu has never won the second event of any UCS season ever.
A slow start team. They might be a slaking across the board, but they have definitely found their true.
What does Inder and chat think about an held item that can do % true damage to help against ray shields? I don't like the idea of it.
For Greg and Fizzy, that front line basically sawn through.
Also, I wouldn't worry too much about Rayquaza caps, because the game isn't going to be like that for very long, because the game is going to change once we get what the China version has.
That's how you do it.
I want to give a couple of shout outs to the members of Gen 5.
Baseball style stat, when they say a left-handed pitcher has never won an away game in Texas. True.
That we can say that is,
yeah, they'll do stats like that in basketball, where like LeBron James has never lost a game after going back-to-back 27-7 games on the road. He's never lost a game 3 after a back-to-back on road when coming home. It's like, bro, what? Like, you can just cherry pick the most random things you want to create a narrative. Come on.
From the defenders to the supportive class Pokemon.
Do you think we'll have the China version for regional finals this season? My guess, and this is just a guess, is that the China version will be revealed to us sometime in Q2, like spring-ish, like springtime, like maybe like March, April-ish. And after Worlds, our next competitive season will be on that version. But I think Worlds will be on this version.
Let us not forget.
That's my uneducated, uninformed guess. I don't think they'll mess up the World season halfway through by changing the entire game.
between that very top echelon and where
That it'll be coming in spring as a standard game mode. Yeah, exactly. That's where my information is based off of. Like I said, I don't have any insider raw information. I'm just making a guess based on what we've heard already.
Gigas of this roster or this lineup, because they definitely did have a slow start, but I think they've passed that 5 turns.
Do you think that's the best healthy option for the game?
Run back.
I don't know. I haven't played that version, so I can't say, but I'm excited for it. I think that direction is the best. Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun one, Raleigh.
I think it's time to pack it up and say the way Pokemon Unite's worked for the last 3 years has been fun, but the game can't sustain itself as being a coin flip the game in the last 2 minutes anymore. It can't just be like a calculated coin flip, I think. Maybe we'll hate it, but I'm optimistic.
To the extent where we saw a Greedent and forcing out a mean look Umbreon for the first time in what seems like many weeks of competitive play, both in preseason and here now. They are the boss at the end of this run, Draku. But Gen 5 Drill Peckers, do you think that enough progress has been shown from Gen 5 to at least make this a closer series, if not completely turn the tides in who we should say is favorite?
The next match is Gen 5 versus Drill Peckers. Winner of that plays Nouns in the grand finals.
Esports again looked the most vulnerable they have ever looked this past season, just because they had a new roster change in the last week. Nouns Esports definitely looking a whole lot stronger, but you know, Drill Peckers is a team that has definitely surprised today. Maybe not the best performance in the winners finals against a kind of newly reformed Nouns Esports, but Drill Pecker seems to have Gen 5's number. Whether they can continue to win or continue their streak against Gen 5, we'll see in the losers final.
Right, well, we're going to sit back and enjoy.
The thing about playing Pokemon Unite is that for a 10-minute game, it doesn't feel like you can play it for more than like a couple hours at a time. It feels really hard to just keep playing. Like, the novelty of being excited to try new builds and stuff gets quickly washed away after, like, you have to, like, how do I describe it? Because you know that every game is possible to win at Ray, when your first 2 minutes goes really bad, the middle, like, 6 minutes feels like misery. Right? It's like, oh man, like, I have to keep participating because the game is still in play at Ray, but like, at the same time, it just feels like you're just waiting for it to end. I don't know. The short games definitely are like a double-edged sword, because it makes like 5 to 6 minutes feels like it takes like an hour. But, I mean, the benefit is you're not trapped in the game for long, I guess, so it's good and bad. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom too. Everyone take a quick 1 minute, 46-second break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite December Cup, as we're going to be covering now the loser finals, as yet again Gen 5 will meet Drill Peckers. And we know, Kettler, that earlier in the bracket today, Drill Peckers had the upper hand.
Yeah, a little bit of deja vu here. And I think, Drill Peckers defeating Gen 5 2-0 earlier on in the day. That was quite a surprise, a bit of an upset, but let's have a look at our day so far. So as we can see, Gen 5 Drill Peckers, they went up against each other, the 2-0 match up, but Gen 5s, they're doing the losers bracket run, so the complete opposite from what we saw with last month. But so far they seem to be on a roll, considering they have managed to 2-0 Lelovers and then 2-0'd BH3 as well.
Yeah, the 2-0s, the sweeps definitely build up such
All right,
a
I'm
big
back.
boost in the confidence, Keller. And
I definitely didn't
on the
poop,
other hand,
by the way.
They want to get a rematch against Nouns Esports, because if you didn't catch the Ucs Cup play-ins just 2 weeks ago here on the channel, we had Nouns Esports bringing it back on the grand finals in the bracket reset for a total of 6 games. So every best of 3 was a 3-game series, and that was
All right, Gen 5 versus Drill Peckers in the finals, or losers finals.
In February.
I got the pen out.
Definitely eager to have that rematch.
Blissey Ben,
Absolutely wild
Chomp
weekend.
Ben,
Not only did we have the bracket resets for
Zacian,
Europe, but we had
so this
bracket
could
resets
be
across all of the regions, but so
Mimikyu,
into our draft. So the ban
Miraidon, or Umbreon.
Chomp ban, Gen 5.
So they went with the Mimikyu, which means that these are
I guess
probably Umbreon, Miraidon is what they should pick.
Well, I'm kind of thinking that this fits the slot where Galaxy Eagle has been playing, because we saw them on the Serena.
Okay, so then Hoopa.
So it might as well just be a target Ben from Gen
Maybe
5.
they don't want a Hoopa though.
Respect, I will say. I
Okay, yeah,
admire
there's the
those
Hoopa.
choices. And at the same time, the usual Blissey, Psyduck, and Zacian on the bench.
And then Slowbro.
The Mimikyu
They
does
picked Slowbro in this spot before too. I'm not sure what I felt about it.
on the other side, Drill Peckers confirmed.
But maybe they're just really tired into playing into Bro.
Yeah,
It's just
very strong.
this matchup feels very annoying.
Picks, but one thing I've absolutely loved seeing as well today is that trick.
Stop trolling? Oh, sorry.
Incredible plays. The double tricksters once again at it.
Sorry,
together.
sorry. I'll
So
stop trolling.
Utah on the Mimikyu and Hooper. Plus Qatar looking in.
Who's Qatar? He's just he's a French tank player, I guess.
Ooh, the first Gyarados that we get to see. Look, in terms of all-rounder picks, we know there's so many, and I absolutely love to
No
see
maps.
bring
Don't tell him.
all-rounder to the table here. But Galaxy,
You're gonna give him the
Eagle,
yips.
whoa, Mewtwo X.
Do not give
wait,
Galu the yips.
Totally made fun of Relic earlier today, or was it Draco, that said, maybe
We're
see
breaking
two
the
X.
curse.
And I said,
He's
"You
aware of
are
the yips."
Crazy, you're dreaming. I guess
Oh,
I was
true.
wrong.
It's the
you have
Blaine
to,
diff.
I don't know, potentially you have to buy them.
Blaine's never lost a tournament,
I didn't
UCS
notice that
tournament.
one. Interesting. Well, I
When
honestly
playing
don't know how I
on the
feel
Nouns
about that.
roster.
I kind of miss some range on this squad. But
Explain the Mewtwo X pick.
should be okay.
It looks donkey. I don't know. It actually looks awful.
Providing that backline damage with Garchomp out.
It actually looks
picking
awful.
up this more brawly all-rounder. But I think in terms of the picks, Mewtwo Y
He
seems
has-
to be the more
No,
popular
I'm saying
choice.
on the
Really
Nouns
excited to see
roster.
what comes from Galaxy Eagle. You can see their build, the muscle band, the rapid fire scarf, along with
He's
that
never
weakness
lost
policy
as a
there.
player
But it's
under
also
Nouns.
the global unite move.
Oh, he
that
has?
Mewtwo do have. So if they're able to time that perfectly, get the
Oh.
stuns, and then allow Revenge or even BNJ
Okay,
to just die.
he's
from
never
it.
lost
that is the perfect setup, but we also know that
as
sometimes
support?
that unite move can be dodged, and the maneuverability that you can have from a Mimikyu
On the Nouns roster?
even a Gyarados, it could be a tricky one to pull off here.
Well, but as you said, maybe the combo for
As top laner, we told him you can only play Dodrio if you play Pixel Perfect, and then he didn't play it, and we lost. Galu, are you okay?
Gen 5 have a very steady, trustworthy composition for your first game of the loser finals. Gen 5 on your purple side versus Drill
Galu, are you alright, buddy?
And we are going to send in the Eevee, the Leafeon Revenge, into that
I don't know.
area. It'll be interesting to see whether they're just going to get that one buff and then head on in and keep that pressure onto one of these lanes. But Frigo does have double stacking this time around, so making sure to rush towards that goal, get that AOS cookie and attack weight stack.
Yeah, I'm tired too, I'm not gonna lie. I just want you guys to play already.
Much more than they were hoping, but they're still gonna.
Inder has never lost a game on the Nouns roster either. Not true. I lost a community tournament subbing for Nouns.
One thing though, Callow, that I was kind of thinking could provide extra range is a solar blade, but I thought certainly not. But it is what Revenge picked.
It is.
Wait, is he Solar Blade?
Down a move, the big burst damage that it can provide there. So whether we're actually going to
Are they for funning it, or am I
plus the charge beam
tiny brained?
Whether they've gone for this the drift instead, but you know what? We're gonna pivot up into the top path as those birds are there.
I mean, honestly, the solar. I don't even.
Involved into that Gyarados.
I don't hate the Solar Blade like that much. Guys, is it just me or there's no casters? Hello? Are the casters gone?
All right, we're back. I swear the connections have been crazy today for internet. We have returned. We're okay.
They're back.
Well, here we are, Callow. So what happened when basically I was lights out?
We are lights out overall this side as well, but we are good as we do have those birds spawn on and in. They ended up getting.
Guys, am I getting this right?
So
that
far,
the EU casters are
currently Utah has
from OCE and LATAM. That's kind of based.
Movements unlocked for them.
I have to cast now. In the top lane, we've got Mewtwo X side striking away. He's gonna be able to find the Gyarados. Megu bounces away, able to find his security. Trick gives him the necessary movement speed to walk away towards the pad. And there's still a Mewtwo X high strike Shadow Seek off the work, but there's a bounce onto the Eldegoss as soon as the Swablu spawn. Gen 5 are pushing in the top lane.
Getting a good position here to
that good?
levels before the Reggie spawn.
10 seconds left to go. Yes, as you mentioned, those Reggies do spawn on up. We do have only the one member from Gen 5 up here, making sure to try and get those levels. They are quite close to getting their Unite move, but it looks like we have Megu leaving that for
more
Utah.
volume.
That way they can get closer. But you know what? Drill Peckers, they have the advantage, the numbers. To
Guys, it's 7 a.m. I've been awake since 4. I'm on the old man schedule. I went to bed at like 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. I mean.
Pushing and trying to guarantee at least the setup for an overdunk, while Lunda on the top side will guarantee the 30 plus Megu on another one if they can get it. But the Solar Blade comes in as well, and that's the damage that the Leafeon can guarantee. Just to push
I am old,
back
true.
to only 16 points.
Old.
You have 16 points, but you look at the scoreboard, it's only a 2-point difference, 96 to 94. So being able to catch on up.
True, I'm not 30. I'm not old.
At the level so far, catching on up. But Drill Peckers, they seem to still have the advantage as Susuro on that Hooper gets knocked on out and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Woo! And yet another Shadow Sneak that doesn't connect there for Utah. So Eldegoss will survive. Jean-Mi will be okay for that rotation to the bot side.
Gallo, are you focused up? You're playing one of these teams after this. Are you locked in?
Try to get people away from this tier.
I feel like you're locked out right now. I need you to lock in.
Left to score and get the overdunk set up here for Drill Peckers. But Utah is also
you're about to play.
A 4-person push from both
I take it as a community tournament.
Interesting to see whether they're going to break it with only a small dunk or whether they're going to try and capitalize on that, because we know those points come that late game can make such a big difference. But Drill Peckers, I mean, their goal downstairs is at 80 out of 80. As we pivot up onto the top path, a Galaxy Eagle
shots fired.
Lurk in the tall grass. Don't want to expose themselves on Megu, who ended up soaking up that Boltoid. But we have 15 seconds left to go until the next basement.
Who locks in versus French players?
Spawn at the same time too.
It means
C'est toxique.
make a decision decision on what they want to do, or maybe they're going to split their efforts. As 3 members of Gen 5 are on the basement Reggie, while you have Mimikyu plus Gyarados for the Reggie Aleki, and they could
wait.
as well rip it. Utah has already started it, while we see Megu just keeping the pace away. The Mewtwo X
Solar Blade
through. Shadow Sneak connects into the backline with the play rough, almost takes it.
Oh wait, he actually broke him out in time.
That is crazy. The last Solar Blade does connect, and they manage to chunk it down.
Oh, yeah, this is why I hate Mewtwo and the Gyarados.
And now
He just goes underwater.
Is the one person left standing. They could go for the Reggie Aleki as they are. While on the bot side, Kello, we still have plenty of action to come through. Regice might as well just reset.
Yeah, it's getting dragged away, trying to be a part of the action. Meanwhile, Megu trying to shred down this Reggie Aleki, but Revenge potentially coming in for a steal with the Solar Blade, but they end up doing a little bit too early, knowing that
there's no water. That's what you think.
I mean, Reg Ice is going to reset here as the action is going to continue down in the bottom path.
Heard Solar Blade has a bug.
Line is B&J. But they still have a very steady front line with that slow bro. Well, Megu is in the central area.
I don't know. I think the bug might be that it sucks.
As much EXP as possible. Regice has been initiated once again, and they are zoning them pretty well on the side of Drill Packers. And the slow beam that goes onto the Umbreon is huge. Now, Gen 5 has the numbers advantage, and it could continue to push forward, but Utah and Megu have rejoined, and it doesn't look as great for Drill Packers. They could go for a flip.
Hello, I'm under the water.
Cotton Cloud Crash.
Look at me, I'm under the water.
To the 3-minute mark, should be reset enough in time for Rayquaza, but Gen 5 guarantees the bottom Reggie and Reggie Aleki.
Yeah, that is massive for Gen
Please
5.
help me,
Yeah,
I'm
and you know what? The action
under the
isn't going to
water.
stop as Gyarados is forced to use their Unite move as well. Dive underground, avoid that Leafeon there, but Utah trying to shred on down, but it ends up being Slow Bro Surf to finish the job onto Frigo there. So they are not free to go, unfortunately. I mean, this pad is still left on 80 points here, so Gen 5 looks like they're going to pivot away, they knowing that they do not have the numbers to try and contest it.
There's no numbers on the health bar there for Lunder either, because that charge beam just chunked them down considerably. And as you were talking about numbers, 96 for Gen 5 versus 94 for Drill Packers, and 25 seconds for Rayquaza.
Hello, I'm under the water.
Most of the Pokemon just looking to get their EXP back, and especially the Unite move gauge
hydrating.
charged. Now, you don't
I'm
have
having
the
tea.
Meteor Storm, you don't have the Cotton Cloud Crash, neither the Emerald 2-step.
G5 and Drill Packers scrimmed before the tournament.
They still have the Glacial Stage.
What are you trying to say?
With me, so very important damage dealer options alongside the Unbound for relocation.
All right.
There we go. It's a close battle.
Sub
These teams
100-point
do not know
game.
Who is in the lead? Yes, the Gen 5 have the lead, but the thing is, do they?
If you're
want
the
to
slow bro
take
there
that
and you
risk?
see them ride
Have
on
they
Thunder,
managed to do that
is it
quick
worth
match
just
in
walking
terms
into
of
it to
their
proc
dunks?
them
They
right
have
on
broken
passive?
that top tier 1, but
I feel like it
maybe
is,
need
no?
to bounce on back to safety, knowing that they have both of
Just
those
put them
tier
right on
ones
passive on
available.
cooldown?
Some little pokes
not
and
like-
like onto Rayquaza.
It's not like it's a big surprise that you might be there.
Of the tall grass, but oh wait, Galaxy E-Girl. Okay, I thought they were gonna get caught on out there, but no, they managed to grab.
Can we heal our
Miraidon
Miraidon?
back to safety? But here we go, Revenge is diving onto Londa.
Oh, and their Emerald 2-step was back just in time, and it pops out the Glacial Stage only on one person as well, so they're gonna try to force down that bot tier 1. Revenge has.
Wait, the
used
Leafeon had
the
eject? Why didn't he just eject his Glace eject on the ult? He was X attack.
And zoning around. The bounce from Megu was charged, but they decide not to engage.
Hoop
at this
ult.
point. The Hooper inbound. Now Qatar's
Who's the bro ult gonna be on? On the Mewtwo. Eldol keeps him alive. Mewtwo's still alive. He has recover. Ray is being burned, but Lunder got it with Glaceon. Oh my god, Gen 5.
They have to go score though, because Megu, your shield is running out.
Shield is running out, but we have John Me going and dunking in 80 points up into the top path. It is still a pretty close match, but 276 to 174.
It's
Make it
over.
376, Soph, with 20 seconds left
It's
to go.
over.
Suzuru's going to pick up some gold from the gold mine left over from the fight of the Rayquaza. And look at dunking in another 80. What an insane final
Don't play
stretch.
any
It
mon
was
from
so
Gen
close.
5?
The risk were there for both
There aren't
teams,
that
but
many Gen 5
able
mons,
to
right?
come
It's like
out
Crustle
on
and
top.
Delphox.
You've got to give it to the last hit from Lunder on the Glaceon to lock
Is there
in
anything
that
else?
first win for our lower bracket final for Gen 5.
And that just shows, Kello, how our icicle spears are just so powerful still in the meta.
Oh, Fox is 6?
They didn't have
Oh,
to
Zora. Oh, Zora, okay.
a secure options for objectives.
Buzz is not 5. Yeah, Buzz is Sun and Moon.
Managed to take it, and it was so close all around, considering that Drill Packers were basically winning the
Is it just Crosso Zoro? Is there anything else?
They were running the team fight. I guess, yeah, they did have Galaxy Eagle actually use a pretty good Unite move. They did manage to get some stuns here and there, but
Only them?
my
Oh,
gosh,
okay.
looking at these numbers, the thing that stands out for me, B&J Miraidon, the fact that this Pokemon seems just to slip on through draft time and
Chandelure?
time again bewilders me. But you know what? It doesn't matter because the power of a Gen 5, they are the ones that lock
Noobs.
down that Rayquaza and manage to make up that difference. But we're going to have a squiz at some highlights here. I guess that's the thing. It was a pretty close match between these two teams. As we saw on the graph, they were at this point for pretty much the majority of the match, 2 points difference.
It's crazy how that
Buzz
was
is an
crazy.
Ultra Beast.
The timer was around 5 minutes on the last replay, and the points were still the same.
Call me Buzzwole when I make a new account because I'm an Ultra Beast. Oh, bars.
I honestly thought the Drill Packers was going to
Guys, I'm so tired.
The health bars were going down.
And now let's just win already.
But I guess
Or
at the end of
lose.
the day, if you still
Actually, it's
have
more
Mega
optimal for them to win
Scout,
because that's 3 games.
stuff that can
Less than
come
3
by
games.
Sazuro there. Look,
God, if Nouns
down,
loses the first
down.
set, like,
Mega has to go
they're
into the
fired.
current, while the Icicle Spears are there, like, the Icicle Spears could have been blocked by anybody on Trail Pack.
Hello, dudes and
We
gals.
saw the Glaceon on the other
Hello.
side of the pit, but it wasn't. They
We
were trying to
jinxed
secure
it.
with Megu
You're fired.
on the Dragon Current.
I think that's the thing. It's the pressure comes on in straight after that minute mark. You know, it's like, okay, it's
A
still a close battle.
jellyfish's
Nobody's
rock
back up
poison?
here. We are going to have to go in for that flip.
You're
And
telling me a
it is
jellyfish,
risk
this
for either
Pokemon?
side. You know, especially when you don't go and take that team fight first, get rid of, you know, one of the biggest threats, Lunda on the Glaceon, trusting in your allies to try and get the secure, whether it be revenge with a solar beam secure.
I really like
or
their
whether you're just
backgrounns. I
trusting
wish
in
I had a room
good
like
old
this.
basic attack secure.
Hello's
but,
room is really cool.
I don't know, like it's just absolutely wild. But
I
you know
have all
what?
the stuff
So
too to
they
make my
are
room like
best of
that. I
breeds
just
here. I
don't.
think from either side, in terms of compositions wise, it was okay. Don't know, I feel a little bit iffy, I'm not gonna lie, about the Mewtwo X. As I said, they did manage to get a great Unite move during that Rayquaza fight.
Mewtwo X didn't seem, it didn't perform horribly, but it looked like it was
I guess,
awful.
you know, is there
in the
another
draft.
all-rounder that you can select instead of this?
Yeah, I would go for the Serena. I think she would be doing already much better if you are considering that Pokemon that is not just melee range, all-rounder, can have some sort of survivability with life.
Like your background, yours is cool too, Galu.
Unite, of course, Mewtwo X, bigger area and map wide, but Serena also does that, at least to one person. So maybe that could have been a good choice. I totally agree with you. I wasn't super enthused by the Mewtwo X. It just feels like now there is a discrepancy between the Mewtwo Y and the Mewtwo X, and how the Mewtwo Y that has been showing up much more frequently just has the better stats right now.
You know, before Pokemon Unite, I used to think Serena was an Ultra Beast.
Former EX licenses playable and competitive, but also turning them down quite a bit.
I didn't realize Serena
I
wasn't
think
also an
one
Ultra
of the
Beast.
biggest things that
I legit didn't even know Serena used to evolve. I thought it was just Serena the Ultra Beast.
Helping hand Blissey. It's the basic attack speed that a Mewtwo Y has over, say, Mewtwo X. So not really hitting that benchmark there. Mind you, while, yeah, they do have
He's an Ultra Beast in the bed. What does that mean, Ryan?
Going on into
Can you
the
explain
next round,
in great detail?
we had Blissey Garchomp being banned on out from Gen 5. We had Psyduck and Zacian.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Someone tell
Do
me.
they go and switch up these bans? Is
Not my
Garchomp,
virgin
I know
ears.
that caught me by surprise. It's a bit of a respect ban on Galaxy E-Girl, isn't it?
I'm scared.
It is. I thought that was sublime, really, because
Yeah, this is a Christian chat.
that we see
You did this on Sunday?
target bans
On the
net
Lord's Day, you
before
could say
end up
something like
ban of
that.
a team, so you got to be very certain of what you want to do.
Chick-fil-A closes on
I
Sunday for
feel
this?
if they didn't win this first match, this first game of the series. If I was Galaxy Eagle, I would.
Not only was that his first message of the day, but it's his last one because he's not coming back.
If they
You guys all got boomed.
Garchomp, or whether, they're going to go back to the earlier phase where they did play that Zarina.
You would rather eat it? No
duo
shit,
as well. So
Galu.
no comfys for this one, but I guess breaking down that match.
Controversial
there was one
take.
moment that I noticed as well up in the top path. It was Galaxy Eagle, I believe they ended up using
Free Evolution's a fruit.
was actually running full heal.
Yezo Serena is literally based on a
full
strawberry.
heal in terms of that item, not many players do play it, but I think it worked out so well for them, timing that way they could avoid getting stunned.
Hello,
and
I'm
then
under
go
the
in
water.
and finish the job.
Please help,
So,
I'm drowning.
you know, this is where things come into play.
Yeah, it's based on
you
mangoes
might
and
have
strawberries.
Pokemon that don't seem to do well, but well, how can you adjust your items, your move sets moving forward? We've talked about,
Hello,
you know,
how are you?
Rhydon,
I am under the water.
double hammer
Please
there,
help me. Here,
you
too
know,
much
choosing,
reading.
the electro drift, or whether they end up going for the charge beam. That seems like a much bigger threat to get rid of than
Oh my
say
god, what a
Garchomp.
classic.
I agree. And B&J did so well on the charge. It was almost 100,000 damage that they dealt on the Pokemon. So it still works. It works out pretty well. And we saw
Mangosteen is
different
called the
examples in
queen
the
of
early
fruits?
fight. The
Really?
damage was being dealt by
What's the
B&J
king of
themselves.
fruits then?
I don't know. Maybe the one thing
The
that
existence of a queen implies the existence of a king.
standing in front of the high school spears, because we know for a fact that the dragon current did
Jackfruit?
not have the final hit.
Wouldn't that
on
be
the
a
boss,
prince?
right? We know that wasn't
Your
the case, so
mom.
maybe
Nice.
in a dream, but the dream still stands when we have a best of 3, as you said, Kello. So game 2 is the chance for Drew Packers to turn this around, take us to
We
game
should
3,
have
and
lost.
potentially pull their lower bracket run that Nouns Esports did again.
A French
in
ad?
5 2 weeks
Oh
ago.
no! Is there a
what's
French
really
ad they're
interesting
playing right
about
now on this
today,
screen?
So, is we've actually had
that a good
no
accent?
round 3s at all. All of the matches that we've seen on screen, but also off screen, have ended in that 2-0 sweep. So,
Hey,
will
that's
this be the
Kellosaurus, I
first
know
round
her.
3
Yeah.
that will witness if Drew
Dog champ
Packers are able to
Kellosaurus.
take a game of Gen 5? I mean, they've
German
already
one?
demonstrated that they
I don't
can
know
defeat
about
them,
that.
considering they
Luigi.
2-0'd them earlier on in the day.
Yeah, it's something that they are desperately wanting to repeat as Gen 5 continues the Blissey plus Garchomp.
We ban Miraidon?
Very interesting.
No, they
here, and
1P
as a
Mimikyu.
respect to Drew Packers,
Umbreon
and
Miraidon.
in particular, as they're also going to maintain the Psyduck and
Hoopa.
the Bans plus Umbreon and Miraidon first picks.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Low, bro.
Pretty much gotta lock on in those top dogs up first, but Qatar also locking down that Slowbro for themselves, and Suzuro switches on up for that Hooper. So far, exactly the same, whether we're going to see some switch ups come.
Alright,
that
Joe Pecker's about to go
last
crazy here,
revenge.
watch.
You know, is
I'm
the last
anticipating
one,
they're
so
gonna
depends
go
on what they're
crazy
gonna go
mode.
for. As John Me is gonna lock
My
on
spidey senses tell me something wild's about to happen.
And we know that in
They picked
early
Glaceon.
stages, laning phase, they do pretty well.
Okay, hold on. I'm telling you,
Going
my
on
spidey senses are tingling right now.
5 from Lunda.
What's
So
the
that's
most
one of the
crazy
people
pick you could imagine Drill Peckers should go?
But it also changed because we saw Revenge earlier also playing on the Mimikyu.
Like, what's something that would blow your mind if they picked it here?
Ooh, the fireworks are going to fly here.
Phalanx?
This is such an interesting pick.
I don't have Phalanx. I can just tell something weird's about to happen.
It is that 3-stage evolution, so it does take a little bit to get online.
Outrage Dragonite?
You know, earlier stage, it can
Nah,
struggle,
Blaziken's
so
boring. These guys
likely
are
we gonna
losers.
see Lunda head on
They had to
into
go
that
big
central
here.
Area,
They had to go
whether
big or
they're
go
actually gonna
home.
see Mimikyu into that central area,
Could I
or
make a
see Lunda
YouTube
down
video
into that
for
water
in-
path will be
Can I
really
make a
interesting.
YouTube
But Galaxy
intro for
Eagle
video? I need
not
to
going
rate
in
it.
for that Mewtwo X this time round, locking in the Blaziken.
For what
So I think
video?
in terms of if we're to rate the all-rounders, this is a much better
What's up,
pick.
YouTube?
Over here,
Welcome
we
back
know
to
that
another
it has
video.
such a great
It's your
team.
boy, Johnny Boy.
It's so good good, Callow. And although it was nerfed, as we have been mentioning, it hasn't been enough to drop it down from just the very well solid established place that this Pokemon.
Yo, what's up, YouTube? I'm back here with another video. Pokemon Unite, Gen 5 versus Drill Peckers.
We'll see a rotation from Lunda on the Delphox where they get the blue buff, and then
I didn't know Inder was Italian. I am not Italian.
Red buff on the top side. So
I think Delphox is now. It just reminds me of yesterday when Phil ejected to grab the Delphox and nobody followed up or cared. That was propaganda that Phil was spreading. I didn't want to say anything because I'm a Phil fan, but he wasn't zoning out the Delphox. There was a Blaziken hitting the Ray with the Urshi. Him 1v1ing the Delphox was doing nothing.
So, hey, one thing I noticed as well, Soph, as we head on into this game, there are a fair few cursed incense that are
6 out of 10. All right, lit.
Oh, well. So the Eldegoss is going to be denied big time.
Drop the likes, guys.
Of this loser finals, Gen 5 versus Drill Peck as the last chance.
Drop the likes and drop your wallets.
And we see Central Area just doing the usual.
I grabbed box. Good luck, guys.
Only Utal on that Mimikyu instead of what I suggested.
Yes, making sure to get that.
Oh my god, Qatar with the last hit.
This is something that we saw last time. A free go once again running the double stacking items, so making sure to get in those earlier dunks. That way they can become more tanky, more strong. They did manage to miss that last hit to Lunda there, so don't get to hit that level 4.
Yo, if Nouns loses, I'm gonna be so tilted. Like, are they really gonna make us sit through like 10 games today? Can you guys just FF?
They could try to push in for Altaria and also the goal zone.
Just say Blaine has prom.
Still Magikarp, and most of that EXP goes to Galaxy Eagle. Now a Combuskin. They could try to go for something more, but they are, I presume, going to just try to deny the EXP from the Magikarp.
You can just FF the first set.
I think that is a really interesting pick from
Why are we jinx? You're the ones that said Mario Party when we win, and now you're saying why are we jinxing it?
That's the thing that you
Buddy,
want to
you're the one
for.
jinxing it.
Enraged dragon Megu has
He
finally
up,
become a
Galu.
And it's dangerous, but also dangerous is Icy Wind on Glaceon for revenge, as they are chasing people down, and they could continue to do so, but Utal themselves will go into their own central area to guarantee the buffs, but they're going to be slightly late.
You didn't die a single time on your chicken?
And they get some of them,
I don't know if I believe that. Icy Wind to Glaceon, how do we feel about that?
Still standing, but
I told you something crazy was gonna happen.
On the bot side of your screen is also going
Utah killed them all.
Not enough to get Utal away from your teammates. Drill Peckers are not gonna.
How broken is Mimikyu passive?
Absolute no.
You just score and your thing doesn't get stopped.
Away with that. The shadow sneak position.
Why is there an emote called front-facing baby chick?
Down their opponents, and because of all of those KOs.
How else would you describe that feeling?
Experience. They're so close to getting their Unite move. They're playing with me. The lockdown, and there it is in time as well as they get caught out by that mean look.
Oh. Guys, where are the casters?
We are going to have these objectives spawn on up. It is going to be a Reggie Steele down this bottom side. But, I mean, it's a 4v5 down.
Blaziken just
still have that Gyarados
Blaziken the wall.
Into that top path. It's just a matter of who's going to get this last hit, as Drill Peckers are trying to shred it on down. It ends up being
started chanting that so late.
Pokemon to take that away. Glacial Stage ends up getting laid down by Revenge, and they're now seeking revenge, trying to take this tier 1 pad, pushing on 4th. But you have more members coming to join the party here, as they are going to get denied and pushed on back.
They have to defend now, and they have to also go back to their Pokemon Center of their own and get a little bit of that healing. Speak to Nurse Joy, because those health bars were dangerously low, and if Gen 5 wanted to overcommit, they kind of could have. So we can continue here on this game 6 minutes on the clock, 133 points to 46. And Drill Packers this time a little more proactive.
Yeah, how come the home base doesn't look like a Pokemon Center?
We thought that maybe Megu was gonna
Shouldn't there be like a Nurse Joy at your home base and it looked like a Pokemon Center?
No, it didn't happen, and they are still behind in points. But a great blaze kick to go.
Maybe Nurse Joy didn't immigrate to Sky Ruins. That's why.
But Utown needs to be cautious. They don't want to end up getting caught out by Maridon, as they do end up utilizing
Like your fountain should be a Pokemon Center.
Zoning tool.
It worked out really well. They
Think
have
about
the
it.
Alecki as well, the 6th member that you have been talking about, Callow. It's going to land, and the Shadow Sneak does not connect to the
Lock in.
Zombie is going to be fine, as this tier 1 is going to get taken down. Defensive fireworks come through, and maybe Lunda could try to go for it. Clean up of the house, and indeed, although they lose the goal, they manage to take some of the opponents down, as 20 seconds for the next Reggie.
No humans allowed in the stadiums. That makes sense.
Looking at the points, it is quite close. 133 to 110. One thing that Gen 5 are missing, though, are that Hooper and Defender.
At the end, so you can play TFT and watch NA.
8. Revenge,
I want to take a nap.
To just farm up all the wild Pokemon that is around them, hoping to get their Unite move in time, as we
And then watch
have
NA.
Next basement Reggie spawning, and once again, I believe that was a Reggie steal as we took a peek. No Reggie Rock.
Reggie Rock. All right, so extra defense and special defense, almost getting locked there into the mean look. But they are going to be able to escape their kata. They still need to be careful, but the front lining
Blower ult on the Blaze. The good bro ult on the Blaze, so he couldn't channel overheat.
Who takes this one, as they're still trying to escape on the side of Drill Packers, but one last damage is applied by Sazuro to just say, no, you're not.
He's a mime
here.
top demon.
44 overdone.
I'm telling you, they needed to bring something crazy.
That is a massive soap, because now they've jumped the
Can you
lead
turn
to
on your camera so we can watch you sleep?
110. That is going
No.
to give them some experience around, but also just more control come that bottom side of the map. But as we pivot up to the top path, we do have about 10 seconds left to go until another Reggie Alecki spawns. We do have members circling around, utilizing that tall grass, making sure to be unseen. And look at this Galaxy E-Girl charges up their overheat, and once again, they're going at it.
Because defensible fireworks already up, but the Meteor Storm also locks them up into the air and has
It just lagged.
some of those
That was weird.
buttons, especially from the attack.
Garchomp's in.
The backline is Megu, but they are stuck.
Garchomp bolt, but he's mean looked. There's eject, yeah, nice.
The eject button, and they get two of them into the air, and Kello, this is looking mighty good for Gen 5 as they
The trek backwards as well. Oh my god, Magu's so good.
Caught in the mean look themselves, as Kata is finally going to take that frontline stance, but they get taken down themselves for it. 38 over dunk.
Is that fair as Garchomp or as Gyarados that you can eject after your ult? Like it's like done basically.
Megu, the king of the sea. That was such a great Unite move coming
Not
out from
Gyarados,
them.
not Garchomp,
Being able to
Gyarados.
just push on.
Can you sleep? Yeah, bro.
And now that Reggie
I didn't
Alecki is
sleep
going
enough
to
last
be
night.
going
I've been up.
towards the T2. This
I've
puts
been awake
Drill
for too
Packers
long.
in a precarious position, because we do have another basement Reggie spawning in 15 seconds, but you have Revenge that needs to deal with the Reggie Alecki first. So they are the securing tool. Looks like because of this, Drill Packers, they're not even going to go and contest it at all.
And it's very difficult to deal with the team that gets the objective with the extra buffs just before Rayquaza. If that is... Oh,
I want to go at it with Cello. Inder, hook me up, please.
But the Rage Ice is also
Bro, you're weird.
very fortuitous, especially for Megu, as they can bounce it in and out of a fight and secure some of the healing. As we are on the final stretch, 2 minutes.
Fucking YouTube chatters. I know, man.
Galaxy Ego and Freego are very much aware of that, and they're pulling attention of 5 whole members of Drill Packers. as
Lord
the
save me on the
Gen 5
blessed day,
is
man.
taking control over this pit and the central area. They are just poking and prodding here on the Rayquaza Kello, but nobody really pulling the trigger just yet.
Yo, this Delphox is wild,
then.
then.
Flame charge and just poking them pretty well. Just looking for Sazuro, and whenever they're going to
Alright, the Umbreon's found the guy, but oh my god. All the ults. Only the Glaceon died. What happened to the Slowbro ult?
They're gonna get taken down 2 KO streak.
They're all doid.
Goes to Utah. Liz is still pushing, and the stuns that come through by Sazuro
They're all doid. They're all doid.
huge. But then it's only Qatar and Cesuro as the supporter and the defender. And it's all right because Megu takes the Rayquaza and Kalu, Gen 5 might just take this with a sweep.
Look, we may have revenge on the opposite side, but I think Gen 5 just served that revenge.
He was
ice
cooked.
cold to them. They originally
Sensational.
in the
Monumental,
side.
some would say.
To take this a 2-0, turn the tables is absolutely wild, but we do have 40 seconds left on the clock, but 2 members are currently down for Drill Peckers, only just spawning up, but looking at the AOS energy that they have on hand, don't think it's going to be enough points to make a difference.
This team would smash the team that came top 3 in NA last week.
Beyond the Eldegoss as well.
Look, NA had some stuff going on last week, alright?
Fight them all.
We don't talk about that.
No way they survived that, Soph.
We don't talk about that, okay?
Maybe in the dream. But the dream is here for Gen 5 for a rematch against Nouns Esports as they are still defending this go zone with all of their
accounts were being shared.
That is Gen 5 going to be your grand finalists as we move
allegedly, okay?
The bracket last stage of the competition.
There we go.
I mean, apparently you can just account share, and the worst thing that happens to you is they take away your points. And fun fact, the points don't matter, so
you know what, MVP Mega,
I don't really know what that's supposed to mean.
Unite move in that top path, but you look at this, we have some objectives being shared around both sides, but obviously it ended up coming down to
sharing is caring.
Gen 5,
including accounts.
You got to give it to Lunder as well to poke on out with their flame charge, but mystical
capitalist society with socialist views when it comes to accounts.
Slightly. That way, when they did go in for that final charge, they were able to just come out on
not educated enough to understand that one.
We were missing, although there was the double stacking on the Umbreon for Drill Packers, I felt like they were missing.
I didn't pay attention to English in English class.
The Shadow Sneak from Utah was hitting every valuable member in that backline. So maybe it was mispositioning, or maybe
our
how
account.
the composition was drafted. But overall, Gen 5 navigated the objectives so well, being able to be on every side of the map when necessary, and Megu on these plays, they were amazing. But always with Lunda there, and of course the energy amplifier for the shortest of cooldowns on that fanciful.
Socialism is when account sharing.
100%. It's such a great unite move to use. The AoE, as you see it laid on down, can be such a great zoning tool to just take them away. I mean, oh my gosh. Cesuro on the Hooper Unbound, locking down the objective as well. And that's the thing. How are you going to push on forward when you see Hooper that huge? Like, no thanks, I'm not going near that. But yeah, this was this the engaged Mega caught in the mean look, trying to push on 4th. They managed to break on 3, but the eject button was absolutely insane, and then it just allowed them to just go and clean on up. Also, Cesuro, like, putting the trick in the Phantom Force, that way Mega could get on out of there, like, eject button, plus that, just the combinations were wild.
They were so good, Keller, and as you say, the combination I think is the right word, because look at that. It's the layering of the fireworks into the bounce, into every single type of damage that they could apply, and then Utah going into the back line, come play with me, and everything just working so well with each other. And this time, it doesn't
Can I do an Aussie accent?
Or Cesuro
not without swearing, no.
The important part is that Utah and Megu,
so I can't do it on stream.
It was so well thought out altogether, and Gen 5 said, well, you might have swept us, but this time around, we're not gonna make the same mistake.
No, I guess it's you don't want to be fooled twice there. But once again, Soph, we are seeing another 2-0 set here. So I guess the pace is picking on up as we do finally have
it's no swear Sunday.
Up next. I mean,
it's the Lord's Day.
Turned though, haven't they? Last time we ended up seeing Gen 5 in that winner's side, but now they're coming down from that loser's bracket. Previously, we did see that reset, so a Gen 5 going to be able to repeat history, but the opposite way around?
Because if we think about it, Kello, as you mentioned, the bracket, I feel like it's, yes, there is the side of being in the lower bracket where you haven't spent any time cooling off. You have it all warmed up. Everything, you know, is like on target. But they have played 1, 2, 3 series so far. If they
To be
want
honest,
to
like,
take the win over Nouns
the-
Esports, they have to take another best.
The lower bracket, being able to stay warm and constantly be playing is not bad.
Absolutely crazy, and to be fair, not unheard of, because that is exactly what Nouns Esports did against.
Like, being an announce spot is, it's nice that you have the comfort of the bracket reset. But like,
a positive or a negative,
you're
right?
cold
You're
at
talking
that
about
point.
the momentum that Gem 5 have right
Please,
now.
no bracket
Whether
reset.
they're
That's
going
what
to
I'm
be able to
saying.
keep those gears turning and keep it
It's
up. Whereas
Overlord's
now,
Day.
they have had that moment to cool down. Whether they're actually just playing themselves or whether they're just strictly analyzing the team compositions here, making that plan come on into this next game. I mean, we've seen a lot of Mimikyu bans in the earlier sets, and maybe there is a good reason for that, you know?
Can they
Can
come here in between
have that
matches and get
Mimikyu
brainworms
as
from
that
YouTube
first
chat?
pick?
Yeah, I
be
don't know what's
quite
going on with
risky. Whether Nouns decide to
YouTube
ban it
chat
or whether they decide to pick
needs
it up
help.
for themselves. That's something that we're all going to have to think of. But so we're actually going to have ourselves an interview quite shortly with a member from Gen 5 as well.
Yeah, and I believe that a couple of questions that we might have for them.
Oh. Oh. Guys, I think it's stuck.
As we have Soph, I think it's disconnected there. So we will get the interview with y'all very shortly. All right, Soph, we're still having some troubles, but no stress there as she's just doing a little bit of a robot dance. So
Little robot dance.
Talking about this, all right?
I like that.
We're good. I swear,
Yeah.
technology has been
Just doing a
disconnecting.
robot dance.
Yeah,
Fine.
we're robot dancing.
Yeah.
We have been disconnected so many times today, Kello. I don't know what's up, but
Oh. It's actually so funny the way it happens. I'm not gonna lie.
We're gonna have so once again.
It's like it's a commercial.
Of those moves, but we are going to have Ucs come on in for an interview from Gen 5 and ask them a few questions about this.
Oh, look, it's
one. So,
Ucs.
firstly, Ucs, congratulations making it on into the grand finals. Up against
Ucs looks like you got
Nouns.
younger. What the
The
hell?
climb isn't over yet, but first questions, I guess, how are you feeling coming up from the loser's side?
Yeah, to be honest, like when we lost in the winner bracket, like it was like pretty rough for everyone, I think. And like we, like in the loser run, like we just like
Not
reset,
account sharing
like,
confirmed.
We bounced back and yeah, we just did our best. But yeah, it was pretty
I
rough.
think that's-
The losers for the winner.
That's a child.
Yeah, I think you know what. That's
And
a
Utah's
great
a
challenge.
youngin, but he looks a
Just
lot
doing your
younger.
best, seeing what you can do, and then keep that momentum moving on forth. But Soph, did you have a question as well?
oh yeah, I actually did because
His
Utah is
squirrel's
something
drowning in the
Utah
back.
we had been talking is the Mimikyu. You are a king of Mimikyu.
I think King of the Mimikyu is there, is what Soph would have put the crown on your head. I guess in terms of Mimikyu, is that your? Would you say that is that your favorite all-rounder to pick?
To be honest, no. But I think like Mimikry is like just a very strong man overall. It's like the money is just ridiculous. Like when you hit level 7, you got like that shadow sneak, and like you can just like wipe the enemies, like play for mid Bs, etc. So yeah, Mimikry is very strong.
I think the distance that you can aim with the shadow sneaks,
Yeah,
I'm guessing
for sure.
you've had a lot of practice on that Pokemon, knowing where to utilize the walls, but also the tall grass. That way you can go and climb the distance. But I guess heading on in to the grand final.
Looks like he still says
there
age in
anything,
years and
whether
months.
Nouns is listening right now that you'd like to say to them before going in with a second rematch for the December Cup?
Yeah, I was like pretty excited like to like meet Nouns again in the BO. So yeah, I just can't wait to play against them, and yeah, we're just gonna try our best, and yeah.
Utah just says this many. When they ask how old, and he holds up some fingers.
We will see Nouns and Gen 5 plus Utah go up in the grand final. So thank you all the best.
You guys are too funny.
And I guess as we head on out and wind on down, that is going to be us for Soph and I for the day, as Relic and Draku are going to be the ones to bring us into the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. And if I am here, I hope that I am. Thank you so much, Kello, for conducting that interview without me. I apologize for technical issues. But as you said, Relic, Draco will take us through the grand finals where Gen 5 will meet yet again Nouns Esports. And that is it for myself and Kelly.
Having 18 fingers explains his expert mimicry play.
True. Bracket is yet to come. We're going to be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Da 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 da. Did you say it's better to be the ones waiting a long time or come fresh out of a hot match? Better to just come out of a hot match. Playing the game cold is like one of the worst things. Having momentum is OP. Just going from match to match, especially when you're coming off a win, right? Like, things just feel good. It's like an intangible, unexplainable kind of feeling where, like, I don't know, there's probably players that are better at it than others. I can only really speak for myself, but I feel so much more comfortable playing the game once I've already like been in a couple games, like not in a couple games, but a game. It's not like a nerves thing. It's just like a, I don't know. It just feels that it's easier to play hard when you're already hard. Like, you don't have to spend time getting hard then. That's why Toon was using the hand warmer? Maybe, yeah. Surprised to see Pika Diff back with YT? I'm not really surprised. I feel like it's happened like 10 times already. Thoughts on over-nominalization will be the establishment of our society's pseudo-grammatical normalization of correct speech, inter-transculturalism between semi-cultural, patriarcho-capitalist structures and prefixal decommercialization, normalization, over-prefixation, and normalization of said pseudo-grammatical establishments, tearing down the nomenclatural foundation of our transneural ideologies with its overcomplications of traditionalized semi-facial communications.
The more they stay the same. Welcome back to the
I do.
Welcome back to the December Cup. Welcome back to myself, Relic, and Draku, and welcome back to the rivalry that has been promised to last from season start to season's end. We're in a grand finals again, Draku, and yet again, Nouns Esports versus Gen 5, though this time the roles are reversed.
Yeah, in the last AOS Cup play-in finals, Nouns Esports found themselves.
What in the New York is that speech?
This time, Nouns Esports, all they got to do is win 2 games, and that line share prize pool of 1,500 will be theirs. Gen 5, they got to reset the bracket and also got to win an additional 2 games on top of Nouns Esports. They have been on fire, not lost a single map today. Gen 5, of course, losing in the earlier part of today, has been on fire. Definitely have picked up in the lower side of the bracket to find their way to the grand finals today.
We took a train ticket to, or we bought a train ticket to Sweep City, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, like there's been some really explosive and really exciting games to watch, but as you can see here from this bracket, there is one best of 3 that's gone the distance on your screen. Lelovers versus BH3, a match that
isn't this bracket fake?
Yesterday. And the thing is, Draku, as I brought out,
some of these matches happened yesterday.
Never won a second online tournament.
The graphics in Hawaii have been so meh. I think it's not.
Still have an all sweep day.
I think it's not the same company running these events anymore.
And 2-0 sweep into a bracket reset into a 2-0 sweep.
Because normally these monthly cups, it would have the casters go to like a studio or something, right?
So we would be going certainly some.
But now they're all doing it from home.
But the journey, the race.
I feel like they probably made some changes.
First ban on the board for Nouns Esports in the purple.
I don't know. Maybe the money's being allocated differently.
No sign of Psyduck yet, but
I'm not sure. I don't have like a take on it. I'm just observing.
Nouns Esports definitely very lots of ingenuity from their team, as we've seen in the winners final set, pulling out a Greedent, but also a Trick Room Mimikyu. But taking a look at the band here, nothing too out of the ordinary. Psyduck might be that last.
Maridon banned from first pick.
Kind of rotating around a couple of different Pokemon, and
okay, all the power picks got banned out. We might just Snorlax 1P.
Psyduck, is that technically?
Oh wait, no, Psyduck. What am I talking about? Did they just actually give up Psyduck?
And he is going.
I forgot.
He's turned up. He said it's garbage time today, baby, because I'm going to be able to play this Pokemon. No Mimikyu, as you rightly say.
It might be Bruv playing Psyduck too, right? Because Tank Psyduck is also OP.
Well, Utah locking in early draft Leafeon, and Suzuro there with that Blissey, maybe setting up for the Mewtwo Y later on.
Wanted Psyduck to be our.
It's a game of the grand finals. Nope, this is it.
Been our Pokemon to watch on the
I apologize for my conduct. It won't happen again. Bro, take the day off, man. Come back tomorrow.
Has been banned for the
don't come into my chat and be like, "Can you hook me up with Kello? I want to do her," or whatever you said, and expect to be forgiven in 2 minutes. Take the day off, come back another day, and try again.
For teams to go up against. We'll see how well this Psyduck is going to perform in today's event, or this match specifically. But Gen 5 has a really strong roster. Has not selected their attacker just yet. Lunder, their 10th pick gutter option, has a lot to pick from. But Adesu is going to be pulling out the Sylveon. I believe the only attacker today that has been playing Sylveon. I think.
Whoa, no Darkrai.
Well, Sylveon has been a Pokemon that has gotten a slew.
Okay, it is Bruv on Psyduck.
Okay.
Continue to cook as well. A Cinderace. Take a look at that.
Cinder.
Let me check my notebook. I have to try and remember what
Why Cinder?
This Pokemon has. It's been so long since I've seen a Cinderace out in. I mean, especially in a grand final. That is
so we're trolling.
Insanity. We have a Glaceon available. That's like Lunder's symbiotic pick. You think Lunder, you think Glaceon.
Cinder good into Brave Bird? I think it's quite the opposite.
Crazy. Absurd.
It's kind of,
no
I think it's kind of bad into Brave Bird.
They got a Psyduck. Does it even count?
Change for Talon?
Adesu,
yeah, but
off the back of nerfs,
if both characters have to hold their moves,
and yet he still has faith.
That benefits the Talon probably, no?
Who are you going to find as your targets?
Like,
well, maybe the Cinderace on
the Cinder has to step up eventually to do damage. He's gonna get like Psyducked.
Cinderace tech necessarily, Draku, but
the moment he presses any of his moves, the Cinder gets one shot.
Counters Brave Bird or Fly if you time it correctly.
Skill diff them with Cinder, but you can also skill diff the Cinder.
What a day! What a day!
Yeah, I don't know if Gen 5 is trying to maybe.
They want to flip Ray? I don't know.
Of course, pick in that first pick. Slot
maybe
Esports.
It'll be fun at least.
Worried about a couple of different things. One, Garchomp's abilities have all been increased in their own cooldowns. So with that disable debuff from that Psyduck onto the Garchomp, even the Leafeon as well, it's the extension of Aerial Ace is also, or the cooldown of Aerial Ace is also been extended as well. So First time we're seeing Psyduck is going to be in this bottom path. Toon in that bottom path as well. And we're
All
going to
right.
see an early invade to Blaine.
Leafeon invade or
Grand
Espeon invade.
begin here,
Eldegoss
and the
invade, there we
grand
go.
finals will not begin with a steal for Blaine, but continuing to pressure Utah back onto that pad, and look how much shielding you get from that T2 at such an early point. Big pressure on this bottom path from Gen 5, looking towards that bottom path Talonflame, bottom path Fletchinder still, or Fletchling rather, doesn't sound right, but check this out, bruv, with the K opener on Qatar.
Mind you, Nouns Esports not playing a traditional defender across their roster. I feel like Psyduck kind of plays as that support or defender-esque Pokemon because of all of its abilities to hinder the enemy team. Also,
Spraygo's still do commentary? Yeah, Spraygo's, Dupsnag, Zoinks, and Wonderchef will be doing the NA commentary, which will be after this tournament.
The two teams, and Nouns Esports nowhere to be found.
Double Evo.
Like right after EU.
Nouns Esports have rotated to the bottom path, bruv. Joined by that Fletchinder now. Combuska nowhere to be seen. Gatlu currently searching the central area.
Wonderchef was out? Oh.
They can find another invade and another KO.
I don't know who is taking Wonderchef's spot then.
Esports finding a couple of them, and check this
But
out.
I'm not watching NA. I'm going to bed after this. I'm gonna take a nap. I might like get up and watch like the finals on like the finals on my phone or something, but
Very scary with those.
I'm gonna take a nap after this.
Two Pokemon, and Adesu again has time and time again proven they are such a powerful force to be dealt with on this Pokemon. Again,
it's me. Yeah, I'm actually gonna. I'm ending stream to go on the official broadcast.
Like a lot of the attackers have been receiving. So it's going to be a safeguard Blissey, most likely a safeguard and helping hand Blissey, especially when you have a Cinderace and another auto attacker, that Garchomp specifically. It's almost like a budget Mewtwo Y, like I call Cinderace sometimes.
43-0 as 2.5 minutes rolls on by. Megu again utilizing this Dragon Rush very effectively. Mystical Fire Adesu watching brief as we await our first set of Reggies. Brave Bird steals away that Bunnelby. Qatar very isolated on this bottom path, but I
Focus
think
ban on Adesu.
ideas.
He yoinked the fruit. He's just winning time.
Get some scores on this tier 1. Adesu kind of caught on an island in the speed flux.
Just actually wasting their time.
Over that Baltor running through the speed flux zone. They have an X speed. I think Lunder's going to be able to lock in.
Cinder no eject.
Eject button followed by that Blaze Kick.
Cinder's not going to have eject for
Still level
like a
6
pretty big part of this game actually there.
Abilities online now. And a lot of resources for Nouns Esports in this top half, even more so for Gen 5. Flamesweep going directly
the tune out of eject.
A very consistent crowd controlling tool, 100% effectiveness on the walls of Thea Sky Ruins.
Name a more iconic duo than Flamesweep and the wall that's closest to you. 2KO.
No, it's not Feint on Cinder, it's Blaze Kick.
And that has completely collapsed.
Blaze Kick, Flame Charge.
Okay, there's a reset for the Regieleki. Cesuro throwing themselves.
Flame Charge is the one that's on the Feint tier, not Blaze Kick, but yeah.
Or they won't be able to try and steal. No Egg Bomb, of course, on this particular build. And now almost a full rotate for Nouns Esports. That zone is going down on top path. Cesuro again looks towards the buffs only because of Adesu roaming into the enemy central area yet again.
Really interesting first half of this match so far. I would say it's a little bit conservative, but a couple of members.
I do not play Feint. I just don't see the value of being Cinder, period, this game.
And the support player for Nouns Esports. Toonslim is going to go in deep onto the Garchomp, going to be able to get a knockout there. This is a Brave Bird Talonflame Relic. First time we've seen it today. Again, Brave Bird Talonflame. Most recently got a buff, has now increased damage reduction after it hits up the Brave Bird.
I feel like Greninja in this meta is just a better version of Cinder in a lot of respects. I think the only thing Cinder can do better is secure objectives.
Yeah, pretty significant lead for Nouns Esports.
Otherwise, I'd rather just be Greninja.
Leveling as well. Couple of members
like more agile, better poke damage, better team fight ult.
Cinderace gets increased auto attack speed. Same thing.
Birkin is just a solid, solid poke move. Still really good range late game damage dealer.
around that Blissey. Blissey is going to enhance the speed of those auto attacks, and especially in the longer team fight engagements, those auto attacks can do a lot of damage.
Cinder does have the better secure, so
Gen 5 taking the responsibility.
Getting in position.
Sayai comes through, blazing bicycle kick. Oh, absolutely nailed that. Lunda, Livid Outrage, finds a very similar fate actually to that earlier flame sweep, aka the wall, and up goes the shield as Qatar. Oh, Megu found in the tall grass. Oh, punished as the power nap comes out. Overheat, wow, completely shatters that shield as the flame sweep misses Utah, who kind of hops, skips, and jumps over it. 272.
Hope it's a Reddit Cinder at Ray.
Gen 5 at least regaining some of the level situation into their favor.
Reddit Cinder could cook here.
Really dominant position as we head into the final quarter of this game. This is now more than a 250-point lead. Another Regieleki is going to spawn onto the field, most likely the final Regieleki.
The problem is who's going to hit Rayquaza?
Because really pushing on
anyone that goes to hit the Ray is gonna get doyed. The Nouns comp.
One thing in favor. A really unfortunate reset there for Gatlu is going to continue to combo onto that Regieleki.
It's a get doyed combo.
Starting to position for maybe a push on that bottom path before maybe retreating back to their right side. But Nouns Esports really spreading out a net in the central area of the field.
Brother's been absolute menace on this side. Ucs swimming around right now as the Dragon Rush will look to claim a couple more of these clouds. Overheat, those steals away the rest. Between Lunda and Megu here, that Regieleki will be dispelled, allows them a little bit of time to rotate onto bottom path, where we see Nouns are already setting up the stalls. There will be enough time to take this bottom Regi, whatever it might be, Draku, but the identity of the Regi could also be essential in either cementing Nouns and their dominance in this final 2 minutes, or giving Gen 5 the boost that they need to actually...
Can't see Psyduck losing a game. Yeah, Psyduck is kind of OP.
Of the game. It's going to be one more Southern Regi spawn. It's going to be a huge
Regi steal. Oh god, that's so OP.
It's going to be a Regi steal. We know how polarizing this objective can be. They are going to wait out maybe some time to take full advantage of that Regi steal buff. Gen 5 is going to score in this top path, bring them a little closer to scoring parity, but this Regi steal buff...
I would give the enemies 100 points for Regi steal any day of the week.
Might be the thing that tips it over the scale.
Oh, that's a big heavy slam into the shield, and Nouns Esports at 6s and 7s here. Big dive,
he's dead without ulting.
And the Talent Flame is taken out the support network immediately. The Bliss Assistance was fired off onto Lunda, but he has to rotate round 2. Never mind, because Toon is starting to cook. 2 KO straight.
The Ray Tornado just revealed the Leafeon.
Make that 3.
Galud had no idea he was in there, but he hit the Ray and then the Ray Tornado proc.
Lunda also got that blazing bicycle.
Rayquaza is such an off.
Committed to the rip, and now they turn again. Megu makes their presence known. Livid Outrage is available. Lunda's been taken out, but it doesn't matter because Overheat's simply too good.
Oh my god,
the best securing tool in the game, even though it was nerfed in the most recent balance patch. It is so impactful for what it is able to do.
Why did they give Psyduck anyway? My guess is they probably had like some draft plan into Psyduck
on all of these goals,
where they were gonna pick Cinder and pop off,
but has all the time in the world to score.
But then they didn't pop off.
Goals on 420 to 121, 1 minute and 1 game remaining in order to secure that prize pool for the grand finals.
Oh, and Draku, it's such a bad omen on a day like today, where the Game 1 winner has gone on to win Game 2. Are Nouns Esports really going to go undefeated today? It's so interesting, isn't it, when we looked at that early season switch for Sorayu, 4 KO streak for Toon, by the way. Seeing Blaine step into the squad. But I tell you what, this coach has refound...
Please, Nouns finish is kind of getting boring, not gonna lie. This sucks. Is this Ray Tornado ring? RNG? No, it just targets any characters that are around, whether they're in vision or not.
What a relief for their fans. They look
I've been watching Unite for several decades. 0 lost tourney runs are incredibly rare. Winning all objectives are rare. Winning all flips are incredibly rare. To do it all at once with 2 stolen bases and to
to
create
get
the
some farms,
50-50
stealing
club while
Pokemon
doing
being
so
an absolute
is nothing
nuisance,
short of
but in
amazing.
times of need, a hero
I
has
hard
definitely
agree.
emerged for Nouns Esports. We talk about Gatlu.
No
we
big
talk about
competition for
Tier,
Nouns and
but
EU.
Blaine has really shown out in today's event.
I mean, Gen 5 is a solid team, but the other good EU teams
It is a
1,000 points.
4-digit
got
game.
knocked out early.
1,066 to 1-1 the final score. Only
Nacho's team
4
is really
KOs
good.
for a G5 squad.
The Serio team is also pretty good.
Core. Was that Cinderace the right
Like Serio
call?
Gek.
Was it a throwaway game?
I saw
Nouns
Gek had
Esports
some, like,
simply better in every
had, like, a lot of
department?
stuff
And the
going
big
on.
question on my mind, Draku, why
I saw he like had a tweet something about him being at the hospital or something. So
Very middling game
I don't know what
for
happened.
EU,
Maybe they
unfortunately. It
just
looked like a
couldn't
very
get their
different
games done
team
properly.
for G5. We saw them as a last quarter team.
Onion didn't
That
even
was a
play. Oh, maybe they had
comment
to.
I made
Maybe they had to
earlier on
FF. That's why.
broadcast. Really nice to hear here for Gen 5. Looked like they were able to find some momentum, but they just couldn't find their footing throughout this game.
Dr. Diamonds, yeah, I mean the Pokemon is just not balanced.
They really were able to pull it
Not
together
balanced
for
well.
the final stretch fight, but they look like I mean, we've been talking about a bird, but they've been looking like a chicken with a lacking.
If East Europe and Russia was in the picture, EU would have been an interesting region.
Losing a number
You think
of
so?
players even before
Is there like a thriving Pokemon Unite player base in that part of the world that's just not given the shot at competing?
After this game, we got to write up a point plan here. Number one, don't allow Psyduck through again. Or if you, I mean, listen, I'm presuming that they're going to go on to the purple side. They should have first pick. So hey, maybe they'll get a go.
What happened to Serio? I think he just left.
I feel like you're giving Bruv, who is just
He didn't want to be announced anymore.
Globally recognized as one of the best defenders in the game. Free run on one of the most influential Pokemon in the meta right now. Just felt like a bit of a self-slam dunk for Gen 5, but we've also got to mention the likes of Toon and Gatlu. These two are shot callers. They are storied veterans now in the scene, and both of them making excellent calls at various different points. It never
You guys
felt
big
like
in
Nouns
Kazakhstan?
Esports,
Oh, my
A,
fault.
stepped off the gas, and B, more importantly, felt like they were ever out of control at any point. Is methodical is the word that comes to mind.
Methodical, maybe
Two
monumental.
specifically, I want to shout out here. Of course,
Isn't
Big
Russia a
shoes
part
to
of
fill.
Asia?
Ryu departed this team. And
I'm not
I would
a
say like a month
geography
ago, and I
major,
feel like
bro, I
that was
don't
such a
know.
long time ago, but Toon really filling in to that central area. Carry doing 70,000 damage on Talonflame, a Pokemon that has really.
Downs decided to never let the duck through again. Yeah, no playing into the duck.
Already filling in that support
What
role,
team
but
did he
Hidetsu
switch
as
to?
well, returning back to that
Apanyan.
attacker position. Really made
NA
Sylvia look like a
geography,
Pokemon
ha.
who played. He's the only player that has played.
Russia's
Sylvia
literally
consistently,
Asia.
both in the AOS Cup play and
I mean, I
finals,
know
and
that
in
Russia's
today's grand final and
geographically
event.
borders
This team has really
China
come together in the last
and a
2
bunch of
months.
other countries because it's a
But
massive.
night and day from
But
what
I
we've
don't
seen
know,
in the
like,
AOS Cup play and finals.
politically which continent it belongs to.
Really matter, I don't think, for either squad. The Cinderace. What would we have chosen instead of that? I mean, look,
It's both Europe and Asia?
personally, I'm
Okay, well,
shocked
there you
they
go.
didn't
It's
go
Eurasia.
Glaceon. I feel like as much as we saw that lovely blazing bicycle kick that secured that bottom path Reggie, I also feel like Lunda.
I mean,
was
Russia
not
also
really
touches
able
North
to
America
control
on the other
game,
side.
but
If
they
you go
were, like,
over the,
isolated, of course.
you go over from the
Look
top of
as
the
US
globe.
steal away the ray.
Yeah, Cinderace, of course, has
There's
some
that
moments.
there's that little
Cinderace
bridge
had
of
its
ice
time
where
to
you can
shine.
walk from
Thinking about
Canada to
Johto
Russia.
in year one, that was like a classic example of Cinderace really taking over the game. But this is a very different time, Relic. I feel like in year one for Cinderace, there wasn't a whole lot of crowd control to deal with. Of course, draft was not a thing in competitive Pokemon Unite, and I think the biggest crowd.
Where do we
control you had to
draw the
deal with in
line
year
is
one was
Japan
with
OCE.
Snorlax, for example,
These are
but
more like
it's a very
political
different
borders
time.
than
Very
geographical
high
ones,
burst
right?
damage throughout the cast. You think about this Talonflame, Brave Bird doing
Fun
so
fact,
much damage.
New Zealand,
Brave Bird
which is a part of
followed by
OCE,
Airlace can spell utter
is
doom
also one of the
as
original
Switchy,
Polynesian
but
islands,
as Cinderace, in my opinion.
along with Hawaii and Samoa.
Again, we're
I
presuming
learned
it's-
that on my trip to Hawaii.
if it's not, to be fair.
I learned about the Polynesian
What are
Islands.
your two bands? Do you start? To
Did you guys know that
target
New Zealand is one of the? It's a
to-
Polynesian island.
The meta for inspiration. Where are we thinking?
I think they need to return to some of their
Inder, roughly how many
picks,
times do you
things
fart
like
every
push through
stream?
so well for Utal. I mean,
Anytime any viewer farts, I also fart.
I think
it's kind of like Trick Hoopa. Whenever Trick Hoopa auto attacks, there's another auto attack that gets thrown out.
did splendid.
Just run the math.
Earlier on today. I think going back to those two picks specifically to maybe match the tempo of Nouns Esports is something they need to.
Yeah, we had a fun educational trip. I learned about the Polynesian islands.
How can Gen 5 do this? How can Gen 5 do? What do Nouns Esports do? Because I think there's definitely two rooms of thinking. The one room is, let's not deviate too much from what we did, because we did it very well. We looked really strong against one of the best teams in our region besides ourselves. The other room of thinking is, we saw it earlier today, where you actually, and
sorry for my lactose intolerance, lol.
You change things up. You give your opponent.
Why is Hoopa move banned?
To try and counter it means that
there's a bug.
Front foot. You're taking control of your own destiny, but you're also opening the door, of course, to.
I prefer the Mononesian islands personally, but I don't judge.
As you predicted, rather so graciously.
Guys, isn't everything an island if you think about it?
Umbreon's gonna be the first ban of
like, how do you really decide?
To go back onto your question about what Nouns Esports should do here, they got a couple of games to give, right? Obviously, they might want to grab that holiday money.
I am an island. India isn't.
Full sweep, not losing
no, but
single map today, but
India's in Asia. Isn't Asia just a really big island?
Things that Nouns Esports can do here is go something very unconventional. I mean, we saw.
What?
As soon as I say that, Clefable is going to be the second ban of choice here. This is going to allow the likes of Blitz
has to be surrounded on all sides.
Obviously, a really strong choice.
Yeah, just keep extending the sides.
Maybe a green. Come on here, come on.
Connecting to Europe. Okay, so Europe and Asia combined are an island then.
I'm reading this correctly. Surely Blissey Miraidon first picks. There's the Miraidon. And here comes the Blissey. I think Nouns have actually played a blinder here. They've kind of thrown away their last pick, but because they're second and they get to choose two, it means that
the continents are just big islands.
Megu picking up Zacian, then maybe Nouns would have picked up Zacian. What we do know is that Gen 5 are going to be ensuring that the Hooper is in their corner, and Qatar's going to be going on to that Slowbro again.
All right,
wish you saw more Meow in pro play. It's a sleeper Pokemon.
Different, really exciting picks.
What do you think makes Meow?
Right now, Gen 5 has a lot.
Like, what are the strengths of Meow? What do you think Meow would accomplish in these games? Why do you want to see it played? Like, what part of its kit do you think it would excel in these games?
They could go back to the Talonflame once again. I expect something to be of high burst damage potential for Toon. Utah, this is the first time we're seeing the Absol today. I think Absol was pivotal in their performance in the AOS Cup play-in finals. Glad to see it come out here. But let's see what Toon got in the bag here. I think Nouns Esports, again, got a couple of games to give. They're going to pull out the Cereledge. Nothing going down. The totem pole for all round.
Toon is looking good on the Cereledge, but
on some play, it's still really strong all round.
It seems like an awkward draft for Nouns.
A lot of all-rounders right now really strong in the meta.
Prettiest speed throat, that's true.
The real move, if Toon properly wanted to mess.
I'm the worst Unite player. Even though I had Zacian on its release, I just learned you could press X with it. I thought the energy stuff was just for Unite moves.
So we got two.
No!
Pokemon, of course, you mentioned the
How do you not realize that the Zacian is casting its moves over and over again?
You look at with that Revenant Rend, as long as on
okay.
the level situation.
I'm not even joking. It's okay, man. Everyone's gotta learn. Everyone starts somewhere.
And that, Qatar is not gonna last long if it's.
I think Double Team Flower Trick's really good into a lot of the single target unites.
The thing is that Gatlu pick somewhat countered by Ice Spear on Lunda. I can see the thinking.
What if they just don't alter your clone?
For Glaceon to really get a one-up on Nouns Esports, so to speak. But at the very least, with Icicle Spear, it'll mean that any health.
I taught Inder you can cast ult to save money today. True? I learned something new.
At least be somewhat.
Did you know the Unite move spreads? Not the only thing that spreads.
But that's kind of it.
You going ball Miraidon?
Taking down the greed. It's about.
I didn't see the items. Looking at their comp though, I don't think
Very
so.
bulky bottom path, but Gen
Almost
5,
certainly not.
the backs against the wall in our grand final set. Nouns Esports, our orange team. Gen 5, our purple team. Again,
Yeah, at least
Nouns
you
Esports
learned, right?
One game away.
Better late
from
than
that
never.
prize at the end of today's event.
$3,500 total. The breakdown is $1,500 for the winner and $1,000 for second. So $500 difference. That ain't exactly chump change here. An early Evo though for Lunda, and Gatlu already starting to steal the fruit. Has that shield, has those berries, pops the X speed. Easy as pie.
I wouldn't say their efforts are fruitless, even if they aren't able to take any
Fruitless,
EXP
lol.
and maybe get some stacks for themselves. Just a nuisance. That is exactly what Greedon is aimed to do. Almost level 5 is the Greedon, not going to be level 5 going into those 850 birds. Pretty traditional rotation here for the teams, but we might be seeing the Hoopa maybe rotate down to the bottom. No, checking to make sure there's no rotation to the top path. 2 members in the top, 3 members in the bottom.
Hadron engine down. Megu has to pop the X speed there, explain. As Toon slowly rotates north, we see a little bit of a faster rotate from Absol. Oh, stepped out of line too much. The Shedinja doll is going to be popped more out of, I think, pure fear than anything else. A little bit of a better look here in this early game for Gen 5. Plenty of...
Yeah, Snorlax is just a nice, consistent Pokemon, right? There's never like games where Snorlax is bad. And it's a solid Pokemon a lot of the times.
Has a stronger presence, but Gatlu making their presence known here in this bottom path. Once again, going to be grabbing these citrus berries, burst out with speed, with that X speed back over to the right side of the field. And I think they've been doing a really good job at limiting Gatlu for their stacks, but once they get into this end game, Gatlu's going to be very difficult to take down.
Megu has one target and one target only, but Utah, it's going to be a trade.
Junglers trade each other.
Two central area roamers.
Metaclaw charge, cancel charge beam? No, I don't think so. Definitely not the charging part. Maybe the individual, like the pre-charge parts might. Oh my god, why did that charge beam look so thick there?
Buster type Pokemon, and especially when you have 2 defenders on the field, I think that Icicle Spirit
looks so thick,
like you were talking about before. Can also just lock into the green. Green is sometimes very difficult to aim at, especially if you have some skill shot abilities. Don't have to worry about that with this Icicle Spears.
Absolute the covet's annoying because your auto can get canceled on covet. Oh,
points to 0. Very
that makes sense.
Start to the game, Relic.
Not so conservative for Utah, though, on that level 9, already well ahead of the curve, and I'm sorry, but that is...
That was a nice Phantom Force.
The timing perfect from Megu, who has really just reined in this top path to their own once. We've got the Glacial Stage down. As
some of these games where you're charge beam, you really have to go eject instead of doll, though.
Objectively wearing the best hollower in the game. That's just a fact. Revenant Rend, here's another fact for you. Takes away the Regirock before Gen 5 even got a sniff.
Since when securing the object as well with Barrelage ult.
Their own base here is Utah, maybe looking for another entry point. Lunda on the chase now with these Icicle Spears as well. Nouns Esports disengage.
Really clean fight for Nouns Esports, able to take the first objective off of the field. This is a very much better look for Gen 5 going into the halfway point of the game relative to game number 1. Again, Utah on this Absol has been pivotal to this current field state for their team. But looking into the later stages of the game, again, looking for Megu to really have an outstanding performance in these larger team fight engagements. Here comes Gatlu with
Psycho Cut's the right call here.
Strong securing tool. Can they get this one?
I don't really play Absol, but Psycho Cut seems to be what makes Absol becoming a beast.
Squirrel, who goes on the hunt once again with the Belches.
Probably.
Lots of shielding done.
Or do you mean on Sarah
Walking for the Regieleki. Toon falls, but the
for sure on Sarah Ledge, no doubt.
Will push Gen 5 back. 3 scores.
Bitterblade's not that good.
5 points. And are they going to get another 10 or another 5 in rather for the overtime? No, here comes a 35 from Gatlu.
Bitterblade won't do anything.
Nouns Esports going from strength to strength.
Oh, an exclamation point with a 35-point overcap in that.
Sucker Punch seems like it'd be fine, but I don't play Absol at all.
So we head into the halfway point of the game. Let's go ahead and take a look.
I would trust the Absol players more.
So far, Relic 61 points.
Meta to do quad objective first. The meta really depends. It depends on how the early game goes, and
Esports has continued to maintain the lead, maintain the gas, and
just what you can do in the early game.
10, matching some of the members on Gen 5.
I wouldn't say that there's like a default right now.
This is a position where you do not want to
I think both have value.
Terrifying into the late game.
Getting at least one is good for sure.
Is something difficult to deal with.
Up next on the docket, it's another Reggie Rock. Psycho cut onto it, but Gen
Nice
5
combo.
understandably very scared to engage. Slow beam down.
Do you not
onto
have Bliss
2,
Field?
and there goes the Midnight Slash to finish the job! But I think the Meteor Storm has stolen it away from Gen 5. Oh, no, it hasn't. How did Lunda get this? It's another how did Lunda moment. 2 KO streak for you, Tao. I don't think they're going to turn around this team fight necessarily, Gen 5, even with the defensive and special defensive buffs. But Megu has at least dispelled the threat. 2 KO streak for Gatlu, by the way. 89 to 133, but that was a crucial secure for Gen 5.
Yeah, I think if they were to lose that one there, this might spell disaster for Gen 5. A really good team fight, or at least a 2v1 going in the way of Megu. Now level 13, able to KO the level 12 Saraledge. We got 1 minute 45 seconds before the final stretch. Last gutter time.
He didn't need to doll. Doll has not been good this game. I really hate the forcing doll every game, no matter what build you are.
Here we go. Another objective on the field. Very quick rip between these two auto-attacking Pokemon, but Green is almost there, able to secure that. No, Utah, they're absolutely able to pull another objective away.
Really
Nice finance RTG. It generally starts right after EU, so it should be in like not that long from now, I think.
Hit the tier 1. Gatlu is more than happy to sit up there. They're level 12. They've already met their level requirement for endgame. Instead, Nouns Esports focus on this bottom half defense. In fact, never mind. Gatlu just let the Regieleki hit. 343, and Gen 5 take the points lead.
Take a look at
I think they're happy with, or they're not happy, but I think they let the Zacian score top. Because one, it's a Regieleki that you'd have to deal with anyways, but two, means that the next fight the Zacian's going to be poor now. Because the Zacian's down here, but he has 0 money.
Going to be one more Southern Reggie Roulette spawn.
I don't understand why we all just walked away, though.
Beginning just early. Let's go ahead and roll the dice here, and we do get a Reggie Ice spawning on the field, and very quickly, just like that Regieleki taking off very quickly. Lunder, another secure in this bottom objective.
Oh, you can hear the sizzle. Gen 5's in the kitchen, but let's see whether they can serve up the dish. Best served hot on this particular cold winter's day. 152 to 133. It's not going to be as worrisome for Nouns Esports. That's going to be a free reset for Bruv. But Gen 5 have the level advantage. Nouns Esports have to micro the heck out of these last 2 minutes. Oh, never mind. They're going
we're just going to flip.
Oh, very fast flip. We don't see whether
it's dead, yeah.
And just like that, in a blink of an eye, Nouns Esports on the verge of a grand final sweep here in the UCS.
Yeah, I mean, they gave them too much space mid.
Truly unbelievable. It's another objective secure with the Revenant Ren for Toon Slim. This time on the
the camera work was a little less desirable there.
They had every win condition available to them, known to anybody in the pro scene. But Nouns Esports had the one wild card that you could possibly hope for. Just send it, and send it they did. The letter has
Saraledge reduces raise defenses with the Phantom Sweat Cycle Cut. And then Greedent does a lot of burst damage that's physical based. Its ult does a lot of damage, and then its belches do damage, and it gets the constant belching out of its ult. Uh-oh, they should just be defending home, though.
Still is a game. Blissy's gonna go for a backdoor, but Lunder is the first to fall for Gen 5. A KO streak for 2 for you.
I mean, I think Galu can hold. Oh, okay, it's fine.
this path is Gatlu, the captain of Nouns Esports, able to hold on another 10 points. I think this is the time to call it Nouns Esports the winner of the December finals.
They've got themselves a rings unbound, but they don't have shields, and they most certainly don't have AOS energy, folks. 378 to 591. It is going to take a miracle to turn this one around.
Gallows the captain? I don't think so, but
everything being thrown.
The casters are just trying to hype him up. It's all good.
It is a full sweep day here at the Unite Championship Series in Europe, and Nouns Esports have claimed the crown for a second consecutive event.
A valiant effort, definitely, by Gen 5. As we go back to the scorers table,
I'm the captain now. All right, I want to stick around for the interview. Who are they going to interview?
591 Nouns Esports to Gen 5's 3.
Finally, the suffering ended.
Razor Edge
Toonsum flip call.
Into the final stretch, but a
Toonsum said, "Give me the ball." I'm about to end it. I'm about to end it. I gotta go play TFT.
Prize pool away from Gen 5. All of the momentum for Gen 5 literally felled by the Rayquaza secure by Nouns Esports.
And this is the big game intelligence. I think Nouns Esports saw the writing on the wall. Gen 5, by the 2-minute marker, looked so threatening. You pointed it out, Draku. Level 14 Zacian. What was it? Level 13, 14 Absol as well. There was the potential to run ruin through the Nouns ranks. So they thought, okay, you know what? If we're going to lose, we might as well lose in style. But they give themselves that chance because Gen 5 wasn't prepared for what Nouns Esports were cooking. And of course, if you are going to send it, you might as well throw every Unite move you have. And that Revenant Ren, for the second time this game, made the claim.
I think that was one of the only times we've saw Sarah Ledge on today's broadcast, but nonetheless, always so impactful. That Revenant Ren Unite move can stun the enemy team, can do massive amounts of damage onto objective secures. I want to give a big shout out to Lunder, by the way. Attacker for Gen 5 has been so
Could I go interview Toonsum?
Successes on securing objectives, not only with
they already left the Discord.
Definitely Glaceon is definitely not a Pokemon you think to secure objectives. They've done it time and time again.
Magu 50 cap kind of grieved. I mean, he had money. He got the money in the bot fight.
And again, personally, for Gatlu, that is I guess an APOM off the back for him.
I mean, we didn't even get to see. I'm sure the Zacian had a shot at it with ults, but
in year 2 didn't even make
it's just
the grand finals.
No one else was there.
Esports dispatched within the losers bracket.
He had like 30 money at Ray. He had the money.
Back in the day. Last year, as part of For Free, they, quite in tragic circumstances, lost in a full bracket reset in those grand finals. Finally, ghosts of the past dispelled. Gatlu, you have won a second event in the online season. Well done. And of course, importantly, 1,000.
Yeah, Zacian got plenty of money to the after the bot fight.
It's almost like it was the master plan, Draku. Soryu moves and it stonks for X-Plane.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking about earlier, players have made such a huge adjustment going from week 2 or from event 1 to event 2.
that's what we had figured.
Their weight on this team.
Just flip it.
Each player has definitely been a superstar throughout these last 2 weeks of UCS events. Again, huge shout out to Blaine for coming off of the bench, Toon for re-navigating to another carry on the team, for Adesu rotating from support to attacker. It's a team of all-stars. They've been playing together for more than a year now. They know exactly how each other plays, regardless of the role. The chemistry.
The miscommunication on the bro all tubes.
That's one of the headlines of the day. Greedent wins grand final.
I'm guessing it's Adesu on the interview.
That we have got the master, the driver of the Greedent themselves.
Oh no,
in the
Gatlu.
room. Gatlu, you've won a second event of the season. Those are the biggest classes I've ever seen in existence. You gotta be feeling good after that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like the scrims went pretty well. We are taking it still slowly, and I really like how we just like proceed with the game plans. Because in the previous cup, Toon was more playing top lane side, because we didn't have too much time for the hero swaps. But now I'm more the top laner and he is the jungler. I basically only spammed Blaziken and Zacian and still picked up the other characters. So I think keeping it slow and steady is better than playing too much.
Now, Gatli, I want to some insight on the comms for that final game of the grand final set. What was the
Some insight on the
call
comms?
to flip the Rayquaza on Gen 5?
We were 1-0, and the game didn't really feel that great, like the previous one. So we just said, let's donkey flip it.
Flip it and rip it.
I mean, like we said, push the Slowbro away and then flip it. So you gotta push the main stun CC / ultimate from Slowbro away, and then decide to flip. Because if you just full flip it, the Slowbro is just gonna get a massive surf, and then use the ultimate.
Before we leave you to your celebrations, Gatlu, I do feel like I got to speak up for one of your teammates. I feel like, especially after such a great showing, Blaine deserves better than the dumpster. Are you looking to investigate better accommodation for him before EUIC, of course, next year?
So we told Blaine that we're gonna keep playing with him, and he's not gonna be in the dumpster anymore. He's gonna get a hotel.
Yes,
a very nice hotel.
Out of the trenches.
It's gonna be good. But yeah, we were feeling really confident during this tournament. It was a little bit unfortunate for Panyan, getting the cute and then loser bracket and then again getting the cute. I was kind of looking forward to play against them as well, but it's cool to see new top fours. The competition doesn't sleep, right? Drill Packers in BH3 getting the top 4 spot this time around from the winner side. It was pretty exciting.
You're a legend.
Yeah, I agree, Galu. Very exciting.
As always, it's a pleasure. Enjoy and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he did say that they got DQ'd.
See you soon. Right.
It was unfortunate.
I believe we should be joined by Sofchan and Kalosaurus.
Is that not what happened? That's what everyone's saying.
In the next couple of minutes or so, Draku.
Not that they had to drop out or whatever, right?
Maybe now. Hello.
Or did they actually just lose?
Join us in. So I think Soph's still completely shocked by the Revenant Rend from earlier. But Kello, let's pop in with you, shall we? And your thoughts on what has been one
they
of
couldn't play. Yeah, I saw Gak
in Pokemon Unite
tweeted
history.
something, right?
Sweeps all day, but I feel like every single game was exciting.
Self DQ. They self DQ'd.
It was just Stomp Central from back to back.
I saw Gak's tweet.
Exactly. I think we had a lot of close matches.
Or I saw one of his tweets. I don't know if it was the tweet.
The bracket demonstrating the two O's across the map. But
all right, guys.
Really
GG's to Nouns. All champions.
Make it on into the.
I'm tired. I'll watch NA probably on my own time, depending on how long it goes. If I'm around, I might stream the finals and play some solo queue after. But other than that, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I'm gonna take a nap. See ya.